सबको कॉपी करके आ गया। Innovators and changemakers, welcome to the Education 2.0 conference. This is the premier event where the future of learning unfolds before your eyes. I am your MC, Angela. As we gather here today, we stand at the threshold of a new era in education, one defined by innovation, collaboration, and boundless potential. In this dynamic landscape, traditional paradigms are being reshaped and new possibilities are emerging at every turn. It's a thrilling time to be involved in education, and this conference is your gateway to the forefront of transformative change. So buckle up and prepare to be inspired, challenged, and empowered as we shape the future of learning together. Now, before we dive into the exciting discussion ahead, let's take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to our incredible partners. A huge thank you to Puzzlebox Academy, and to EDU Passport, our gold sponsor, for their unwavering support and commitment to educational excellence. Let's also extend our appreciation to Top Mathematics Education Centre and the Kijana Educational Empowerment Initiative. They are our bronze sponsors for their invaluable contributions. Also, the lavish lanyards that you're all wearing. Let's see your lanyards. Everyone's got one. Fantastic. Now, that is sponsored by EDU Passport. And all-in-one educational hub offering job opportunities, talent scouting, events, benefits, and more. With their support, today's event is truly possible. Let's give all of those sponsors a massive round of applause. Now, let us commence the eagerly anticipated sessions of day one. Now, everybody, please do use the hashtag Education2Conf. Okay, so if you want to write that down or pop that into your phones right now, so hashtag EDUCATION, number 2, CONF. Hashtag Education2Conf. So make sure you use that hashtag to feature your delightful moments and the ideas shared in this session on our social media pages. Today we're here to dive deep into a truth we hold dear, that for our students to blossom into the leaders they're destined to be, they need more than just classroom lessons. They need real-world experiences, the kind that test their mettle, sharpen their skills, and broaden their horizons. This is what our first panel discussion is all about. Please give a huge round of applause to our first moderator, Dr. Jennifer E. Herrera, the CEO, President, and Executive Director at Tucson International Academy, who will take the session forward on the topic, linking leadership development to real-world experiences and community engagement. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Jennifer. Hello, welcome. And I will also announce our panelists. Thomas Moffat, co-founder and managing director of Amicitia. Come on down, Thomas Moffat. Dr. Raylene Ferguson Haugen, president and founder, RACIP Educational Consulting. Dr. Maria Presentin, behavioral scientist and Chief Knowledge Officer, Leadership Scientific. Dr. Wijdan Mubarak Alomain, Assistant Professor, Researcher, and Deputy Head, Radiography and Medical Image, Fatima College of Health Sciences. Fantastic. And now I will pass you over to Dr. Jennifer E. Herrera.
Check, check. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Herrera. Dr. J is what they call me at school. My husband and I are co-founders of 4 charter schools in Tucson, Arizona. Each school is kindergarten through 12th grade, and I was going to start this panel discussion by just giving some pictures and some vision about a little bit of our experience. Can I have the PowerPoint, please?
Okay, can we have our PowerPoint? Fantastic.
All right. So to kick off of our discussion today, I put together a brief slideshow of real-world leadership and how we can empower, engage, and help students excel as leaders of our future generations. In our schools, we have many different ways that we try to raise up leaders. And one of the main ways is by exposure and experiences. Because experiences are what give you the confidence and the ability to apply what you know in a practical, meaningful way that leads the next future generations. So as you can see in the top left, in kindergarten, we begin talking about college. Our particular schools are 100% what we call the free lunch program. That means their families make so low money that they get free food for breakfast and lunch while they're at school. In that picture, we're reading a story about Northern Arizona University, which is up in Flagstaff, Arizona. And they have the little lumberjack, and it is fun, it is playful, and is exposure for the kids to a college in our state. The picture to the right is us celebrating Chinese New Year. In Tucson, Arizona, there's not a very big Chinese population. Therefore, we thought it would be interesting to teach them about something that is not common nor familiar to our group. We are 88% Hispanic. So Spanish is common. Mandarin Chinese is not common. So we offer that just so the kids can see something very different from what they're used to hearing and speaking. The middle picture is just one of our graduating classes. And in that class, they all went to college, and they are all on their path to being those future leaders. And by education, what we believe is that education opens the door and it breaks generational cycles of poverty. It gives you opportunities you might not have otherwise. And so that is one of our main focuses at our schools. We'd also like to give them experiences with well-known people that we can get close to. I happened to meet Gene Simmons from the rock and roll band Kiss. Anybody know Kiss? All right, Kiss Nation right out there. So while it's not really our students' generation, they all still know of them because of the makeup and because of the dynamics of that group. And so having met them, and when they see this picture of me with him, one of the main guy of KISS, Gene Simmons, it's a chance for them to say, oh my gosh, we know her, and she knows him, so probably I could meet people that I want to meet. And so that's the purpose of it. Similar on this slide with Wahlberg. Mark Wahlberg is very, very famous with the Transformer movies and with speaking out on education because he did not finish high school. He went back to finish his high school education when his kids saw he didn't go to school and they didn't want to finish. And he said, whoa, whoa, I want you to finish. So he himself humbled himself, went back, finished the classes, and graduated. So that is a great role model and also somebody well known to the population. It speaks loudly to the kids when they see people that they are familiar with from TV that maybe they idolize, and then they can realize, actually, they're people. They're just people like me. This is a page where we believe real-life leadership can happen when kids take risks. And they are less likely to take risks if the culture of the school criticizes everything they do. So we have built and really work hard on constantly kids being generous and gentle with comments and with constructive feedback for their fellow schoolmates, so that when they are growing and learning and taking risks, they feel safe. So creating an environment that is safe, I believe, is very key to developing the future leaders. Because leaders make mistakes, and it's best to make them when they're young and when it's not as consequential. This is just a sampling of our soft skills that we use. We call them our skill sets for mega success. And it's just groupings of things that facilitate leadership. Communication, we all know that that's important, but are we giving our kids a chance to communicate? When I was in school, I don't know, maybe you guys had this happen or not, but when I was in school, we had sharing day. And you stood up in front of the class and you shared something about your life. What'd you do this weekend? Show your toy, show your family pictures, share something about your life. And we were forced to talk. I really don't see that these days in our classrooms. But if we can create other presentations, science presentations, I'm sure you've seen them all. Science fair is very common. But what else are we doing? How are we developing the personal skill set for our future leaders? That is important, and if we neglect that, we will not have as good of leadership. Here are 3 examples. We do have a business entrepreneurship program at our school. And the kids in high school, remember we are kindergarten through 12th grade, so our high school kids all create businesses. They can create 4 different ones, one for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, or they can work on the same business and just make it better and better and better. And we've had modeling, we've had pet touch relief, we've had simple weed pulling. I mean, how many times have we wished we could hire some high school person to pull our weeds in our yard, right? Well, this guy has an actual website and business where he will come and take care of that for you for a very affordable price, plus then he gets some money to spend and to take care of his own personal needs. So they get that feeling of empowerment that I don't have to hope I get a job. I can offer my services. What services can I offer? Well, as a leader, you have to be aware of yourself. You have to take inventory. And so that is something that we encourage our students to do, and they've been very successful, especially with poverty being an issue. They don't want to feel that way anymore. So if they can bring relief by having some sort of a job or a way to create something and sell it, then they feel like they are contributing, and it bolsters their confidence, and it helps them see a way out. I'm in the midst of getting my book published. It's called Real World Leadership, convenient for this topic. And I love it because leadership for me is not only fun, but it is something that we know we want quality leaders for our future. And we are the lucky ones that get the chance to develop that in students. We're the educators. They spend more time with us than they do with their families. So we have a chance to really make a difference and help bring our kids up to a level of leadership like we've perhaps never experienced before. So now we're going to have our questions. We've pre-organized a few questions. We're going to start with Dr. Widgen. Did I say that correct? So if you can introduce yourself, and then I'll read you the question. And open.
First, hi. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Wujdan Al-Umaim. I am from Saudi Arabia, but I am having the privilege to teach here in UAE. So I am an assistant professor and deputy head of department in radiography department, and also a researcher where my specific focus is actually on women breast health and breast cancer and mammography. And this is a big passion for me since, I was I graduated as a radiographer, and thank you very much.
So your question is, how do you as an educator prepare your students to become leaders in the future?
Okay, so for me, we all been students at some stage of our lives. So I also had the privilege to study in different countries. So with my father, I traveled to different countries, to Pakistan, because my father was working in the embassy, and then in Saudi Arabia. So the most important thing for students actually to build their confidence. So to be confident is the most important thing. And also there is multiple skills and qualities that need to be taught or skilled that in the student to be a great leader. So one of them is actually being, improve their communication. So how we do that? Improve their communication for me as an educator by providing them the environment where they can work together, communicate, and also to be comfortable between each other to also receive their any conservative criticism or not, we won't call it that, but any feedback, and to be open to it and also provide their colleague with all of this. The other thing is, the most important thing is to be resilient in the face of challenges. As you know, nowadays there is many challenges facing us actually. Not any student in this world. I know with technology it's supposed to be easier, but it makes it more challenging for some. So we need to make sure that these students, when they are faced with any challenge, to be resilient and to actually not be down and depressed and give up. We need to make sure that they have the environment where they can continue and grow, and they have this mentality that I will be better, and whenever I fail, that is not a problem. I'm learning. It's an opportunity to learn, and I will grow. And other things like critical thinking, empathy. Now, one of the most important thing is to be empathetic. So that's the thing that we might, as an educator, that what I've seen is just we disregarded, but it's very important to make sure that these students, they have empathy towards each other. Also, we see them, they are anyone with any student that you see, they have the need to make their environment, their community, school community is better. That's also a leadership a skill that need to be skilled, and giving roles and opportunities to develop these skills. Thank you.
Give her a hand. So empathy being something that isn't necessarily a natural response that we humans have. And so looking for that and looking for ways to develop that, for people to put themselves in other shoes and things like that. And all of the other, she has another question as well that's going to go great with that. But that is something that we talked about as a group, empathy, and what is its role in education, as well as all of the other skill sets you mentioned. This is open, so you guys may comment on each other's things as appropriate. And I'll give the next question to Tom Moffat. All right, Tom, tell a little bit about yourself, and then I'll pose the question.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm not sure the microphone is working, but hopefully you can hear me at the back. Perfect, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Herrera, for the introduction. I would like to begin by saying that it's a real honor to be here. Hopefully I can speak to as many of you as possible over the next few days, although I can't really walk and there's a lot of you, so it may be difficult, but I will do my best. My name is Tom. I'm an ex-British Army officer, and I served in the Educational and Training Services, which is a corps of professional educators who work in leadership development and educational support within the British Army. I carried out a number of roles. My last role included the management.
Try that one. Try that one.
Perfect. Is it good? No, it's fine. I'll speak.
Are you sure?
Yeah, sure.
Want to try mine?
No, it's good. It's good. I'm cursing all the microphones. I don't want to break them all. So my last role was the management of an education centre that delivered leadership development to senior soldiers. And my career highlight was having the privilege of leading soldiers on operations operations overseas. More recently, I've co-founded a company called InterContinental. We work in corporate leadership development. We also do some niche work within humanitarian assistance, which has led me to an active conflict zone in the last 6 months, dealing with child protection, and we also do a little bit of work in the third sector and with government. And the last thing I would like to say as part of my introduction is that my core belief for leadership development is very simple. It's that leadership cannot be taught, but it can be developed, and it can only be developed the hard way. You can't develop it without going through trials and tribulations. In the same way that the diamond shines because of the extreme pressure that has been exerted on it, as is leadership. Leaders and excellent leaders will be developed because of the extreme situations and environments that they put themselves in order to develop themselves. And that's a challenge for educators because on the one hand, we need to keep students safe. We need to ensure as our first responsibility that they're safe. But we're also preparing them for a world that is inherently not safe. We're preparing them for a world that's volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous, and it's a real balance that must be struck, and hopefully that's an idea that we can unpack a little bit over the next few minutes.
Absolutely. All right, the question is, what aspects of leadership development in the military could be effectively transferred to an educational setting?
Let's see if it works. Oh no, I don't like it. I'm just going to school normally. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. So one area that the military in particular focuses on fantastically, and regardless of whether it's in corporate leadership or educational leadership, I feel this is neglected, and it's the idea of reacting to stress. And I don't mean the long-term debilitating type of stress. I mean the short-term flight or fight response you get when all hell breaks loose, when something seriously goes wrong. And in the military, in the British Army, we have a term for it, and it's called flapping. And I won't do the impression for you, and this is perhaps an insight into the military's dark humour, but flapping means when you take the head off the bird of a chicken, it will flap for about 30 seconds before it stills and quietens. And so if you're accused of flapping as a leader, they're saying that you're making noise, but you've lost your head. You're not helping the situation at all. And that's the worst thing that you can be accused of, in my mind, as a leader, because the defining trait of a leader and the thing that separates great leaders from good leaders is their ability to remain calm under pressure. It's the ability to make a good decision when everybody else around you is losing their heads. Because if you lose your head, then a very good decision, if communicated poorly, can suddenly become a very bad decision if other people don't believe you and if other people don't have that sense of calm and confidence transmitted to them that is your primary role as a leader. Equally, if you make a very bad decision, or, well, not a very bad decision, but if you make an okay decision but you communicate it fantastically, it can become a good decision if you rally those who are listening to that common cause. So in the military, that's something we really focus on, and you develop it by continually exposing yourself to stressful situations. And the military has to do this out of necessity because of what you're training for. But actually, in the modern day world, it's just as important, regardless of whether you're a surgeon who is operating on somebody who is going to make a split-second decision that may lead to somebody losing their leg or not, or you're a trader who is making a split-second decision that would lead to millions of pounds going one way or the other, or whether you're a teacher in a classroom and somebody is undermining your authority and they're criticising you and they're shouting out, and you've got that split second where you respond, and you may have lost that student, but every other student in the class is looking at you as a leader to see how you respond, and that may be the difference between you keeping control of that classroom and losing control of that classroom. And I'm very mindful of the fact that while I'm coming from a military perspective, I want to translate it back into an educational setting. So I'll give one example to end the point, which is in the British Army, of course, we develop leadership within a military setting, but we also develop it holistically. And there was my business partner now. I can't see him. He's somewhere in the audience.
There he is.
There it is, standing up and waving. So we went through training together day one, and here we are a number of years later. But we've been taken to the British Museum in London, and we were told, you've got 2 hours. We want you all to have a 10-minute speech ready on 3 artifacts, and then we're all going to come and listen to the speech. So 2 hours later, we all came back. 9 of us had delivered the speech, and it had all gone fine. And then Dan is the last one to speak. And just as he's starting to speak, and this is why I love real-world experiences, because they're inherently unpredictable and you cannot prepare for them. 40 Chinese tourists come in and decide that because we're sitting there in suits, it looks like a fantastic idea to cram into the room and listen to Dan speaking. And what went from being a little bit of a stressful experience became incredibly stressful, because he is now the center of attention in this entire room. And he dealt with it fantastically. And he also speaks Mandarin, which helps. So he ended with a 30-second sort of thank you for coming, enjoy your stay in London, in Mandarin. But afterwards we discussed, and we said, well, actually, your reaction to stress in that moment was fantastic. And he said, well, yeah, of course, I felt more stressed. I held it together. But the point I'm trying to make is that that real-world experience added stress in a way that cannot be simulated in a classroom where you're looking after your students, but actually exposed him to stress that developed him as a leader in a way that very other few things could have done. So I'll leave that on there.
100%. That's great. We have a leadership team at Tucson International Academies, and 3 of my 4 principals are military, past military. And one of them's here. Mr. Goris, you gonna raise your hand? Yes, Mr. Goris, thank you for your service. And I always say, something for me, having 22 years of running an organization, having these now military background people in key leadership positions, there is a difference. I have not put my finger on it exactly. It probably is the real world experience, is what I would guess. And the things that they're able to accomplish without much help from me at all is amazing. So I know that you're onto something, and I can't wait to see what research and programs you come up with in the future. It's great. All right, we have Dr. Raylyn Houchin. You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Is my microphone working? Yeah, I think it is. My name is Dr. Raylyn Haugen, and I've been an educator for about 30 years. I've taught K to 12, all grades, and college level classes, including doctorate level classes. And I guess I specialize in experiential learning and real world learning. And I kind of have a mission now to help educators apply that in their classrooms. It's not as easy as it seems. I did a dissertation on the future of education and instructional strategies that are necessary for that. One of the major findings that came out of that study was that experiential learning is at the forefront of what we need in our classrooms, both for children, K to 12, as well as teachers who are being trained. And so I have an organization, a consultancy, that I try to help people better their instructional strategies, whether they're educators, whether they're parents who are trying to educate their children, or whether they're educational leaders in the school systems. I'm on a mission to try to help people understand practical ways to have real-world education for leadership.
And further to elaborate on that, what changes do you see need to be made, especially at the university level, in order to prepare students for real-world leadership?
I think that to have real-world education, there are 3 main components. We need to have experiential learning, we need to have global inclusion, and we need to have emotional intelligence. And again, that goes for children in the K to 12 system need to be trained and have an educational journey in that manner. And teachers need to be trained how to do that, and they need to have their education in that manner. So For example, experiential learning, I think, is so important, which includes hands-on learning, interactive learning. It's not just about textbooks and worksheets and slideshows and that types of thing. It's actually applying what you've learned. And, you know, innovation is growing at an exponential rate. And more than ever, it's necessary to have creative and critical thinking abilities. So if we want our future leaders to have those abilities, we have to provide those opportunities in our classrooms. That includes our teachers who are being trained for the future. Part of what I do is I provide programs where teachers, I provide opportunities for them to try out what they're learning in textbooks. So, and I like what Tom said about, like a diamond is made under pressure. So I provide opportunities in the classroom to try out real world situations. What would you do? Let's do some role playing. Let's do some case scenarios. What would you do if you have this situation with your student and their parents are in this situation and this is going on in the board and, everybody has this going on in their personal lives and everybody in the classroom has to have a different role, and you take it to the boardroom, and how would this unfold so that they can actually see what it's like in the trenches when you're in the classroom teaching. It's not just about academics. Half of it is probably, managing the emotional stress that comes along with, managing parents and students and that type of thing. And, so case scenarios, role playing, and also, and that helps to develop their emotional intelligence, but also experiential learning includes taking what's in the textbooks as far as your main subjects of academics and making it come alive. So I believe that for the future of education, we can't just look at our classrooms as 1 hour math, 1 hour language, 1 hour science, 1 hour social studies. We need to think about it in a very different way, where we need to be able to integrate subjects, teaching science and social studies at the same time, maybe throwing in language arts, and so that it's, instead of one-dimensional, it's three-dimensional, and it becomes so much richer, so much deeper. It requires more critical thinking, more creative thinking. An example of that, we talked about this last night when I was teaching in the K-12 system. I created, I'm a big believer in project-based learning, so I created a unit on the rainforest. And so we spent some time talking about the culture of the rainforest. We integrated science into it because we studied the plants and the animals in the rainforest. We interjected creative writing, what would it be like, an adventure in the rainforest. And then I threw in an actual experience where we had a field trip and we did a mock experience of where we went out into a forest that was close by. It wasn't a rainforest, but we made it as close to a rainforest as possible. And they had to practice survival skills. We set up the rules ahead of time of how they would implement it, and then we later on they built fort shelter, kind of like the show Survivor. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, but later on we talked about what it would be like to have to survive in the jungle, and that learning experience, it made it come alive. All that science that they learned, all that they learned about the culture of the people that live in the rainforest, it came alive, and they'll never forget it. Those are the kinds of things that we need to be doing in our classrooms so that learning takes a real meaning, it is long-lasting, it's engaging, and it is something that the students can take with them going forward. And so we need to be training our teachers how to do that. It includes tapping into community, changing the hours of instruction in the classroom. School systems need to support that. Our resources need to be different. Anyway, that is kind of my background.
I would just say, well, because we did have some prior conversations, I love how it's problem solving. And there's always problems to solve in the world, correct? So if there are problems to be solved, one time one of my mentors told me that if you're concerned about how much salary you will make, just look at the problems in the world. And the more difficult the problem to solve that you choose to solve, the more that income will be. Because people in the world, we need problem solvers. And there is room and there is much, much work available for people who can solve problems. So I love that. It starts small, build a shelter. Wow, that's definitely a real world leadership experience. All right, we also have our other panelist member, Maria Preseton. Do you want to tell us a little about yourself?
Thank you, Jennifer. Great.
Go ahead. They just turn it on.
Also not. Okay, this one works. Thank you, Jennifer and panelists. I'm definitely having a happy hour with all of you. There's so much to learn from them. Yeah, so in terms of introduction, the way I'm going to do this is, first of all, good morning, everybody. It's really lovely to see you all, and I'm so glad I made it last night. I flew in from Singapore with a 3-hour delay. We had to change planes. So I wanted to, before I introduce myself, I wanted to ask the audience if you could just humor us, all of us, so that we can get to know each other. How many of you are educators? Could you just raise your hands? Fantabulous, fantastic. How many of you are consultants? Yeah, and sometimes you kind of like, cross over both. How many of you work in the corporate or corporatized organizations, multinationals, medium-sized, large organizations? Yeah, a few hands. Fantastic. How many of you are entrepreneurs? Great, fantastic. And some of you are probably like myself. I spent the last 30 years building something that they coined today. I didn't know it was a thing. They coined it today as portfolio career. So I'm actually all 4 of those. Or did I say 5 or something, I do all of that. So I came from corporate in commercial sales, and then went into entrepreneurship. Still am in it, still am a corporate leader. I have my own company, obviously, Leadership Scientific, and it provides learning and development for corporate and entrepreneurial organizations. I'm also a professor in a couple of universities, so visiting professor, part-time professor at Reading University, UK, but Malaysia. I'm based in Singapore, so I just go to Malaysia. And then I teach in France as well. So here's the thing. Here's an opportunity. There's a lot we can do together. And I'm hoping that after our panel discussion, there's so many great brains here. We could just mingle together during coffee and lunch and happy hour. Whatever you drink doesn't matter. But it's all about creating projects together, because just because we're sitting here in the panel doesn't mean that we know more. We need you to create projects together to solve problems. And there are a lot of problems out there. So one of the things that I specialize in is leadership styles, because I still am in corporate. I work for a German high-tech organization full-time, but at the same time I have the other portfolio career. And what I do is I take the concept of servant leadership into the corporate world. I came from previous corporate life, which is in sales, and there was a lot of micromanagement, still is today. There was a lot of bullying. There was a lot of toxic energy, and I came out of it, and I said to myself, I'm going to fix that, or at least try. So I've got a couple of books on servant leadership. But the nicest thing about servant leadership, it's a philosophy. So what I actually do is I bring other leadership styles and assessments, and so probably I need to know anybody that sells assessments or whatever, to actually build upon it and not work with servant leadership alone. And in order for us to be a servant leader, do good, growing others, and as a result of growing others, is their well-being becoming, better and higher, then you add in different leadership styles, right, and different tools to work in it. So where I'm come from is I see problems, human problems, work problems that are related to human, because they're created on a human level, and really just expand that and say, who can I partner with? How can we work together? So that's my introduction. Thank you, Jennifer.
Think of leadership being servant-oriented. Many of us have experienced the model of leadership that's very top-down, where they say, do this, and here's your deadline, and it better be good. And, different styles of leadership, of course, have always existed, but have not always been well accepted. So I think that's interesting. You're infiltrating the corporate world, which is very, from my perception only, I have not been there, but cutthroat, just very competitive and not very nice. So see leadership as a servant. When you're serving people, it doesn't mean that you're soft. And I think that would probably be something that we can tell the kids. It's good to be nice, but you hold your ground. You don't let your boundary be crossed, and you maintain the focus on whatever it is you're solving. So I love that, because I think it's very effective. And once people see your heart behind what you're trying to do, that is often the key that opens the door. You don't always have to be firing and dismantling and throwing out things. Yes, sometimes you need to do that, but if it's the norm, maybe it can be more service-oriented in solving problems and in working together in a way that brings people to the table, not runs them off. So I love that idea. I can't wait to see what you do. All of you are fantastic panelists. We have 15 minutes, a little short, and I just wanted to see if you wanted to go back through, and maybe we can do more brief little statements or shorter versions of anything, but I'm sure you've been stimulated hearing everybody now give an introduction. So why don't we start with hold on, let's see here, where am I? Oh yes, Dr. Widgeon. Maybe we can start with you, and you can respond to anything or just say a couple more words to encourage the audience, and then we'll save the last 5 minutes for some audience questions. All right? So we have 10 minutes for us to interact. Go ahead.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for the amazing input, and I'm really honored to be with all these brilliant minds. The thing is, also one of the things that I see that the college is also taking is using simulators and all of that in order to create a real-life scenarios while not putting the student under the risk. So one of the things, like for example, I am teaching radiography and I teach ultrasound. So one of the things is, instead of just taking the student immediately to the ultrasound room and make them, scan the patient, what they do is go through the simulator where it's like the phantom simulating a patient, and they can scan through it, find the pathology and all of that. So that's actually that's the technology that assists us to develop and, in a way that we put our student in an environment that is good for them, but also not put them under huge risk. The other thing is, I know you mentioned emotional intelligence. That's actually one of the good things that, as you both mentioned, that we need to put our students under a pressure, and it's not under a pressure in a bad way, but to make sure that they know that this life, we need to work hard. We need to make sure that any failure, anything is not a stopping point. If you don't mind, I want to tell something. Now, I'm honored again to be from Saudi Arabia, but if you look at Saudi Arabia like 20 years ago and compare it to now, there is a huge difference. So I will tell you a small story of mine. So I was one of the first or early, let's talk around my family. So I was the first to actually leave the country and go to abroad. I did my postgraduate in Ireland. So imagine at that time, everybody was against this. So I remember my mom and dad was the most supportive people, so they hide my bags outside. They took me to the airport, and then from there, I opened the door to every female in the family to travel and to study, that's something I'm really happy. I know that experiencing this, it makes me more determined to actually assist everybody, and not just, I'm not saying only female, but now if you look back at our region, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and in the world, there is many, many female leaders, which I'm very proud, and to see them, making a stand and making something. I'm not being what we call it racist or stereotyping. No, I'm just talking from, because I am in this stage. I just want to say that thank you, everybody, male or female, for all this hard work, despite your position in this world or anything. Everybody works together, makes a difference, despite from, I can't say low level, but we are levels. Each one do something. Without anyone, we cannot, live in this world. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very inspiring. Jennifer talked about problems. There are a couple of problems that when we hire in the corporate world, immediately when we're hiring from universities, colleges, polytechnics, technical schools, first 6 months to 2 years, this is real-time problem. Professionalism is missing. We're looking at students not being prepared for the real world because COVID just happened, and their social skills went down. Even if they were, and it's nothing to do with being introvert, extrovert, ambivert, nothing to do with that, because they were highly social, very, very kind of like extroverted, and then comes COVID. In Asia Pacific, Singapore and Malaysia and China had 3 to 4 years complete lockdown. Not 6 months, not 1 year. So it was 3 to 4 years complete lockdown. They opened up in 2023, 2022. And so what this turns out to be as a consequence, no matter how social you were as a student, you don't know how to socialize and influence anymore or work in a team because you haven't seen people face to face. Governments lock them down, right? So as I went into the academics and work with leveraging all the soft skills, actually they're hard skills, because without the soft skills, you can't work in teams. So building professional programs for them to go back to corporate. I'm back in corporate, and so I'm really partnering with universities to make sure there's a good transition between universities or colleges. So what I personally call it a foreboarding. You're exiting as a student, but you're foreboarding towards onboarding into corporate. So what I would encourage people to do is really start in organizations, in educational systems, universities, build programs that are experiential, dealing with stress, emotional intelligence, social intelligence, and influencing skills. These are hard skills. Hard skills are not technical skills. I come from a tech company, but that's no longer the single hard skill, because without influencing skills or interpersonal skills, social skills, EQ, you can't move forward as a human being, because even if you don't have position power, you've got to be able to influence others. When I do executive coaching, senior leaders come to me after, already being in a position power. They say, Maria, am I a good leader? I get this question every month. Somebody pops out, am I a good leader? And then I look at the background, how they grew up, what they studied, how they studied. Oh, I read a lot of self-help books. Self-help books teach you the what. Nobody teaches you the how. So people like us in this room, we're here to gear up and teach the how. No matter what magic you're producing in your programs, teach the how, because these guys, they're Gen X and they're boomers, and they're lost. And so what happens? The future Gen X, future boomers, which is our children today, if we don't help them in the educational system while they're at school at universities, they will become this future leader in 30 years and ask somebody that, like Maria, is an executive coach and say, 30 years later, am I a good leader? How do you define that? Right? So what I'm encouraging is projects, please, talk to each other, talk to us, get projects together, help children meaning, students, to become somewhat transitioning well professionally. They'll learn the culture, right? Partner with organizations. They'll learn the culture, partner with organizations, help them to become proactive, bring their voice out, learn about stress management. So with that, I'm learning from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I really like your point about the how. I think that's so important. And as I've worked with, I've had the opportunity to talk with provosts of universities and that are very big proponents of STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and math. And they have said that one of their biggest frustrations and challenges is that, yes, lots of people talk about STEM and how exciting it is and how important it is for the future, and conceptually it's a great idea. But STEM education requires a lot of project-based learning, and teachers so far, at least I'm from the United States, teachers from the United States up until now have not really been trained on how to implement that in the classroom. So that's why it's so important that we get down to the grassroots. Okay, yes, that's a great concept, but how do you actually do it? And it's not just the teachers, it's the school systems, the administration, the community, resources that all have to come together to support this different way of learning that's so important for the future. The other thing I would like to say is that I'm just so thankful to be here with this panel and with all of you, and I think it's so great that Education 2.0 puts on this conference for people from all over the world, that we're all coming here together. And that was one thing that I didn't talk as much about when I spoke a few minutes ago, is that to me, global education is so important to integrate into academic subjects in the classroom, because we have global economies, we have global infrastructure. It's time that we understand that global education is a huge part of our future. We have access to one another like we never have had before, and it's exciting, and it makes our classrooms challenging for one, but also so much richer and so much more interesting. But it takes more skill from the teachers on how to integrate all of that. And so I think that's another area that we need to focus on.
So I'd just like to speak a little bit more to Dr. Presentine's point on servant leadership, because when I commissioned from the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst after a year's worth of leadership training, you walk up the steps for the first time of Old College, and there's a sign above your head that says, "Serve to lead." And that's the motto of the college. And a quick question for everybody. Put your hand up if you find the idea of serving to lead a little bit difficult to wrap your head around. Okay, we've got one who served alongside me. Well, you're all you're all a lot smarter than me, because it was something that I found difficult to wrap my head around, because it's a paradox. And I would often say, "Colour Sergeant, what does it actually mean?" And he would say, "Mr. Moffat," he wouldn't use my name Tom because I wasn't worthy of a name, but he would say, "Mr. Moffat, when you get it, you'll get it." And I finally do get it. But the point that I want to make is that actually the leaders that we select in society, this is particularly prevalent in the corporate world, but it also happens in the military, often exemplify those traits that make them bad leaders. We've all been in a room where the person who reaches that leadership position and is selected as a leader is simply the one that talks the loudest, that shouts down over other people, who lacks empathy. And I can see nodding heads because we've all been there. And those very traits that allow people to become leaders are often the worst traits once they become leaders, because they still shout over people, they still lack empathy, they still don't want to think about their followers and those around them. So I want to end with a question as much as a solution. Because, before I say that, you should all read Jeffrey Pfeffer's book on power, because he talks a lot about this, which is that we select the traits for leadership that often are the most toxic traits. So I want to think about how, as educators, we can instill those correct traits without rewarding those traits that actually we naturally associate with natural leadership. And I'm not saying that taking charge and talking over people is a bad thing. I have a military background, and I understand that in certain environments it's incredibly effective, but we also need to understand that there are other ways of leading, and we need to reward those ways of leading, and perhaps ensure that those people who do assert themselves more readily also have understood this concept of servant leadership, so that when we do have corporate leaders 20 years after they've left the classroom, they're doing the right thing. Because one thing that I hear again and again and again is there's a crisis of leadership. We have so many leaders, but all of them do the wrong thing. So my question for you, I guess, to ponder is, how can you inculcate these values very early on? And it's a difficult question, so that in 20 years' time, the leaders that we have are doing the right thing, not the wrong thing.
We have 1 minute and 23 seconds. If anyone would like to ask a quick question or just make a quick comment, we'd love to hear something from the floor just to see if we have penetrated the activities today. And while you're thinking of that, I will just say that as I'm listening to the leadership, another point I would make is that it appears that leaders need a set of criteria that they can measure some of their growth. So as leaders of leaders, which that's what educators are, we are leading the kids that are going to be leading our nations, leading our organizations, leading our corporations. If we can help them to set measurable goals with themselves, they can actually see if they're growing. And it's hard to define those kinds of goals, isn't it? Because it can be all over the place. So, did I have a quick question? Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry,
Hello.
This question is for Dr. Presentine. My name is Ishani Supeni. I work for a psychology firm in South Africa, and we are actually in a similar business where we work with skills development, soft skills development for postgraduates and corporate world, right? My question for you is, obviously with what we're discussing here, have you tried to get into the schools, and how have you found that penetration? Because obviously from our experience, what we've been seeing is that by the time you are teaching an adult empathy, it's a bit too late, right? You want to actually get them to get those skills when they're younger, so that by the time they're in these leadership positions, it's something that is sort of like a second nature to them. They can serve and lead properly because these skills have been developed as they grow up. How have you found collaborating or getting into schools? I mean, because that's one of the biggest issues, like trying to convince them that these are actually skills that students and kids need for the future. They might not be seen as so important right now, but when they are adults, they need them. How have you seen that, and what steps have you taken in your space? Thank you.
Briefly, you want to say something quickly about that? We are out of time, but give a quick few sentences.
Okay, right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that question. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. So I think there are a couple of answers, but I'm going to be really brief about it, and we can talk about it later. So getting into schools, there are a lot of ways of getting into schools, and I'm assuming what you mentioned is schools, so high schools or something younger. As a corporate currently, we have partnerships with universities, colleges, and technical institutions. So we don't partner with schools. But as a consultant, one of the ways to go into schools, and sometimes I do a little bit of pro bono as well, is to go through assessments. So measurable is a big deal. So let's say high schools, when you could work with a particular assessment that starts to measure those high school students that are going into university or going to national service, which is military. Some countries in Asia do that, right? Or they just want to open their own company, or they want to go into working directly without going to university. Now, they're lost. Am I doing the right thing? Is that my right path? So showing schools where, and working with that psychologists in the school, where their assessments are telling you a story about themselves, their strengths, that's a good way to get in. So I think that's the time that I have, but we can talk more. Thank you.
Yes, definitely look each other up. We have so much more we would love to share and talk about. So please, let's meet for happy hour, and every time we get a chance to discuss things from this. You guys want to stand up? This is the panel for real. Let me see those right. Real world leadership.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, panelists, and our moderator as well. They'll have their nice photo. Okay, so just while they're having their photo over there, everybody, some of us have come with other people, some of us have come on our own, but of course today is about meeting other people and finding new perspectives. So let's all take a moment now. You've got about 30 seconds to find somebody at your table, shake their hand, say hi, find out who they are, and make a new connection. Let's go. Thank you. Need some help?
It's all right.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. Many connections being made. Excellent. Okay. Let's take a seat now, everybody. And let's move on to our next speaker. Okay, fantastic. Let's all make sure to connect with people on LinkedIn so we'll be connected with them forever. And that was an amazing first discussion there. Now, moving on, we have a very interesting keynote speaker lined up. So let me begin by asking you all a question. Have you ever thought about mixing quantum physics with teaching? Imagine a classroom where everything's connected and every lesson opens a world of possibilities, just like in quantum physics. We'll be looking at how we can achieve this right now. Now, I'd like to welcome up our next speaker, our keynote speaker for this session in Education 2.0, our conference's gold sponsor and founder and CEO of Puzzle Box Academy, which offers rich educational experiences tailored to individual needs of exceptional and developmentally delayed children, helping them to achieve their full social and academic potential. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the founder and CEO of Puzzle Box Academy, Pamela Furr.
Ooh, bright lights. Hello, I was going to say class, that's what we do at Puzzle Box. I'm a little vertically challenged, but I have a very loud tone. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to walk and talk because that's just how I teach a class. Can I get the... Yes. One moment, don't we all love technology? So while they're doing that, can everyone hear me okay? Yes. So why am I up here speaking to you all? For the last 10 years, I have been in the trenches. We just had our wonderful military representatives up here, dealing with children that are listed as neurodivergent. I call it the acronym. So I specialize in, oh, I don't like this. I'm going to end up there. Your media people will not like me by the time that's done. I want to make sure we don't get any feedback from that. So all of my children are alphabet soup. ASD, autism spectrum disorder. ADHD, attention deficit disorder with hyperactivity added to it. OCD, ODD, you name it, we have dealt with it. Most of our students have already been beat up by the public school or private school system before they get to us. So those population of students that the typical classroom teacher sees, well, that's cream of the crop. We've spent the last 10 years dealing with the student population that the regular public school or private school does not want to deal with. Well, in the United States, neurodivergent learners are 1 in 38 right now. 1 in 38. So what does that mean? That means my kiddos are taking now precedence in the classroom. My kiddos are the ones that are the outliers, that are telling the teacher, I don't think that's right. Can you reteach that? I don't think that's right. I have the internet now. No, no, sorry, Miss Smith, that's not right. And they're being flagged as the troublemakers in the class, when they're really not. Those are our next leaders. Our leaders are the C students. Our leaders are not those A students. Our leaders for the next generation are those students that are questioning what they have been told. Those are those students that need our attention. So, let me try to get into this here. Do we know how to? Yeah, it's just a. Oh, there we go. So, we're going to take and go all the way into science. We are a data-driven school. We take our curriculum and it's all built on 5 behavioral analysis. My kindergartners change classes, and these are neurodivergent students. So if my student population can do it, neurotypical students can also do this. My kindergartners are taught empathy, because most of my kids are learning how to communicate, because they communicate internally. So we start at kindergarten, and sometimes even before. At our school, we take a quantum approach, because we do not look at the masses. In the public education system, educators are taught that you are not to pay attention to the top 10 or the bottom 10% of your class. You teach to the median, and you hope that the majority of the students will get the information. That's not the quantum way. The quantum way is quantum, for everyone that doesn't know, is the study of tiny things. It is the study of subatomic particles. This is really slow. The wrong button? There you go. So everything, just like a child. We don't want to just look at the child that comes into the classroom. We want to look at the entire child. How was breakfast this morning? Some kids in the public school system aren't coming in because they're hungry. How was the night like? Do they actually have a place to study? When we were just talking with the other panel, we were talking about socioeconomic situations in the world today. Not just in the United States, but in the world. Kids are coming in with all financial pressures because they understand what's going on in the household. So we have to look at the child in whole, all the way down to the tiniest level. Now, why is this so important? Because if I look across this room, I would say about 80% of you all have all seen a Marvel movie. I would say probably 100% of you all that have children have either seen a commercial, have watched a movie, or been exposed to it. If you have been exposed to it, then you have been exposed to the multiverse. You have been exposed to quantum theory. Our kids are going to ask questions. So what I am telling you here, just so you know, I went into our first through our 3rd grade classroom and our 4th through our 6th grade classroom, teaching quantum physics to my kids, explaining them why I was coming today. And do you think it would be something we should teach to all of our teachers? Don't you know, I got hands up unanimously for two different classes. And I presented this superposition. And what does superposition mean? It means just like a molecule, there is just not right or wrong. We can be right and wrong all at the same time. So as teachers and as educators, we have come in with it's either a plus or minus. And in ABA, we know all about that data tracking. It's either plus or minus, plus or minus, plus or minus. But what happens to a shade of gray? Every single one of the kids in the classroom becomes a shade of gray. Because every single one of those students learn in a unique way. And so we need to start looking at that as the whole child, the whole learning. Entanglement. These are going to go back to my kids. So while I was teaching entanglement, quantum entanglement to my students, I asked them, I said, what would you do if your brother or your sister was having a really bad morning and they were grumpy and they were nasty? Like, how do you think that affects you? Well, I stay out of the way. And then my one little friend, Owen, and the reason I'm saying that is his teacher can get this information back to him and say, hey, Miss Pam can talk about you. So Owen goes, oh, Miss Pam, I have a mortal enemy. Now, again, this child is in 4th grade. He has a mortal enemy. Oh, I can't stand this kid. He drives me crazy. He sets me off. He is my mortal enemy. I mean, we're talking about passion. He is just excited about this. And I'm like, oh. So I started going around the classroom, and I'm looking under the carpet, yes, being a complete idiot. And I'm like, oh, Hudson, where are you? And the whole class is like, Miss Pam, he's not here. He's not here. I said, okay, but why did Owen get so upset? Owen is physically upset. Let's take a moment, and we teach mindfulness, meditation. We have to say mindfulness because of legal technicalities, but it is meditation at kindergarten. Because we have to teach the children how to handle all the pressures that the world is putting on them. And that's our job. Every single one of us here. That's community's job. Not just educators, our community. So we're going to go back to our little mortal enemies. So I'm like, well, feel your heart beat. Is your heart pounding? You just talked about your mortal enemy. He says, yes, Miss Pam. Yes, it is. Oh, okay, but he's not here. Just like most of us when we go to work, when we go into an environment just like this, how much of the outside world did you bring into this conference? How much of your traveling stress did you bring with you? How much of your stress from home did you bring with you? We are all entangled, just like the mortal enemies. Not even in the same room, but you have a complete physical response just by reliving the emotion. So every single one of us have that, even in our learning environment. Now the reason I'm bringing this is because not only do what we see in the classroom matter, but I am being brought in all the time into companies. How do I make my business an inclusive business? How do I make my business neurodivergent? How do I take care of these employees? Well, if you have to come ask me that, then I can tell you right now, you don't have an inclusion company, and you don't have an inclusion classroom. Inclusion doesn't mean, oh, I've given accessibility. Inclusion means that nobody sees anything different. And anyone that has a different way of thinking doesn't make it wrong. The next principle is uncertainty principle. Why is that so important? That's so important because we don't have all the information to everything, just like our students. I have kids that come in, they're angry in the classroom, the teacher can recognize it as soon as they walk into the classroom. Just like some of you all have employees that come in. For us to be in this conference, we are leaders. This information that we are sharing needs to come back because knowledge shouldn't be just for those who can afford it. Same way with education. It shouldn't be just for those that afford it. So, when you look at the kid in the classroom, when you look at the employee, how many of you all would hire an employee that has zero expressive language? What do I mean by that? They can't use any words to communicate with you. Would you hire them? Maybe the best employee of your life. But I would say 70% of you all in this room would not hire them because there would be a gap. How am I going to train that person? How are they going to speak to the rest of the environment that's there?
People at the back of
They really, really want me over here. Okay. We're going to take and bear with me because I talk with my hands if you can't tell. So how do we make sure that everyone feels that they are part of the team? It starts with onboarding. Same thing with your classroom, same thing with your employees that come to work. In this conference, I have brought my clinical director with me, I have brought my director of human resources, and I have brought one of my lead teachers. Because what we do for our students, we take and go all the way to the core, and it starts with my employees. I am cliche. Every one of my employees is a family member. Every one of my kids at Puzzlebox is one of my kids. When you are a parent and you have to send your child to school knowing that they cannot communicate or tell you that something bad had happened, you become hyper-focused on that child. Just like our parents that drop off their children with us. Those parents are trusting you with their precious diamond. So you have to make sure that you're taking care of the whole child. What does that mean? Just like with onboarding. My human resources director finds out about that employee. What do they like to do? How do they like to be reinforced? We all go to work to get our paycheck. Why are our kids coming to school? What motivates them? What if they do not like all the noise that's going around? One of the biggest ones I use is nowadays you see everyone that wears headphones. Well, why are they wearing headphones? Most of them are wearing headphones because they have got anxiety, they have some sensory issue, and yes, I come from the Space Coast of Florida where we are full of engineers. From SpaceX to Northrop Grumman to LG3, we are an environment full of engineers. Some of the most dedicated, highly focused, but they don't want to deal with the rigmarole of let's go to the social cooler and let's have a chit chat about what you did for lunch and what's going on with your baby mama drama. They check that at the door. But because they don't socialize in what is considered a normal fashion, then they don't fit in with the grouping. Not at Puzzlebox, because we're all family. So as family, we understand, okay, well, I know that Mr. Lane likes all of the Star Wars movies, and he's the best IT gentleman that we could have under the sun. But in order to get to him, I've got to come in, which he hates because I am a Star Wars junkie and Star Trekkie. And so we go in and we start talking about Star Wars, we start talking about Star Trek. The next thing I know, he is sitting there telling me about all the wonderful infrastructure he can change. Same way with our teachers. You have a child that comes in and you can tell that they're not in the best mood. You can tell that this kid is not with you this morning. The last thing that you want to do is go put the pressure on them that we're going to sit here and we're going to take and do math right now. No, this goes back to the whole child. This goes back to that same thing about quantum entanglement, because if Johnny in the classroom is having a bad day, all of the friends around Johnny will know that Johnny was having a bad day. So the first thing you've got to do is go ahead and change the energy with that one child. As soon as you change that, you're going to see the reciprocating effect. What will happen? Because in the quantum world, your kids will start taking care of themselves because you're building a family unit within the classroom. Why are we so afraid of that word? A family unit. That's what we're building. But we're afraid of it because worldwide we have killed community. We have. COVID was just the cherry on the top. No one wants to personally interact with each other. We all have our cell phones. For some of us, it's Discord, our video games. We can communicate with that environment without any problem. But showing love, compassion, and empathy to our neighbor is something that we've left to the past. That's where we have to change it. And no, it can't be in college. If it's college level, it's too late. Sorry, neuroscience will prove that between the ages of 2 and I'm going to say 9, Dr. Manny's around here somewhere and we can talk about the statistics of that, and some will go up to 11 or 12, we can retrain the brain. But after that, all we're doing is behavior modification. When they get to college, all of those memories, those programs have been instilled. So we have to start at home. We have to start at preschool, guys. And I got to tell you, my belly clenched. I gripped my pencil when I was sitting over here, because the world of mental health, for the first time in decades, is on the rise. In the UK, among men, we're looking at suicide rates 1 every 30 minutes. Let's think about that for a second. That means in the last hour and a half that we've all been in here, 3 males in the UK have committed suicide. So no, my employees are family. My kids in my school are my family, because we have to have a sense of ownership. Talking about college and kindergarten. This is near and dear to my heart because I'm, again, on the daily dealing with neurodivergent students. And if you all have neurodivergent friends, you will learn that they will tell you exactly like it is. There's just black and white, no shades of gray. Why would you say something like that? Why would they do something like that? What about this? Direct questions. And that's what we like in our school. Kindergarten is supposed to be learning to be a child, learning to socialize. In kindergarten, we learn to have neighbors. In kindergarten, we learn how to make friends. In kindergarten, we learn what it's like to have learning time. We shouldn't be putting these additional stressors on our children until they can mentally handle the stress that comes with it. But instead, we have third graders that are going through anxiety, that are going through depression, because they're afraid that their scores are not high enough in order to get into college. How many people here knew going into college that they would be in the career that they are in today? Can you raise your hand? Ooh. So there's 4 hands in this entire room. So you went to college and then ended up in a career that's not even what you decided when you first went into college, and only 4 of us in this room. But we're asking that of kindergartners. We're asking that of kids in 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade. In some cultures, children didn't even go to school until they were 10 to 12 years of age. Do you know why? Because they were building fundamental living skills, understanding the differences between right and wrong, understanding what a tree does out in the backyard. They were playing with their bikes. They were having imaginative play, and they were getting dirty. They were climbing trees. They were exploring nature. But nope, that's okay. Let's ground and hold all of that. And let's make sure that our kids can get into college. In my school, we do not see color, sex, creed, religious backgrounds, because disabilities do not see that. A disability in a child comes when that child is born to nurturing parents, parents that don't care, parents that may have $1 million in their account, they may have 2 cents in their account. Disabilities are the biggest non-binary friend in our atmosphere right now. And I say that because I have got students, and right now I can tell you before this last school year, we were at almost 1,500 that have gone through in the last 10 years. And out of all of those students, not one of them did we have any form of bigotry, any racial slurs. And I'm in Florida, guys. If you all watch the world news, it's the wild, wild west, especially with COVID and everything. So in a state that's very vocal, we have a population that don't see that. So where is that being learned? At home. So we have to first, as a community, take responsibility of what we're feeding these programs to our little ones. When our children are born, we see it in preschool. They don't have any of these learned patterns. They don't have any of this learned behavior. That doesn't start showing its face until about 2nd and 3rd grade. So what are we adding to those 2nd and 3rd graders? All the environmental stressors, the news, COVID. COVID was horrible for our kids. It was absolutely horrible because it was so much fear-mongering. And whether you believed it, whether you didn't, whether you got the vaccine, whether you didn't, we got to see it as essential personnel on how that affected our children. And our children were scared. They were scared because they were feeding off the energy of the adults that were around them. Just like children that do not speak. When children do not speak, I have to teach parents that it doesn't mean they're not learning. Some of our most intelligent children didn't speak until they were later in life. I have one of them right now who is 2 weeks in from getting his associate's in psychology. My personal favorite, my North Star, the reason I'm doing everything I'm doing. So my son graduates from Liberty University at the end of this month with his associate's in psychology. He didn't speak to the community until he was 6 years old. And I didn't have the knowledge then that I do now. So I was, man, as my Beijing partners like to call me, I was a tiger mom. I did not treat him that he had a disability. I expected him to be just like everyone else. He just learned a little slower, and I had to homeschool after public school and go through everything all over with him. But guess what? Now he's out there and he tells me, he was like, Mom, I have to be a psychologist. And I was like, why? And he was like, because autistic kids need autistic doctors. And I asked him, I said, Loki, why? Why can't we just go to a regular doctor? Because they don't understand us. Well, that's kind of right, because most of the doctors are not trained in the world of autism. They're not trained in neurodiversity. They're not trained in biomedical services. They're not trained in what goes into the gut goes into the brain. These are all things that as a community we can help. And it doesn't mean just throw a pill at it. I can talk to you at the booth about that for hours, but I've got 7 minutes left. So, what are our goals as educators? Recognizing the potential in every student, because not every student is supposed to go to college. Tradesmen, we need plumbers, we need electricians. I have a Tesla. I need somebody to work on my Tesla because it won't work for me. Everyone in here, air conditioning, refrigeration. These are wonderful skills, and why they have not been put on the pedestal where college has is an undertaking as a community. Because if you cannot turn on your car to get to work, how are you going to get to work? If you can't turn the electricity on to get onto the internet, how are you going to do that? We have a big thing that we do when our first graders come into class, and I ask them, I said, do you know where bread is made? Yes, it's in the truck and it comes to the grocery store. Okay, well, what if the grocery store didn't have a truck run? And they all look at me like, Miss Pam, what are you talking about? The Publix, and that's our grocery store in Florida. We just go to the Publix. And I'm like, well, what if we don't have a Publix? What are we going to do? And they all look at me stumped. And so we bring the yeast in and we start growing the bread and we show them, and oh my goodness, ooh, bread really comes from something like that? Oh, it doesn't automatically come sliced? This is just showing you the gap in things that most of us in this room were blessed enough to experience in our education system. But that is all being taken out of the school system for our kids. Art is being taken out of the school system. Music is being taken out of the school system. Transitional living, what we used to call home economics, completely taken out of the school system. These are fundamental skills that we've got to start adding back so that we're not just taking and building robots. The other problem is we have got to teach our kids how to learn and not how to memorize. Standardized testing teaches teachers to teach for a test. But giving children the skills on how to learn new material will go with them forever. In our school, we teach reading, we teach math, and we teach science and social studies. All of our classrooms are homogeneously grouped, not chronologically. So if you have a 5-year-old that's supposed to be in kindergarten, they may be in preschool for their math. But if they can read, they could go all the way up to 3rd grade if needed to, so that they are not hindered for excelling. Why are we hindering children for excelling in certain subjects? Most of our demographic students will either excel in one and then have some delays in another. So instead, what the normal, typical, traditional model is that chronologically they go with their class. So where are we building Johnny up? He may be reading at the 3rd grade level at 1st grade, but instead we're holding him back. Well, I can tell you, when you hold a child back, behaviors come up because they're bored. A bored child in class, think about all of us sitting here. I know we were sitting here going, oh my goodness, I need to stretch. Every 45 minutes, everybody should be stretching and moving. We need mind and body movement. So you see me, I'm going to be popping up all over the place throughout this whole conference. But our children do. I'm 47 years old, and if I can't sit there for 45 minutes, how can we ask a child to do that? And then we penalize the child because it's the child's problem. The child can't sit there. The other part is perception versus reality. As educators, right now you may have 20 kids in your classroom, and when you have that individualized IEP meeting with a parent and you're going to tell them, oh, well, Johnny needs to be redirected about 15, 20 times. Show me the data. Show me the data. Perception versus reality. That same child that you thought that you had to redirect for 20 times during that hour was probably only 5. So again, perception versus reality. The last thing as educators we should be doing is going to parents without data, because then that's your personal influence. You need to have the data so that you can get buy-in with your parents. Fostering connections between them. This is our children. This is where I was talking about quantum entanglement. You need to let the children build their own interpersonal connections in that classroom. Buddy them up. Do a pair system. And if you stop teaching only to the 80% and you actually divide the classroom, you can talk to Miss Heller here. She's one of our main teachers. It's very easy to do. What are you doing then at that point? You get the kids that are remedial learners that are excited because we're teaching it at their level where they don't feel the pressure. Then those that are in that 80% that thought they were losing the material, well, guess what? They didn't have to raise their hand or be embarrassed, but now they understood the material because you taught it at a lower level. The children that excel, now you're building peers. You're raising those children that were in that 80% up to that top 10%, because you have now not only given them the remedial knowledge, that base foundation knowledge, now you've actually given them the hands-on learning. Oh, we're going to learn about a volcano. Well, let's blow the volcano up. And educators, do not be afraid to make a mess. I have walked into so many classrooms where they've asked for coaching, and I see the teacher hyper-focused on glitter or dots or paper product on the floor. And I'm like, well, what classroom did you go to? Make the kids clean it up if they make a mess. What? You make the kids clean up? Absolutely. I'm not going to take care of them for the rest of their lives. If they make a mess playing with Play-Doh, then we're going to stand here for the next 20 minutes until they clean the Play-Doh up. It's okay to teach them those living skills within the classroom. And if that means that the afternoon lesson doesn't happen because the teacher sits in front of the classroom waiting for everyone to clean up, then so be it. Embracing the uncertainty of individual journeys and lead our students to greater engagement and growth. They go hand in hand. Look at the whole student. Don't just look at scores. Don't just look at the age of the child, because I've got 10-year-olds that have the mentality of a kindergartner, my big gentle giants. But those big gentle giants that weren't given an opportunity are now some of my high school students at my junior senior high. So, where can you go to be trained? We have spent over the last 10 years developing an entire program that can teach caregivers. Because as a mom of a neurodiverse student, the reason I opened up Puzzle Box, I was a corporate negotiator. This was not the line. I was like, I'm not going back to school. I went back and got a second degree just because of my child. So when I'm explaining to all of you all is that the material is out there. You can come talk to our booth. We've got the data to provide it. We will come to you. You can come to us and learn on site with all of our students, with all of our staff. We have got a webinar. Dr. Manny's got all of that wonderful information, and he can help you with that. I want to summarize in my last 15 seconds, I've done really good here, is that nobody changes until they change their energy. Where your focus goes, your energy flows. So pay attention to the child and not just the materials. If you change your energy, you change your life. I've got 22 years of walking the walk, and if you all want to talk to me outside, I can tell you all about it. And the last, I'm going to leave with Dr. Joe Dispenza. Your thoughts are incredibly powerful. Choose yours wisely. And that's with everything, whether it's with educating our kids, educating your own kids, or your employees. They need you just as much as you need them. So remember, we're all just family. We're all just community. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Pamela. That session was truly inspiring. Thank you for sharing such incredible insights with us. Now, Pamela, you did remind me that we need to stand up and stretch, because it's hard just to sit there, right? Just as it is for the kids. So let's all stand on up. Let's have a little stretch. Arms in the air. Shake them to the side. Shake them to the other side. Wave them all around. Kick those legs. Not your peers. That's the way. And wriggle. That's the way. And now that we've all had a bit of a move around, let's all sit back down. Fantastic. Now, let's dive into something that's been on all of our minds. Shaking up the higher education admissions process. So think about it. We're living in a digital age. But are we stuck with an admissions playbook from the past? It's time for a manifesto, a call to arms to modernize how colleges and universities decide who gets in. So everybody, we are going to call up now Jake Tilson, Director of Enrollments at Marist College in Ashgrove. He'll be speaking to us in our next session. His topic is Modernizing the Higher Education Admissions Process, a Manifesto. Please put your hands together for Jake Tolson. Okay, so Jake will be our moderator and our panelists. And we also need to bring the chairs back on the stage, please. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. So Jake has made his way onto the stage, but actually the moderator is Noelle Pohl, founder, president, and CEO of Tiger Careers and Consulting. Coming up, please, Noelle. Let's put our hands together. Thank you so much, Noelle. Okay, now our other panelists. Roy J. Goris, Principal and School Administrator, Tucson International Academy. Come on up, Roy. Raisa Razak, Founder and Director from Stepping Through. Okay, let's get our chairs up on the stage. Thank you. And Ghazala Salim, Further Education Lecturer and Course Team Leader from the Muslim Matrimonial Coach Limited and Love Connection Limited. And Y.S. Oberoi, Co-Founder and CEO of Cleffer. Fantastic. Now, we do have a special request from our technicians that we all speak in the microphone, even if we don't want to, and we have lovely projection, because this is being broadcast on YouTube as we speak, so it very much helps for sound quality if we could speak into those microphones. So please take a seat, panel. And Noelle, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think, yeah, they'll be on. How's everybody doing this morning? Good? Okay, so we want to get to know you a little bit better as well. It's a chance for you to also stand up and get your blood pumping again. So what we're going to do just for us to get to know you a little bit better is we want you to stand up and cheer for your country or your region, okay? And this is a contest, so be loud. Use your energy. Get your screams out. So if you are from the Middle East, stand up and cheer. Let's hear you. If you're representing the Middle East, really loud. Stand up, come on. Let's go. Okay, round of applause for the Middle East. There we go. If you're from India, stand up and clap. Okay, all right, very good. If you're from the United States or the North American region or South America, the Western Hemisphere, please stand up. US, Canada, Mexico, woohoo! If you're from Asia, Australia, that region, please stand up. Non-India, stand up and clap. Wow, very good, very good. Well, it sounds like we have pretty much a very diverse group of audience members, and we hope today, as we talk about the admissions process in higher ed, that this will be both an engaging, clap for the server, it's all good deal, it's all good, it's all good. So we want this to be very interactive, we want this to be very informal, we want this to be a conversation, and so as you know, my name's Noel, I'm gonna be moderating the panel. I thought we'd start out really by just doing a really quick introduction, not a long introduction, but more about what's our title and why should we be credible to talk about this topic. Fair? You guys wanna hear it? Okay, let's start with Jake.
Hello everyone, my name's Jake Toulson, I'm from Australia. So I currently am the Director of Enrolments Admissions at an all-boys school in Brisbane, Australia. I've previously worked in an all-girls school as well, so I've got a pretty good idea of the admissions process.
Receives the talent into the admissions process. Jake, and then now Roy, please. Little lead time. It'll come on. Yeah.
My name is Roy Gores, and I'm the principal at Tucson International Academy. Before I was a principal, I was also in the military, just like Tom.
Very good. So he's sending people into Jake's admissions process, right? YS?
Hello, my name is YS Oberoi. I'm the founder and CEO at Clever, like mentioned earlier. So we're a B2B SaaS company, and we cater to the education space. So we deal with a lot of universities and schools as clients. So I'm coming from that side.
Very good. So he sees the university as a B2B client, and he's a solution provider for universities. So we're getting lots of good lenses on this process. Raisa?
Hi, my name is Raisa Razak. I'm from England, which Noel didn't mention.
Oh, you're right. Raise your hand if you're from England. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, my bad. My bad. This is what my wife says. I'm not perfect. Just wanted to let you know.
Right, now that important fact out of the way. I do personality assessment evaluations, and I'm an NLP therapist, and I run a company called Stepping Through.
Very good. And then let's close with Ghazala.
Hello everyone, my name's Ghazala Salim. I'm founder of a company called Muslim Matrimonial Coach, and I've got over 30 years experience working in further education. So I've been course team leader and various roles, but we'll talk more about that later. Really lovely to see you all here.
Very good. And then from my perspective, as you know, I have my own career coaching consulting company, but I think what helps me be able to speak on this topic is I ran the Career Center for Purdue University, so we were responsible for inheriting what the admissions office gave us and then sending them into the employment market. So again, I hope that today's discussion will give a broad lens to this. So we're gonna walk you through this journey in 3 chapters, and we're gonna spend most of the time in the 3rd chapter of the discussion. The first chapter is really gonna be highlighting what are some of the trends and challenges that are out there across the landscape, could be different from region to region. Second chapter is gonna be really around what are some of the root causes that are contributing to those trends and challenges. But where we want to spend most of the time for benefit of you is really talk about what are some of the solutions that we can do to modernize the admissions process. Does that sound fair in terms of how you want to spend your next 40 minutes? Yes? Okay, cool. So let's start with some of the trends and challenges. Roy, maybe you can give us a little perspective on what are you seeing in terms of trends and challenges from a US perspective?
So from a US perspective, I'm a bean counter. I look at numbers, and one of the staggering things that we encounter in the United States is that $1.7 trillion of student debt. Now, $1.7 trillion is only held by 43 million students. So that's an aggregate total of $1.7 trillion. and on average it's about $37,000 per student. That's how they start off by going into the workforce. Another thing that we noticed, and I think that's across the globe, is a decreased enrollment. We're losing students left and right, and hopefully one of you knows where they went, because we sure can't find them. Our local school district, not ours, but another one, a big one, that's Tucson Unified School District, they lost over 4,000 students. They don't know where they went, they're just missing. And I think that's one of the trends that we might actually see globally.
Yeah, and from a career perspective, we're also seeing decreased applications. And also another thing I would add is we're seeing a lot of diversification of the applicant pool in the US. There are many more underrepresented minorities. Females now dominate over males in terms of admissions and enrollment and graduation rates. And also underrepresented minorities are the fastest growing applicant pool, especially in the Latino community. Very good. Jake, you want to tell us a little bit about what you're seeing in Australia?
Australia is interesting at the moment. We've got this kind of crisis of living where our inflation is extremely high, and with that, the school fees are actually increasing. So Australia has government school, then private school, but you've also got like your Catholic religious schools. And surprisingly, the government, which is free, people are actually leaving that to go to the more expensive private schools, which is kind of counterproductive because the cost of living is so high. So we're trying to figure out this landscape, and what we found is that they're not, the children are not getting the right well-being teachings or interactions at government schools. So we're getting an increase of enrollments in our private area, but it's coming at a cost where we're trying to teach them more about their well-being rather than just pure book-smart education. So it's an interesting climate, and a lot of our students in the area, especially in the university area, is international from Southeast Asia. So when you look at, like during COVID, we lost a lot of that market. As previously mentioned, there were 3 to 4 years in their lockdown over in those Southeast Asian markets. So it's a very up and down, turbulent industry in Australia at the moment.
Thanks, Jake. And since you mentioned wellness, Reza, maybe you can talk a little bit about, since from your perspective on being an LLP practitioner, what are you seeing from a trend standpoint on the wellness issue?
Yes, certainly since COVID, I mean, people had problems expressing themselves initially, totally, you know, when you're starting out and going into higher education. However, since COVID, the whole world's been affected, and students have been affected more so, as the other panel discussions mentioned as well. And I find that there is a lot of problems in that area, and they really need to be addressed, along with, as the other panelists mentioned here, the aspects of student debt, which is causing, apart from psychological problems, you know, we have an economic crisis in the UK as well, which is really playing quite badly.
Very good.
Quite badly
Yeah.
as well.
Thank you, Reza, to build on that. And then, YS, what are you seeing in terms of the Indian market? I mean, since the universities are your clients, maybe you can comment on that, what you're seeing.
Yeah, so actually, interestingly, so when it comes to the admission process, what we generally see is that the challenges start coming in when the volume of applications go higher, right? And I'm going to be talking about the problems in 2 angles. One is the pre-admission, like during the process of admission, and one is post-admissions, right? So when I say pre-admissions, I'm talking about increased number of applications. What universities and schools generally feel the solution is to that is they allocate more number of resources to the admissions process, thinking that it's gonna, like you're gonna be taking care of more applications with more number of people allocated to it. But actually adding more number of layers in a standardized process like admission actually causes it to become a little more inefficient and time consuming, right? Now when I talk about post-admissions, another integral part of admissions is the student information, right? Access to student information. So what happens very often with universities is that they fail to deliver accurate student information to multiple stakeholders due to multiple reasons. When we speak next about why it happens, I'll probably get into that. But yeah, the passing on of student information to different stakeholders, which can be for different purposes, doesn't happen very accurately. And a lot of challenges come in. Even if you currently are using a tech solution, there are a lot of ups and downs faced by a lot of universities in India, right? And India is seeing a very high surge when it comes to admissions and in the education sector. So a lot of intakes are happening, and colleges and universities, on the other hand, are trying to figure out solutions right now as to how they're going to be managing the intake, the courses, the curriculum, and the learning, right? So yeah.
Great, thanks, Wes. Race, anything to add? I mean, no, I'm sorry, because Gisela, anything to add? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to add that within the UK, I think what's actually happened, what the challenges that we're actually facing now within admissions is that a lot of students, because of COVID, when they were staying at home and being taught at home, they're looking at different ways of actually having their enrollment, you know. So I think, and also they're looking at other options of enrollment as well. So perhaps the numbers are not coming in because people want to have courses that sort of meet their own requirements, their own needs. I think that's another sort of challenge that we're facing, apart from the financial, which within a lot of countries, and particularly in Europe, and you know, you've mentioned like in Australia, people are having, we're going through a cost of living crisis. So people are looking at what is the return on our investment by actually doing these courses. What are we actually going to get back in return for it? And I think that's causing some people to back off of certain courses that are quite expensive as well. Yeah.
Very good. So you can see some of the trends are increased admissions applications, some are reduced. We also have this, what are the demands of the students and the families in terms of what they're expecting from universities. So a lot of challenges. Let's talk a little bit about then the second chapter is what are some of the root causes behind these challenges? And Raisa, you mentioned about the wellness. What are you seeing in terms of maybe the contributing factors around this demand for wellness and other issues going on with students coming into the admissions process?
What I was talking about was areas that we could actually help improve the wellness process. And one of the things that really would help is metacognition, which basically just refers to self-knowledge and regulation of your own cognition and so forth. That has a big interplay because it could help anyone in any industry, any career, any journey, any part of your life. And I think this would be particularly important for students moving forward because it gives them a real perspective on how to, once a person becomes aware, I mean, we all think, obviously, but we're not always aware of how we think. And once we're aware of how we think, we're able to deal with a lot more life challenges in a better way. And we're able to deal with other life demands on us.
Very good.
More coherently.
Yeah, and so YS for you, I mean, what are you seeing as some of the root causes? You mentioned this capacity constraint from the applicant pool with the current technology, and I know you're in the tech sector. What are you seeing in some of the root causes of tech?
Hello, yeah, sorry. So basically, the biggest root cause that I see in the space, at least for a country like India, is the lack of willingness to adopt technology, right? That is across multiple levels. It starts off with the university itself. So we convince the university to adopt technology, then we got to go and convince the people that are going to actually use the technology to use it better, right? So the entire root cause of most of the problems when it comes to in the admission, look, the admission process is a standardized process. It's a step-by-step process that cannot go too wrong, right? So the more resources we add to it, the more layers we add to it, it leads to lack of responsibility. If something goes down, the blame game starts, So bringing in tech is the most optimal solution that I feel, but lack of willingness to adopt technology across multiple layers in a university itself is a very big root cause for, not being able to handle the high number of applications, like I said. Also, another cause for the other side that I was talking about, which is the student information side, right? Poor delivery of student information. So another root cause for that to happen existingly right now is, so India is in a space where they have adopted technology, but they're not investing into the best technology. So they're currently working on a hybrid model, even when it comes to admissions, right? So they are storing a lot of data physically, offline, on papers and books. So a hybrid model actually can cause loss of data, loss of transfer, inefficient portrayal of student information, right? So if a student wants to see their information, it might not load up, it might be in the physical records. If the admin wants to generate a marks card, it might take time, right? They might have to pull up physical records, upload it. So there are a lot of root causes on both the sides, but ideally it leads to a lack of willingness to adopt technology from the university, and then we move on to the people that are actually going to use the technology. Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let me add to that just maybe a couple points. One is it's interesting that we're preparing students to go out into the workplace to say, hire top-level graduates from my university because we're going to prepare them to be successful in your business, right? That's what we're preaching to the employers, correct? Remember, I'm speaking through the running a career center at a U.S. university lens. However, we're hypocrites because we don't adopt technology as fast as the corporates we're sending our students into. And yet we're saying, please take our product to go lead your transformation initiatives, but we're not going to have any degree of adoption of technology, right? So I adopted this phrase when I was at Purdue, and I was running the Career Center for the business school side. I said, we're a business school. We teach making business decisions using data. We are developing strategies and sending people out to lead change initiatives. We should practice what we teach, okay? And so that's the first comment, is if you're sitting here and you're in higher ed and you are your own barrier to adopting tech, use this conference, use these conversations to help you overcome that barrier. To Maria's point, pick one project, right? Dabble in it a little bit. And then the other thing I would say from a root cause standpoint that I think is contributing to some of the US dynamics around student debt, longer graduation rates, is students aren't clear of why they're going to university. They look at university as the what they're doing, not the how they can do what they want to be doing, okay? And if we're not helping students get clear on that early on in the admissions process, in the secondary schools, then there is a root cause of contributing to some of these dynamics. Sound fair? So you heard a little bit about trends. You heard a little bit about challenges. You want to talk solutions now? Yes? You ready? Cool. This is where we're going to spend the most of our time today. So, when we're doing strategic planning in a business planning process, you have to decide where are you going to place your strategic bets, right? So you go through the landscape assessment, you go through the root cause analysis, and then you say, okay, where are going to be our strategic bets? Where are we going to pull the most critical levers to be successful to go from the as is to the should be, right? And now what I hope through this conversation with some of our experts, they can talk a little bit about what are some solutions that we think can help us move the needle. So, Reza, you've been talking a lot about helping the personal journey of students, right? And Ghazala, you also talked about the importance of relationship building. Maybe the two of you can talk to us a little bit about what can we be doing in our sector to be solution-oriented around setting the students up for success through the admissions process.
So I'd just like to say that my role as a founder of Muslim Matrimonial Coach and Love Connection, being an educator, I've come through this journey where I found that there's certain skills that we teach our students, the academia sort of side of things, but learning the practical skills of living, and in particular with your relationships, is where a lot of people tend to struggle. We do put them onto the path of getting their career sorted and having them focused, and that's sometimes a struggle within itself as well to get them to their end goal. and they can have different pathways to decide which options they want to go through. It doesn't have to be a 3-year sort of course that they go on. They can go through an apprenticeship style, or they can go through other methods as well to achieve that. But what I find as a matchmaker and a relationship coach is that my clients are struggling with the skills that they need to connect with their partners, to connect with their employers, they connect with people, and that is so important. So I think that the process, well, I don't think, I know that this process where we're recruiting individuals, we should be looking at making, looking at the holistic sort of individual, their personality. And I know that earlier on somebody was saying that sometimes it's too late when it's further education and higher education. It needs to be done at a very young age to build their personality and to go get those skills with them. And we see children that have their, even my grandchildren, they have their iPhones on them and their YouTubes, and they're familiar with absolutely every single, YouTuber and what have you. But we still need to be looking at ways when they come to us, we need to see them as an individual. So it needs to be a personalized approach to see how we can best educate them and make them individuals that are going to be really, valuable to society, really. That's my take.
Thanks very much, Ghazala. And so if you're going to have that individual relationship in the admissions process, how many of you have budget challenges in your organization? Right? So how can you scale relationship building if you're seeing a whole bolus of applicants? That's the problem statement that we have to think about, right? Raisa?
So we're talking about students being more knowledgeable on how they think metacognition, and how this would help them in practical applications with further education. It would help them through essays and personal statements. We would always, also using standardized tests or personality assessments is another way for them to be able to gauge where they're at, where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, and really where their interests lie. Because a lot of us have things going on in our lives. Sometimes, people always say, oh, this happened to me, this always happens to me. Now, things don't always just happen themselves. It's usually a result of something we're doing. And sometimes it's a very simple thing, but once the people are aware of exactly where the problem may lie, they can pick up one area of their personality or challenge, and once that's sorted out, you find that lots of other challenges are ironed out with that. But it's like not being aware of things, which is a real challenge to everyone. So it's like a problem. If you don't know a problem exists, you can't solve it. So this would really help in that respect with their decision making, their goal setting, also their career decisions, because people were speaking not of the what, but also the how, and different aspects of exactly how they can move forward and their careers, why they're choosing a career, not because of, well, I want to do this because I might be good at this, but having a look at their personality assessments also shows where their strengths and weaknesses are, and they may be able to be in a better position to decide what might be their better career prospect due to this, and so forth.
Very good. Now, the next part of the solution set I want to take is really more of a pipeline lens, okay? Roy is developing the talent to go into the admissions process, right? Jake receives the talent in the admissions process, and in my role as executive director for the Career Center, I was responsible for sending those talents out, right? So, from your lens, and then we'll close with YS on the technology. I think it's kind of a good way to kind of pull it all together. So, Roy, you're responsible for sending the talent into the admissions process. What solutions do you think the admissions process can benefit from to be more modernized from your lens?
it's working. I'm probably not the first one that doesn't like a microphone, so it shuts off on me, so it just gives me a time limit. So out of this unique lens of being a principal in a K-12 setting, in order for the admission process to be successful, we have incorporated a lot of external programs that prepare the students a little bit better for that big jump. One of the things that we do is, they call this junior achievement. It is a program in high school and also in middle school where the students are taught financial literacy. This financial literacy is probably one of the biggest hurdles for any kind of kid that wants to go to college, especially if you come from a low-income environment where you might be the first one going to college. It's kind of inconceivable that somebody in the United States comes from a low income because of all the dynamics that we have, but still, there's a lot of students that come from low-income families, and that prevents them from going to college because there's a stigma. You're gonna flock out of the house, and no, you need to stay close to mom, and you need to help out, take care of the kids, do the dishes, whatever chores that you have, so they don't want to let the kid go. And financial literacy is one of the things where the students that we interact with are being prepared. Another thing is that we actually take the students to prospective colleges within our state. When they are a senior, we actually take him to various colleges where they see what college life should look like. They see how the dorm life is, they see how everything is, because the majority just haven't even experienced that kind of setting yet. So that shock is not too much of an impact. So from that perspective, like I said, if in order to be successful, prepare the students the best we can to make that jump to college, because especially when it comes to low income, it's a big hurdle.
Yeah, very good. No, I work with the Latino community and at a university, and we're partnering on helping Latino students in the high school sector so they can actually understand that college is possible, right? Because sometimes the parents don't believe it's possible. And so sometimes changing that mindset even, and I love that you're taking them to a campus so they see with their own eyes, this is what, and it's possible. That's great.
And I'm not from Hispanic descent in any shape or form, but I'm also first generation in my family that went to college. My parents never went. They were born slightly before World War II, so there was plenty of jobs when they were growing up.
Yeah.
They didn't believe in college, and when I actually said, well, it's my time to go to college way later in life, they're like, why are you doing this? It's a waste of money. You have a job, so just be happy with it. And so even they're breaking the cycle. Even if you are a first generation going to college.
Yep.
Is
Big
a
round
very
of applause
powerful
for
one.
Mr. Roy. Those are barriers. Those
Thank
are real
you.
barriers that are in the household, and that we, as educators, as admissions officers, as recruiters, whatever our role is, we need to figure out how we get into that household and help them think differently about what's possible. So thank you very much, Roy. Jake, you're the receiver, or maybe you're the hard guy that's the filter that tells me no. What are things that you feel like you can improve or we can improve on the admissions side through your seat?
I do that. I actually do a bit of both, actually. For us specifically, we're very, you have to have particular grades to get in. So we're very selective, which makes it quite difficult. But to circle back around and piggyback on preparing the students when they go off, I think that's the most important, because for most universities in Australia anyway, they'll just take you as long as your scores are accurate. What I really would like to focus on is the career progression for the student while they're still at school and they're trying to make that decision for what do I want to be. And Pamela spoke on it. When you went to college or university, are you still in that, are you doing what you thought you were going to do? And the answer was no, really. And I think we need to encourage the students that the world's so flexible and careers are so interchangeable now that I think it's just unrealistic to select one thing and go with it. And some point you do have to make that decision. But if we can get, so something that we employ is we have a thing called Year 13. And so students who previously graduated, and they make up this community called the Old Boys. And they come back in and they educate the boys on where their careers are now and who's currently at university and what they're experiencing, and is it what they thought it was going to be. And so I think it's really important to educate them on what real life really is. And previous speakers have touched on that already, and I think that's what's so good about this is the communication and the connectivity of everything. But ultimately, if I had to put an underline and a dot on it, it would be educating them to take the risk and continue to evolve with whatever they want to be and whatever they want to do, because the world's constantly changing. And one of our motto is, Latin is viriliter age, and it means act courageously. And I think that's really important, is that no matter where you are in life and what you're studying or wherever you are currently, you can change into a whole new person, as long as you just courageous and take that step to the next level.
Very good. And I'll kind of build on Jake's point. My kind of couple solutions that, and maybe I'll just start with one, is kind of to the point of what Jake is saying, is we need to help the applicants be clearer on why are they picking this major or why are they picking this field of study. And I think Pamela was saying earlier also is, you know, the high school dynamic, at least in the US, is if you're in high school, you're either going to go to college or be perceived as a failure, okay? And I think that's one thing we have to change, because she needs people to work on her Tesla, right? And I am not handy at all. Once again, don't call my wife, but we need people to fix our furnace. We need people to change the oil in our cars. We need people to paint. We need people to build houses. We need people to do all kinds of things. And if we create this dynamic of college or failure, guess what? We're not going to have those service providers, and I'm going to be a lone, single, divorced man, okay? I do not want that. My wife might, but I don't, okay? So that's one mindset, is you can be successful. We need to help you find what good looks like for you, but there really aren't any tools, or again, the schools aren't set up from a resourcing and bandwidth perspective to do that. So about 6 years ago, I developed a career planning methodology for high school students, and I developed a career planning methodology for college students, okay? Because as a career center director, my team does not have the time to sit down with each student. I had 3,000 undergrad students and 1,000 grad students. We don't have the bandwidth to do that high-touch experience. We can review resumes, we can hold workshops, we can do some networking prep and stuff like that, but that's it. So my solution is, in the admissions process, let's take a servant leadership approach and help these students that are applying to say, maybe you don't know, but as part of the application process, let us walk you through this self-reflective information gathering work. Do you even know what a nurse does? Do you know that a nurse can work in a hospital or a clinic or be a traveling nurse or work in a pharmaceutical company managing clinical trials? No, you don't. But it behooves us in the admissions process to help that student when they're applying to say, hey, let us help you figure out which part of our university do you want to be in. That's my solution. So we heard from the sender, the receiver, and the career launcher. And we've heard from our relationship and psychology and personality experts. Now I want to close it with YS on what is the technology platform solution that we should be thinking about in the admissions process.
All right. Hello. Yeah, sorry. So actually, I mean, of course, the simplest solution for me to close my statement would be invest into tech, right? Because I've been saying that there's a lack of willingness to adopt technology.
Plus, he's trying to grow a startup, so if you guys can make sure you give him all your business, please do that. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
But thank you for that. But yeah, so I would actually take it a step further ahead. I would say it's equally important to identify the right service provider. It's equally important for you to identify who's going to handhold you through the journey, right? Because it's not about adopting tech as a university. It's about upskilling the users. It's about making that efficient. The best of the best softwares. I mean, we don't have to go into building a solution, honestly, right now for the administration process or for the admission process, because I mean, there's a wide array of products available already, right? So even if you want to pick the best, the best of the best products will end up being ineffective in your university or in your campus if your users are not going to use it well, right? So the point is that you got to pick someone who's going to handhold, train, upskill. You got to invest into upskilling your resources so that at the end of the day, you can actually become cost effective by hiring, by actually maintaining an optimal level of resources and not overhiring resources just because of the high number of volume of applications, right? So yeah, that's how I would like to close it. It's all about, like you say, it's all about identifying who, what, when, why, where. It's the same with software because you got to find the right person who's going to do the right job on the software, and that's what's going to make it effective, right? And the willingness of the person wanting to do that job is what's going to make it effective. So get them upskilled, get your resources tech friendly, educate them on tech because that's what's going to make the bigger difference in the long run. It's more of a sustainable solution. Investing into tech is an easy solution, right? So I think if you want to have a sustainable future, it's better you invest into your resources, upskill them, and that's going to take you a long way, I feel. Right? And that's going to make the process of education easy, not just admissions. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you so much. So that brings us to kind of a conclusion of our journey around what are the trends and challenges, what are the root causes, and what are the solutions. And I think you heard around the solutions a few key themes around the importance of building relationships with those students, front end a little bit before the admissions process, or maybe incorporating into the admissions process, more introspection for the students, more rigor, but really for the benefit of the students. And then also the importance of incorporating technology if we're going to scale what I call mass customization, right? We can't do mass customization if we're only going to count on our 3 admissions officers to now accept a huge scale of applicants and still make it personal. So I want to thank the panel. Let's give them a big round of applause. Jake, look at the time, man. We're doing so good. We were so worried about the time. We're like, it's going to go really fast. Just say 2 sentences and then shut up and go to the next person. And how did everybody do? Good? Okay. So we have 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, if we bored you, we can just take bathroom breaks and stuff like that. But if you have questions for the panelists, please, we want this a chance to kind of really uncover further discussion. So please come to the microphone and direct the question to whoever you like. If you can introduce yourself and the role you're in before you ask the question, please.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Miriam Najjar, and I'm a specialist in giftedness. And I coach gifted children, but I also was a teacher for more than 10 years, so I had all kinds of children. I have a question about how do you ensure that demotivated students can add their own learning skills or learning goals at college to go to higher education? Because most that the students that I see are, they don't see the point of college or higher education because there's no time for individual research. They want to know about other stuff that are learning at school. So how do you ensure that they're motivated to go to higher education?
Okay, and is that to Roy from high schoolers? Anybody?
Anybody.
Okay. Panel, somebody want to take that?
All of us could have an input on that, on different areas, how students could be motivated. As my area is more into, and I was talking about metacognition, and my area is more into knowing what you want and knowing your strengths and weaknesses. I think that once you're aware of how you're thinking, where your strengths and weaknesses lie, and what you could be very good at, and things that maybe you think you're good at, but you may not be very good at if you look at it effectively, I think that does inspire students or inspires people. Once you know where your strengths are, you're in a better position to decide. And as a teacher or educator, you can speak to students and say, well, look, this is what's come up, and you would be really good at this, and getting them and giving them that confidence and showing them, and they could actually look and think, oh yes, this could be an area I can excel in. So you're sort of helping them by just lifting them up and getting them to help themselves. I think that's probably the most persuasive way, because no matter what anyone says to you, you have to believe it yourself in order to do it. And the mind, you know, as it was said, is very, very strong, because if you believe it, you can do it. If you believe you can't, you can't. And that goes for all of us.
Thank you, Reza.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that next. So actually, I would like to say it from a university or a institute point of view, right? If you really want to get there, so where we see the game changing a little bit is, so we see a lot of schools back in India, not a lot, but like a minority of schools that are taking this step ahead of having no examinations and no schedules, right? So they're doing a no timetable concept. So you study what you want when you want to, but you got to study. That's the concept they're running. There are no subjects that you have to study. There are no subjects that you have to study now and give an exam tomorrow. So they're going that way. It is helping a lot of students. So, I mean, when we approach them, we speak to them more on a dynamic grading point of view as to how they can use us to grade their students. And the grading can be on the qualification of how he speaks to someone who's, walking on the corridor. You know, how he speaks to someone who he meets, the person dropping them back home, right? So the grading can be as dynamic as possible, so we speak to them on that levels. But yeah, it does help a lot when there is no pressure of examination and no compulsion of doing what you have to do now, right? So that's one angle. But again, on a higher education level, because this aspect is not very applicable to the higher education space, right? You gotta be a little more structured. So higher education, where India is moving towards outcome-based education now, right? I mean, it's been called for. It's long due that it gets implemented. But yeah, so we are working towards outcome-based education now, where we don't just study geography. We first define why we're studying geography, and then we study geography, right? So when the outcome is predefined, right? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so when the outcome is predefined, the motivation is right up front, right? Like if I'm talking about finances and if I'm studying the stock market, the outcome is going to be me making profit in the stock market. I have to go through technical analysis, fundamental analysis, write 5 exams, but the outcome is I have to make profit at the stock market. The outcome is not I have to get 100 on 100 in the exam, right? So defining outcomes and then aligning them to the subjects that you're teaching is something that's working very well for us. And yeah, so we've been doing that for a lot of schools and colleges, and it's working very well. So that's probably something that could motivate students at your end, yeah.
Very good, thank you. Yes, next question, please. Your name?
So my name is Amal Awab. I was a principal in a local school here in Abu Dhabi from K to 12. And I'm now, I left my previous job when COVID hit. I didn't expect it coming. And I am a PhD researcher now. I have 2 questions. One is I was doing a small-scale research for, I know you are talking about business oriented universities. Here we have some public universities which accept local students. And we were doing research on their well-being, and I found out those were performing very high on their high school diploma, which here, it's not like a GPA accumulative point. No, it's just your last grade and that's it. And they were shocked. Those are students above 90, like they are getting 90, 95, 96. But then when they tried to take the English proficiency test, they were struggling for the whole grade 12 to get the minimum requirement, just the minimum requirement. And that some of them, they were only 50 points short or something, and they would take it for 10 times. As an educator, and I want to focus on the public university. What are some suggestions for me? I heard you saying about the plan that you have. What can I afford or provide for these students that they can, some kind of online course that will help them? Most of them, they said, we wish we knew English and math as an international level were important from as early as grade 5 and 6. And here we start English from KG. This is, yeah, one question.
Okay, so if I understand your question right, is what can we be doing to help those that are performing high proficiency but struggling in English? Is that correct?
They just passed the test, but these are not standardized tests.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They think that was enough.
Yeah.
But then they are hit with the standardized international test. And they were, left, they felt they were cheating on.
Got it.
Yeah.
Any thoughts from the panel on that question?
It's a public university issue.
I mean, if you have that problem and you're saying that they're passing your tests quite proficiently, but then they're going on to further tests and not doing well on them, is it because they're in, these tests are from another organization?
Our education system is changing constantly, but it's
Okay.
not meeting international standard yet.
And you're not meeting international standards. Okay, so I think really you need to get some help with that. You need to get some people into your organization that are working with the international standards and actually integrate that into what you're teaching. Because, I mean, obviously, if they're passing your tests, then it shows that these students are learning what they're being taught, within that system. But obviously, then if they're being introduced to something that they've never been taught, you can't expect them to pass it.
We are aware that.
Yeah, so I think really you need a task force.
Or there might be, yeah, and what I'll add is, I'll just give you an example in the US market. So there are, obviously schools that have tutors to help you with your academic performance. But there's a huge market of secondary providers that will help you study for your college admissions exams. English as a second language course. There are math academies to strengthen the math scores for children. So I don't know if that exists. And where are you based?
Abu Dhabi.
You're in Abu Dhabi, okay.
Yeah, and
so,
a public school.
Right, at a public school.
And
so,
they go for free,
Right, so I'm not sure if there's a secondary market, and if there's not, then what you can be thinking about is where are markets where that secondary market exists, and maybe think about saying, hey, do you want to start some services in Abu Dhabi as a new business venture? Because what you're identifying is a problem, right?
Yes,
We talked about it
yes.
earlier. There's a problem in the market. Well, from a business standpoint, that means there's an opportunity in the market, right?
Yes.
So the question is, who's going to fill that unmet need? Is it a U.S. company that opens in Abu Dhabi that helps with English? Is there government organizations that would say, oh, let's create this little venture with our local teams of entrepreneurs? So I think what you've identified is a gap. And I think the challenge is, how do you fill that gap? But it's really finding those secondary providers, because it's, in my experience at least, and only in the US, right, those public schools can't take that work on, which is why it creates a huge market potential for private providers.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the
Sure.
answer. The second question is for younger generation who are swarmed with social media, and they have this fire desire that there's no need for college coming, and they are like now in 10 years, 11 years, and all what they are thinking about to be YouTubers, influencers. This wave will hit us in a couple of years.
Yes.
Especially here in the UAE, where Dubai is, a hub of, all these influencers.
Right.
And I'm struggling with my own kids. I have 3 boys, and they are smart, hardworking, but the more temptation they see, and I am an educator, and I am the first in the family to go to college, and they say, no, you are away most of your time in that, from house, you are tired.
Yes.
I want to build my own, business.
Right.
How do I plan for younger generation the awareness that one path, it will be one path, that it's college. College is serious, and it would be one path of a choice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'll give you a 10-second answer, and that is, I hear a lot from high school students say, I want to be a YouTube influencer, I want to be a TikTok influencer, and I'm going to make millions of dollars, and my only comment is, that's fine. I can't help you with that. let's talk about a plan B. What if you're not? So that's one thing I do, is I'm fine, go do it. But if you don't do it, I just want to have you have a plan B in place. And then I'll throw it out to the panel to close our discussion since we're 59 seconds.
I can add something very quickly. I would say that we had a very good session before where ma'am said that if the child is bored in the class, he can't be sitting in the class, right? So my point is that with education and with the industry moving this way, with professions like this coming out, right? If education does not incorporate it well in advance, short course curriculums will start taking up the market, right? We see a lot of short course curriculum platforms. I'm sure a lot of children go and enroll in those courses that are 1-day courses, 3-day courses, right? So they're gonna start educating, right? So my point is, sooner or later, if it is a profession good enough, educating or training or making it a profession good enough for hiring will happen. But yeah, I get your concern too, but it's just that the world is moving towards that kind of a place, and we all can just try to become a better part of it. Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much for your questions. I have this big red screen that says time's up, so we don't want to get in the way of the awards. We definitely don't want to get in the way of lunch. So on behalf of the panel, I want to say thank you very much for a very engaging discussion, and I hope you'll join me in congratulating the panel for a great discussion as well. Have a great conference, and please feel free to kind of meet us up throughout the day for networking and other opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our moderator and all of our panelists. Fantastic. Now, without delay, let us proceed to our much-awaited recognition program. But before we commence, let's extend our gratitude to our esteemed sponsors. So I would like to introduce Malika Kennedy, Chief Development Officer at Yannick's Ads MEA, who will be presenting the certificate. Let's give them a round of applause. Come on up, Malika. So I would like to call on our bronze sponsors, Professor Matthew Yip, mathematician, founder of Top Mathematics Education Center. James P. Cummings, founder and president, Kijana Educational Empowerment Initiative. Pamela Furr, founder and CEO, Puzzlebox Academy. We would like to extend our gratitude and appreciation for the significant part you played in making this event possible. Let's give them another round of applause. Fantastic. So we will just quickly set up our stage for the awards. Okay. Okay, Malika, would you like to say a few words before we hand out our awards?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. It's a big honor to be part of this wonderful experience. I really thank you for everyone who's pushing the boundaries forwards, for the children and the new leaders of the future. I'm, as a mom, is grateful for everyone's contribution, and I feel a great connection for this amazing initiative, because I myself was a foreign student with no knowledge of English just over a decade ago. So thank you, everyone, and I'm really pleased to be giving those awards for amazing contributors that are here today.
Okay, thank you very much. And now, for our awards. So, for the category Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award, our first recipient, Anurag Seksaria. Anurag, a seasoned professional with over 30 years of experience across manufacturing, banking, and consulting, is the founder, managing partner, and principal consultant at his consulting firm, specializing in capability building and outcome-based consulting using data science, Six Sigma, Lean, and related works. Let's give him a round of applause. Fantastic. Now, our next recipient. Asma Awad Bisumada. Asma, an early childhood development and education expert at Abu Dhabi Early Childhood Authority, is a dedicated advocate for nurturing human potential from a young age. With over 12 years of experience in education, progressing from teacher to vice principal, then principal, Asma's philosophy revolves around empathy, humanity, and innovation. Let's give Asma a round of applause. Fantastic. Now, if any of our recipients would like to speak, they are more than welcome to. Asma, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you.
That's on.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you. Actually, I'm honored. You know, as someone who's passionate in the education field, I always thought about giving, and you know, working in the educational field is like rewarding itself. So I never thought about taking back or expecting something in return. And winning this award is really amazing. And, you know, it's unexpected. And thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. And Anurag, would you like to say a few words? I didn't give you the opportunity before, but of course you should.
So, thank you for all this. It had been very good learning experience so far, hearing the panelists and looking forward to the future. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Fantastic. And now for our next award recipient, Atsufumi Yukoi. Atsufumi Yukoi, FRSA, serves as Vice President for Planning and General Affairs and Director and Professor of the Global Engagement Office at Okayama University. He spearheads a holistic approach to advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, leading Okayama University to receive the prestigious SDGs Partnership Award at the Japan SDGs Awards in 2017. Let's give him a round of applause. Would you like to say a few words? It's on.
Hi, hello everyone. Can you hear me all right? I'm super excited to be here. Actually, I'm UNESCO chairholder in research education for sustainable development. Actually launched it in 2007. So we are very first Asian UNESCO chair in ESD. So very quickly, education itself is really foundation for all the SDGs to advance sustainable future. So thank you very much.
Our next award recipient, Bara Yusuf. Bara Yusuf, the Director of Learning and Business Development and Director at Insights UAE, led groundbreaking initiatives at the higher colleges of technology, establishing the HCT Professional Certification Unit and receiving the 6 Stars International Best Practice Award in 2022. Let's put our hands together for Bara.
thank you very much for the opportunity, and I will be looking forward to connect with all of you in case you have any questions about the program we set up in the higher colleges of technology to embed the certification and student curriculum as they graduate. I'll be happy to share some ideas. Thank you very much.
Our next award recipient, Chinzia Sani. Chinzia, owner of Chinzia Sani, is an accomplished translator, interpreter, and educator with a passion for personalized teaching methodologies. With a background in translation and interpretation, she has successfully navigated diverse educational environments from preschool right up to university level, including specialized classes for individuals with unique needs. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, I'm very nervous. Okay, I'm not used to speak to a large audience. And I want to express my gratefulness to all of you, each one of you, of course, to the organizer and the commission for this splendid award. I never thought of being awarded in my life for my work, so I always concentrate on the students and giving them the best of me. So thank you very much. Thank you for the panels, interesting panels and everything. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Next award recipient is Dr. Dasharatha K. Shetty. Dr. Shetty is a distinguished academic and technology leader holding the position of Associate Professor in the Department of Data Science and Computer Applications at MIT Manipal, and serving as Managing Director at Ganglia Technologies. Give him a round of applause.
Hi, I come from Manipal, a small coastal town in the western coast of India. So this was a small barren hill which was converted into an education hub by one visionary, Dr. T.M. Pai. So many people like us got an opportunity to study there, and my whole education was sponsored them. Now I'm giving back to the same community. Thank you for the award. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, each and one of you.
Congratulations. Our next recipient, Diana Robertson. Diana is an award-winning speaker, trainer, TEDx speaker, and coach and founder of SkillsMe Academy, skillsme.co.uk, the UK's top virtual school for developing soft skills. Having been a shy introvert herself, she has devoted her life to helping people unleash their potential with the power of communication skills. Let's hear it for Diana.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's an honor to be a part of this unique event, gathering leaders from all around the world in the education. It's honestly an honor. Now, if anybody is interested into bringing soft skills training into their organizations, schools, universities, do come along and we'll have a chat during lunch. Thank you so much. It's an honor.
Thank you. Congratulations. Next up, Dr. Jennifer Herrera. As we met before, a successful business entrepreneur, bilingual educator, Tony Robbins peak performance coach, author, and innovative leader of leaders, serves as the superintendent of Tucson International Academy's K-12 in Tucson, Arizona. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Jennifer.
I just want to say thank you for this platform where we get to share what we're doing and see what's happening around the world in the organization of education, which all of us love. And so it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Next up is Elisa Prisco. Elisa, as the head of special projects and new business at the World International School of Torino, sets high standards for her team, promoting a culture of excellence. She has received recognition for her commitment to professional development and innovative approaches to education, reflecting her integral growth mindset and dedication to enhancing the school's ethos. Let's put our hands together for Elisa.
Well, thank you. I just would like to remind as an educators, we need to remind our students that, first of all, leadership comes with a big set of responsibilities. And in order to be a good leader, we definitely need to be a good follower first. Thank you.
Fantastic. Next up is Jake Tilson. Jake Tilson is the Director of Enrollments at Marist College Ashgrove. Leveraging his extensive background in hospitality and front office management to provide exceptional service. Dedicated to student growth, Jake passionately guides families through the enrollment process, earning recognition for his commitment to excellence.
But thank you very much. It's so great to be in a room with people who are trying to make a difference and educate our future leaders. I've heard a little bit about the happy hour, so that's where you'll find me later on if you want to chat. Thanks.
Fantastic, Jake. Next recipient is John Shortring. John Shortring is the founder and CEO of Support EDU. Previously deputy head at King's College School, Wimbledon, he is recognized for his outstanding leadership training. John has trained over 150 leaders worldwide and is celebrated for his engaging delivery and in-depth knowledge. Let's put our hands together for John.
Hello. Hello, thanks everyone. It's an honor to be here today. Support EDU does three things, but our purpose is to empower people to shape their future. The main thing that we do, as mentioned, is to train middle and senior leaders. We're actually up to over 350. I did a workshop in Saudi Arabia on Saturday with 80 people in the room, and I'm really looking forward to speaking on 3 panels tomorrow. So if you're interested more about how you can nurture your leaders in your schools, please do come and find me later.
Fantastic. Thank you, John. Our next recipient, Kiran Pasha. Kiran Pasha, Director and CEO of Evolution Preschools and Nurseries Limited, is an advocate with over 25 years in children's education, impacting the UK, UAE, and Pakistan. Recognized for her leadership, she has elevated standards for children and families. Let's put our hands together for Kiran.
Hi, I wasn't going to say anything, but my sisters are adamant that I thank them because they've come here all the way, one from England and one from Pakistan. So thank you, Faiza and Nadia. I just want to say a big thank you to Education 2.0 as well, because like a lot of you, when you are at the top of your organization, CEO, director, whatever fancy names we have, there is nobody above you to actually appreciate you. So it is actually an honor to be here, and thank you so much.
Our next recipient is Maria Presentin, Dr. Maria Presentin is a behavioral scientist, professor, consultant, and author in cognitive leadership. She is an authority in executive education that helps organizations reduce attrition rates and increase employee work passion. Dr. Presentin is known for her methods of changing toxic cultures from the bottom up, with a track record of success in return on impact. Currently, she serves as the Regional Director of HR, Learning and Organizational Development for the region ASEAN, Great China, Middle East, and Africa. She has also received several awards, recognitions for her remarkable contributions. Put your hands together for Maria.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Education 2.0 Conference. It's such an honor to be here, and I was lucky to get here last night. But here's the thing. Growing up in a very small place in the world called Macau, ex-colony of Portugal, now China. It's so small. Growing up with autocratic leadership, growing up with people telling me, shut up, don't talk so much. You don't have a voice here in this room. Today, my work is using my voice. So I'm really motivated to be part of you, to support all the children on earth as much as I can touch, as much as we can touch them together, to bring their voice back, their self-leadership, their power back. So my company, Leadership Scientific, focuses on leading other skills and also self-leadership. If there's a possibility that you see in terms of partnering with me, please, geography is not a problem for me. I'll come to you or we'll make it work. So I work on serving others and servant leadership. So let's work it out together. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Maria. Our next recipient, Neetu Kumar. As the proprietor of EduWidget, Neetu Kumar has dedicated the last 20 years to enhancing education, advocating for its power to transform lives. Her efforts have not only changed the way students learn, but also earned them prestigious accolades for their contributions to educational reform. Put your hands together for Neetu. Whereas Neetu is not here, but we will acknowledge her anyway. Okay, fantastic. Professor Dr. Koji Naidu. Dr. Koji Naidu, founder and director of Self Leaders Academy, empowers individuals with her Live, Learn, Love Guide. Awarded the Ernst Oppenheimer Gold Medal, she champions self-leadership, impacting lives globally. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Koji Naidu.
Fantastic. Yeah, with that introduction, I'm humbled to actually accept this award. I want to thank Shobit in particular for encouraging me to actually come to this conference. I said to him at the time, what's the point of another award? I need to get on and do the work. And so Self Leaders Academy is as a result of my retirement, I'm guessing, but it's actually not retirement, it's going to be more work. My entire career has been in higher education. So I've got every award that one can name in terms of having awards. It's not about having awards, it's about doing the work. I'd actually like to thank Shobit, thank you very much. But in particular, I'm humbled and grateful, not just to the award and being here with all you wonderful leaders. I want to actually tell you a little bit about how I've come to be here. Like Maria and like we've had other women here mention where they've come from, I want to actually dedicate this to the families that have gone before me and all the mentors and coaches that I've had in my life that had more faith in me than I had in myself. So I stand here in front of you. I look Indian, and many of you think I am Indian. Perhaps I am, but perhaps I'm not. And I'll leave you guessing as to who I am. I want to dedicate this to the 6 generations of Indian heritage that I come with, and being educated and leading in the Western world, I found myself very embarrassed that I didn't know my roots. And so I set out on that journey. But what is Self-Leaders Academy about? It's actually about giving, in particular women, a voice and that opportunity and the permission to be who they are. And like I said, anyone can be a leader. You don't have to be a follower. If you're a follower, then you probably will not get very far. So self-leadership for greatness is what I advocate, and it is actually advocating for those that do not have a voice. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next up, Raisa Razak. Raisa Razak is a certified personality science evaluator and master NLP practitioner at Stepping Through. Her diverse expertise encompasses personality evaluation, neuro-linguistic programming, hypnotherapy, coaching, and timeline therapy. Raisa synthesizes these disciplines into a cohesive and dynamic methodology that offers individuals clear, actionable strategies for profound personal transformation. The release of the Stepping Through Light and Shadow Journal makes a further extension of Raisa's dedication to growth and empowerment.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Angela.
No problem.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would never have expected to have received this award or even be a part of an educational establishment as such. It was about 4 years ago, my former career as such, I was into property management in London, and I never expected to be doing anything other than that. But I half-heartedly filled out a personality assessment, and the findings actually changed my life, so much so that I decided to become a personality evaluator, an NLP specialist, hypnotherapist, timeline therapist, etc., etc., just because of the findings. So it's something that I really do passionately believe in, and it's absolutely amazing. It really does enable a person to step through into the best version of themselves. And it's good for coaches to use on their clients, for employers to use on their potential employees or employees that they have. It's a brilliant tool. And I mean, I believe in it so much that it has literally changed my life. So if anyone wants to know more, I'm sure they can find me, and it'll be lovely to get to know all of you. And, you know, with your different skills and different leadership, I think it really is a very, very unique platform here at Education Conference 2 that I've provided. I didn't even think anything like this existed. So that's it, really. Thank you.
Next recipient, Roy Goris. Mr. Goris, building principal at Tucson International Academy since 2018, excels in implementing innovative learning frameworks and curriculum development. His diverse background spans the armed forces, education, and ongoing studies in business management and educational leadership. Let's put our hands together for Roy.
Still that microphone. I lost my voice because I flew in yesterday as well. I would like to dedicate this award to my wife, and I appreciate the efforts that Tucson International Academy has made in my life. They've given me an opportunity to follow and pursue my passion. I'm also a little bit emotional, but it's probably because I sat about 26 hours in the plane. But I didn't expect to stand here. Usually, a lot of people don't get any recognition, not even a pat on their shoulder. I got used to it to a certain point of degree, but I do appreciate it, and I'm very thankful, and I'm looking forward to talk to you individually and pick your brain. Thank you very much.
Next recipient, Ryan Nicholas Ling Wei Ren, founder and youth coach at Genius Generation, Youth Coach and Top Youth Coach of the Year 2024, empowers youth to realize their career aspirations for the 21st century. Let's put our hands together for Ryan.
Hi everyone, it's an honor to be up here today, and also my brain is actually exploding because I'm learning so much from all of you already, right? All these esteemed speakers from all around the world, and I really hope that, after this program, I really hope to bring this back to my community, to spread the word so that as a community of global educators, we can empower the world out of the nonsense that we see today into a better future. So thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, I also added all of you on LinkedIn, so do respond, please. Thank you.
Fantastic. Sahar Al-Marzouki. Sahar is the owner and director of Al Faris International School since 2004. Under her leadership, Al Faris International achieved full authorization as an IB school in March 2017, offering holistic education for Riyadh families and aiming for graduates to be active contributors locally and globally. Let's put our hands together for Sahar. Okay, Sahar is not here, so we'll move on to our next recipient. Silvana Corey Wright. Silvana, CEO and founder of Schools Insider, is a creative, self-starter and change-maker dedicated to fostering true, inclusive authenticity. Let's go back to fostering true inclusion, authenticity, and accountability within large organizations. Let's put our hands together for Silvana. Okay, now our next recipient. Soha Emam. Dr. Soha Emam, a strategic consultant at the Ministry of Presidential Affairs, is an esteemed coach and HR training and learning and development consultant renowned for her expertise in enhancing employee performance and productivity across organizations. Put your hands together for Soha.
Steal the podium?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Well, I've just realized that it is easy to conduct a training or teach a lesson than prepare for a speech. Well, I stand before you today filled with a profound gratitude and a heart brimming with joy as I receive this award. Specifically, it's coming from the Education 2.0. I've received a lot of rewards, but this one is very sincere to my heart. Well, this award is not just a testament to my individual effort and contribution to the education, but it's basically, I don't want to read from the paper. It's just something that is important because along the way, it's been, I need to be very grateful and thankful to the mentors and the coaches that has been alongside with me on this journey. So I extend my deepest appreciation to those who have guided me along the way in this odyssey. And I'd like to dedicate this award to my daughter because she's watching the live streaming and I'm going to be killed if I did not say so. And to my mom, sisters, and brothers who's been there also along the journey. Thank you very much for everything.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Our next recipient, Sukina Mamadousen. Sukina is the head of education and learning at Bubba Books, a pioneering Swiss EdTech firm revolutionizing literacy education with AI. An accomplished global educator fluent in 11 languages, she began her journey as a language acquisition specialist and transitioned to educational leadership. Put your hands together for Sukina.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute honor to be here among you all. And I think as educators, we're in a really unique position to shape and empower tomorrow's thought leaders. And I'm proud to work with Baobab Books, which is a company that allows children to express themselves and find their voice. So it's an online writing platform, and we use AI tools to ignite their creativity, to spark their imagination, and to help them learn about the writing process and to support educators in teaching them about writing. So it'd be an absolute honor to speak to many of you during the next 3 days, and I look forward to learning from you as well. Thank you.
Our next recipient, Stacey Klinge. Stacey is a visionary founder and partner known for her transformative impact on global business landscape. Spearheading multiple thriving ventures, including EDU Passport, she revolutionizes international education and entrepreneurship, earning her recognition as a recipient of the Global Impact Award. Put your hands together for Stacey.
Hello. What you guys will learn about soon at 1:40, hopefully if lunch doesn't interrupt. We encourage all of you to come because there's going to be a very fun, interesting speech. But all of you will quickly learn that EduPassport supports every single one of your businesses, and we have free options for everybody, and we invite every single one of you guys to come and talk to us. We don't just want it, we want you to want it because we can support you and help every single one of you. So congratulations to everybody getting awards, and we'll speak soon, okay?
Now our next recipient, Tom Moffat. Tom is the co-founder and managing director of Amicitia International, a Southeast Asia-focused defense, humanitarian assistance, and development strategic consultancy, with a background as a former British Army officer and extensive experience in leading education and training programs. Tom brings a unique blend of military and corporate expertise to his role. Let's hear it for Tom.
Here we go. I'll keep this short and sweet because I'm still worrying about how to get off the stage. But I would just like to say thank you very much to Education 2.0, Shobit, Ayush. I've spoken with a few of you and I don't think you've slept for the last 2 days, so thank you very much. I think you've put a huge amount of work into this, so it really is appreciated. Otherwise, you'll see me at the bar with Jake later. I feel like we didn't really touch the tip of the iceberg when it came to leadership development, so if you want to discuss a little bit more, you'll find me at the bar. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, our next recipient. There goes Tom. He's all good, everybody. Okay, our next recipient, Wijdan Mubarak Alamain. Dr. Wijdan, an esteemed assistant professor, researcher, and deputy head of the Radiography and Medical Imaging Department at Fatima College of Health Sciences, has garnered acclaim for her pioneering contributions to mammography and breast imaging. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Wijdan. Yep.
Thank you all for this incredible honor, and I'm really deeply grateful for Educational 2 for recognizing the importance of education and for this award. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to really thank my parents, my family, my brothers, my sisters, all my supporters, my mentors, my teachers also. And definitely this award will encourage me to and motivate me to continue my commitment to the education and make a positive difference through the education. Okay, thank you.
Now, for our next award, it's the Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award. Our first recipient, Dr. Kyriakos Koveliotis, from the Berlin School of Business and Innovation, with campuses across Berlin, Hamburg, Paris, Athens, and Barcelona. BSBI prepares students for meaningful and impactful careers in their chosen industries in any part of the world. With a thriving student body of over 15,000 learners across our various institutions, it offers a wide range of academic disciplines including business, technology, data science, engineering, sports, and the fine arts.
Hi. We're very honored to receive this on behalf of BSBI. We're a school that we started just 5 years ago with 8 students, and we have now 6,000 ones in 5 different campuses around the world. We're very happy, honored, and humble, and thanks to all our efforts, all our colleagues, our founder, Sagi Hartov, and Ernst Sugarana, our co-CEO, and everybody else in the school. Greetings to Berlin. Thank you very much.
And also for the Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award, Manisha Sangekar from the Kahn Miller Institute. Since 1961, the Kahn Miller Institute has earned a reputation as a pioneer of community mental health, personal development, and professional education in Australia. Kahn Miller is now one of the largest trainers of postgraduate psychologists and counselors in Australia. It offers an excellent range of clinic services and postgraduate programs in psychology and counseling, as well as short courses and professional development for the broader community. Do we have a representative from the Kahn Miller Institute? No? Okay, let's put our hands together. Okay, now our next award. It's the Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award. Melkart Rahana, as Chief Engagement Officer at MRT Consultants. Melkart Rahana is known for transforming cultures at elite brands like Porsche and the Ritz-Carlton, earning titles like the Pope of Leadership and Culture from St. Gallen University. Let's put our hands together for Melkart.
assistant team, I've been asked to add a twist into this. But I tell you this, you know, when you think at the revolution of education, the shift we're going through, it reminds me of a story of a guy who had a dog. He went one day to the park, and he was walking in the park with the dog, and they've arrived at a lake. He picked a small stick from the floor and threw the stick in the water. Now his dog walked on the water. Are you with me? Walked on the water, picked this stick and came back. I mean, this guy thought, what the heck, this is amazing. The dog walked on the water. He picked another stick and threw it in the water. The dog walked on the water, picked the stick and came back. He said, I have to have a witness. It's impossible. This is something miraculous. He called his friend Harold. He said, Harold, join me in the park. Leave whatever you're doing, come right now. So his friend left his work and he met him in the park. They walked together with the dog and they reached the lake. In front of Harold, he picked a stick from the floor and threw the stick in the water. The dog in front of Harold walked on the water, picked the stick and came back. You could imagine Joe, right? In amazement, he looked at his friend Harold. He said, Harold, have you witnessed something special about my dog? Now, Harold looked at him and said, yes. He said, Harold, what did you see? He said, your dog cannot swim. And you know what I'm trying to say, right? When you think of the revolution in education, it's all about seeking possibilities. And I'm honored to be with you people, those who seek possibilities and be able to make things happen and finish strong. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks. Thanks, buddy.
Fantastic. Now also for our Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, Satendra Zingkari. Satendra is the CEO of Edoxy Training. He is dedicated to 3 core pillars: enhancing companies through strategic improvement and program development, offering guidance in information security with hands-on training and tailored curriculum, and focusing on client-specific security requirements. Let's put our hands together for Satendra.
It's an honor to be present among all the world-class leaders over here. And I'm amazed to receive this award, and I'm committed to continue my journey with the education. Thank you very much.
For our next award, it's the Education 2.0 Conference Young Leadership Award. Kaho Chua. Kaho, a math teacher and president of the Association of Malaysian Students in Australia, excels in using education to empower dreams. Awarded for leadership, he has made a deep impact in community building and education. Let's put our hands together for Kaho.
Thank you everyone for being here today with your little golden nuggets of knowledge being shared and will be shared. I would like to thank the Education 2.0 conference and my family, especially my grandmother, who always told me to study with my brain, but learn from my heart. Thank you.
Now our next recipient, Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Leadership Award, Anjali Khatri. Now, I do not have any information here for Anjali. Is Anjali out there? Yes, come on down. Let's give her a round of applause. Come on up, Anjali, and you can tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much giving this opportunity to be here. It's a magical moment. Before telling about myself, I really want to say thank you, everyone here, because I believe not in man, not in women, only in human. Without that, nothing is possible. So, my name is Anjali Khatri. I'm running my own venture with the name of Ironic International Education Services. That's based in India, Chandigarh, I guess. Indian are here, so they know that. Where's Chandigarh? Right? And I'm an education consultant, passionate education consultant. So I'm sending students abroad for the different geographical location, Australia, New Zealand, UK, US, and Europe. So sending student abroad, it's not like that. Education is not important. Education is the top priority for me. That is the reason I have chosen this profession. Because when I was young, my father was like that. You have done higher secondary, it's done here, you're not gonna go further. So go get married. So there, my mother took initiative and she hiring everything from my family and sent me to some other city for education. She took a huge risk for me, and there I am. And I'm sending thanks and blessings to my mother and other family members. So blessed to be here, and thank you, Education Co. Again, once again, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations, Anjali. Okay, now for our last award for this morning session, Education 2.0 Conference Young Leadership Award, Y.S. Oberoi. Y.S. Oberoi, CEO and co-founder of Clever, is a visionary entrepreneur dedicated to revolutionizing the education sector. Under his leadership, Clever has developed groundbreaking ecosystem management software for educational institutions. Let's put our hands together for YS.
Hello. Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I don't have anything prepared as such to say, but yeah, I would like to start off by actually thanking off the entire team behind Education 2.0. You know, they've been working very hard because I've been calling them out of working hours. As an entrepreneur, we forget working hours, we don't have office hours, and I've been troubling them quite a lot. They've done a fabulous job attending to this, so thank you so much. Apart from that, thank you everyone for coming here. Looking forward to learning, discussing a lot, growing, because that's what I focus on. So looking forward to speaking to all of you when we get the chance to. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, Malika, are there any extra words you would like to say? I know you've already spoken to us, but a few words for our award recipients? And if we could, yes, go ahead. And then we will invite all of our recipients up onto the stage for a group photo.
Thank you, everyone. I'm really humbled to be part of this amazing event, to give awards for the outstanding leaders that really shape the future of the generations today. So with sincere gratitude, I'm very happy to be part of it, and I really thank you all for all the brilliant contributions that you do to make the future of our children today. Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, let's invite all of our award recipients up. Please come on up and we'll have a group photo. And let's give them all a round of applause as they make their way up onto the stage. And directly after this, it will be time for our lunch break. And we will push our return back by about 15 minutes. So at around 1:45, we will all come back for our afternoon session. But come on up on the stage, please. Award recipients, come on down. That's it, all the way across. Okay, we might need some people at the front row. This is like school photo time, isn't it? If anybody feels that they are smaller in stature, then please go to the front row. Okay, let's make sure we're all seen. Find your windows. Fantastic. Let's hear it one more time for our award recipients. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just before we break for lunch, we've got some thrilling news that's too good not to share. Our upcoming Las Vegas and Dubai editions are shaping up to be extraordinary, and with an impressive lineup of speakers and exhibitors that you won't want to miss. The buzz is real and the slots are filling up fast. Eager to be a part of all of the excitement? Simply swing by our exhibit booth near the registration area as you entered, or reach out directly to Jathan Sidhu for all of the details. This is your golden opportunity to dive into the heart of innovation and connect with the best in the education industry. And don't forget to join us promptly after lunch for an engaging session where industry experts can exchange not only business cards, but also valuable insights and ideas. Enjoy your lunch, everybody, and we'll see you back at approximately 1:45. 1, 2, 1, 2, testing. Okay, everybody, we have a fantastic speaker coming up. Okay, now I need you all to go and grab a friend that you met at lunch, bring them in, and we're gonna start in about 20 seconds time. So everybody stand on up, go get somebody, tell them they are not going to want to miss this presentation. So come on up and we're going to get started in just a few moments time. Okay, everybody, we trust that you've all had a wonderful lunch. I think everybody's in. We're going to close the doors in a few moments. All right, in a few moments' time, the last few people are trickling on in. Okay, fantastic. Who had a great lunch? Are we all feeling full? Fantastic, and ready to continue learning and expanding our knowledge. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to our next keynote session. And this session invites us to reimagine the possibilities of education, propelled by the power of intelligent disruption. We'll explore how these three pivotal currencies, credibility, speed, and uniqueness, can radically reshape the educational experience, making it more adaptive, inclusive, and effective for learners around the globe. Now, our keynote presentation is called Intelligent Edu. Disruption, credibility, speed, and uniqueness are the global currencies. So please welcome up onto the stage our next speaker and sponsor, Stacey Kling, CEO of EduPassport, which is the world's first hub of information, resources, and impartial support aimed at everyone in the educational industry. Let's put our hands together, everybody, for Stacey.
Hello, everybody. Okay, we're going to keep the doors open in case anybody decides to come in. Come in, guys. I see you back there. Yeah, I didn't know you want to be in here. Come on. There's plenty of empty chairs. Awesome. How do I get this started?
Should be the next one.
Do I point it?
Here, let me try it. You can talk.
Oh, hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay? Oh, no. I'm going to be one of those educators who says to their class, stand up, class, let's do jumping jacks and get energy. Don't do that. Not after lunch. Don't do that. I'll do these educator things. This is an education conference. Okay. Did we learn out how to do the clicker?
Okay, can we have a technician come down to the front, please?
Yeah, need to figure that out.
Somebody from our tech booth, come on down.
Somebody from the tech booth, come on down.
Come on down.
You're the next contestant. What's the prize?
Coming up, let's make some noise, everybody, for our technician.
Woo! Okay, while the technician is doing this, Team EduPassport, could y'all stand up? Okay, Team EduPassport, by the end of this conference, you guys will all be meeting them, okay? They have come from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different countries to come and work with you on global education. Not this side of the world education, not this side of the world education, global. We are global education, okay? Now, how do we be global? Well, it's hard. We drink a lot of coffee and you start getting weird and putting flamingos on the stage like this, okay? So that's hard, but we're gonna get there. Team, could we spread out a bit in order to support some movement for the speech today. Did we get it fixed? Hey guys. Did we get it fixed? Hello? Did we get it fixed? Okay, fantastic. Okay, well, while this is getting sorted, let me hop over to some basic questions. I saw earlier that we are from different parts of the world. Okay, so I did not hear Europe called. Can I get a visual of Europe? Okay, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Okay, great. Great, 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 great. I just needed to know my audience, right? While this gets set up, let me introduce myself a little bit, okay? So my name is Stacy Kling, okay? Not clingy, not climb, not cling wrap, it's just cling. I cling on to things, maybe that's a good way to remember it. Stacy Kling. I am pretty cool, I think, but some other people may say, hey, she drinks a lot of coffee. She really loves global things. That's what most people say about me. In fact, I speak multiple languages because I've been living in multiple cultures throughout the years. 我可以说中文，他们可以说中文吗？对呀，哇，非常好。还有吗？ No, another man. 可以，非常好，很帅，男人。How? Okay, any other speakers? Okay. No, yo habla español? None of that? None? One? Okay, in the back. Awesome. Part of being global and part of doing global education is not about just using one language, okay? Many languages are lacking some of the words in other languages. Therefore, part of our team has, our team has 30 nationalities on our team. We have and provide customer service and sales and all sorts of fun stuff in about 8 languages. Oh, yay, my presentation, so I don't have to ramble more. Okay, in the remote to change the slides, oh, yes, thank you. Vanessa or Katie, could one of you take this and support me? Because you know me with this. This isn't going to work. Thank you. Okay, so I'm very known for my height. I'm quite short. Even when I go to the different parts of the world, I'm kind of the level of armpit in the different metro systems. Okay, it's kind of terrible. But this is my height, and I am known for being short. I'm known for loving my dog. I have a beautiful dog. He looks like a fox. In fact, most people say, hey, you're the foreigner with the fox. I don't have a name. It's just the foreigner with the fox. But what I like people to know me as is multilingual, multicultural, passionate about change making, and absolutely a visionary for this industry, okay? Let me get to know you a little bit more here. On your piece of paper, I want you to write something down. My team will be walking around. We're going to find one we love, and we're going to say it. So on your piece of paper, let's get some pens out. On your piece of paper, I want you to look at these 3 words right here. Yeah. Actually, could you hold that? Thank you, Katie. Thank you so much, Katie. Okay, here, credibility, speed, and uniqueness. And we have the bolded word disruption right there. Please write down on your piece of paper, largely, I might add, which word do you find the most important out of these 3 words? Uniqueness, speed, or credibility? I will give you just a moment to do so. Team, please find 3 uncomfortable people, okay? Please find them. And I want you to read what their piece of paper says. I also want you to tell us their name and where they're from. Okay, so Vanessa's going to choose one, and Bashak is going to choose one, and Ozjan, could you help choose somebody? Thank you. Write it down. We need proof that you answered what you answered, okay? 5, 4. Everyone look at your friend. Make sure they wrote it down. You know, that's like the pop quiz where you're like, that's what I said. Erase. No. Okay. Let's say Vanessa. Who do you have, and what did they say? Where's Vanessa? Credibility. Okay, thank you so much, Bashak. Thank you, thank you. Vanessa? Another credibility, okay, thank you. And from what country? Australia. And the first country was where? US. Okay, thank you. So, Ozcan, where are you? Yes, hi. What did they write down? Disruption. Okay, that was not an option. Thank you. She needs more coffee, somebody. So, okay, sounds good. So disruption, great choice. Always the right answer, okay. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, Katie. So we surveyed our users, and you'll learn a little bit more about who our users are, but we surveyed our users in about 51 countries, and we asked this exact question. Katie, this is Katie, everybody. Give Katie a round of applause. Okay. Katie, about how many people did we get the survey back from?
It was just over 5,000 responses. Yeah.
Okay, we did a little last minute, not gonna lie. So over 5,000 responses, and we got 73% credibility is the most important. Can anybody be bold and raise your hand if you agree with this? Credibility in education is the most important factor. Okay, a little half right, okay. Let's talk about speed. Speed at which you do business. Okay, can I get a hand raised if this is the most important factor in 2024? I see 1 hand, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, okay. And uniqueness. Woo, wow, surprise, surprise. So these numbers do not represent the statistics of this room, okay? You are proving that all my users don't know anything. Just kidding, Instagram, don't. We love you, we love you, okay? So here, I would absolutely love to look at my notes to make sure I don't forget the point I want to say. My Face ID, here we go. Okay, so this is quite interesting. Next slide. But before we talk about that, let's talk about what scares us in education, okay? Again, team, please go find somebody. Please, everybody get out a pen and paper and write down what scares you. What scares you about this industry in 2024? Popular answers are usually ChatGPT, AI. These are the buzzwords. Modern tech. Please write this down. I don't see writing. Okay, write this down. What do you find fearful in your businesses, in your growth, in your marketing, in your sales this year in 2024 in the education industry? Okay, Bashak, Ozcan, and Vanessa, please find somebody. Find somebody new. Let's get some guys this time. We had a lot of women speaking last time, which is fine. I love that. Okay, Vanessa, what do we have back there? Nothing yet. Okay. Did you go to the same person, Ozcan? Oh. What was the answer? What scares this person? Modern technology. And where are you from? India. Thank you so much. Yes, Vanessa. AI. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Yes, Bashak. From South Africa, okay. And what's terrifying you? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Say it one more time. Okay. Indoctrination. Well, tough guy over here has all the answers to everything. Please go see him, because he will solve all your business problems, okay? Okay, so what's scary to us? You know, I wrote this down while we were talking. In the first panel, real world leadership. Jennifer Herrera, forgive me if I say a name wrong, I'm really sorry. But Jennifer Herrera and Thomas Moffat, and his keyword of flapping, which I will never forget, they were talking about this. This is quite scary, what's happening in our future, what's happening this year, what's happened in this last year, with just these 3 topics alone, much less all the other things in education. In the third panel, we did hear in the higher education emissions panel, we heard a lot about, hey, y'all, this is the I'm from Texas. I say y'all a lot. Okay? Yeah, I say y'all. So y'all said, they said, you know, it's just the way it is. We gotta adapt. It's terrifying, yes, but we gotta adapt. It's true, okay? That is scary, and change is scary, and we can have all the keynotes we want about that. But what we definitely want to know is what scares you, because that's what we're here to talk about today. And that's what my team wants to learn from you at this conference. We didn't come here for sales or for registrations. We came to learn what you care about. We represent 30 different countries on my team, on our team. But what we don't know is what you lose sleep about at night. And there's real things to be worried about. How do you stand out? How do you shine bright? How do you disrupt? Let's be honest, education. It's kind of not a sexy industry, is it? You know, let's read the ABCs, let's talk about math, let's talk about making the future bright, big, and bold, but there's no sexy marketing. You don't have a beautiful man or woman showing the phonics book, okay? Education's kind of old, which is fine. It's good, it's strong, it's needed, it's classy, it's traditional, it's important. But in 2024, in a digital world, in 2024, where all the kids want to be Instagram stars or influencers, shouldn't we also be considering and thinking about and worrying about and praying about what scares us? How to have successful businesses. How do you love kids? How do you love kids and the people you teach and the industries you support and the women you empower and everything awesome I just heard up here? The military people who we train and the corporate institutions we improve with all of our brilliant consulting. How do we do that if nobody sees us? No one's going to see us coming here to this conference. I mean, we're cool. We're in Dubai. Instagram hashtag conference 2.0 and Dubai. But how are people really going to see us? How are we truly going to make that difference to the maximum of our ability? That's your responsibility. Can I get a show of hands? Who's a business owner? I don't know about you, but what keeps me awake at night is everything. What keeps me awake at night is, am I doing the most I can do with the most energy I can potentially have to improve this world and make it a better place? Am I actually making a difference? Am I losing my health and drinking way too much coffee for a reason? Is it actually going to make a difference to my team, to the people in the world, or to the people in education? That's what I lose sleep about at night. Does anybody else somewhat, please don't show me I'm crazy. Does anybody else think the same thing? Why are we doing it? The world's changing so fast. AI is changing everything so fast. What could we do that's really going to make a difference on this global scale? Okay. A lot of doomsday, a lot of scary stuff, sorry. Next, this is the slide. I'm going to tell you about my story. I was invited to this conference because of my story, okay? There was a woman in the last speech who I want to address. Her name was Dr. Maria Presenton. Hi. Can you come here? Can I go down? No. I have heels. I will fall. Don't do that. Could you please tell me a little bit about your story, where you were raised and where you're based right now?
Thank you. So I'm a mixed blood Portuguese from Macau, Asian, left home when I was 15, bought a one-way ticket. People told me I couldn't do what I wanted to do because I dreamt really big when I was in primary school. So I saved up some money, and basically I bought a one-way ticket and left for Europe.
I want to be your friend because our stories are kind of similar, actually. Not only that, but I'm going to hold your hand because I'm emotional in this part. Part of the lockdown she was talking about in Asia, that was me. That was my team of 30 people in China, okay? We lost our business. We grew by 4,000% in education. We were making a difference in a country. And it was gone due to politics. and it was gone due to money and who was earning the most. Overnight, everything I worked for 9 years was wiped away. So I don't know if anybody else understands this, but when you spoke, I had to leave the room, not because I don't like you, but because I'm still going to therapy for it. Okay?
4-year lockdown.
Absolutely. 4-year lockdown, exactly. And I don't know about you, but I was locked in my apartment for 5.5 months with a bolt on my door. Okay? I saw things I never want to see. Now, these are scary, sad things. Thank you so much. And I really do want to have coffee with you soon, okay? Actually, can you help me down? I don't want to fall. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I really do want to connect with you. You made me remember some things. The point is, and the reason I tell you this super sad story, everything I did, everything I fought for was gone instantly. I worked so hard. I was making a difference. We were helping the education industry of a whole entire country. And it's still gone. And that scares me. Things can be gone. AI can remove it. Things can be gone. So what are you going to do about it? Make a difference. Exactly. Have the human touch. Be one-on-one with people. Be disruptive. Okay. So at any point, any of you guys can come and talk to us today or tomorrow, this week about this stuff. I'm happy to talk about these things, but this topic will make me cry. So please tread lightly. Okay? But my team of 30 people, they're all having mental health problems now because of this. We're all struggling. But you know what? We said, no, that's not how this story is going to end. We left, we entered the international market, and within 6 months, we're now in 51 countries. Okay? We're very proud. My team, they never sleep. Okay? That might be an HR violation, but they love their jobs, right? Right. We are now in 51 countries. We're now supporting NGOs. We're now out there in refugee camps helping. We are now giving back to society, and even more so, we are now empowering educators around the world and the businesses to be out there and be different. Because who knows what's going to happen out there in this world? I sure don't. I sure don't. So on the next slide here, let's get real for a second. Okay? And while we get real, let's get real and talk about why does this lady have a flamingo on the stage? I would like for you to meet Flappy. Where's the military guy? Where's he at? Oh, is he not here?
Thomas.
Oh, flapping, the military guy who was saying all the flapping. This is Flappy, I just named him, Flappy the flamingo. Okay, he's from Dubai. And let me show you something on the screen here. Conference 2.0 said, Stacy, where is your speech? And I said, I'm busy, I'm tired, I'm busy. Stacy, where's your speech? So 2 days ago, my team arrived to Dubai. And we said, we need coffee. So we went to the beach. And at the beach, somebody really was good at sales, okay? They said, buy the flamingo. We said, that's brilliant. We're here, we don't have a pool, we're just here for a conference, we will totally buy your flamingo. And we thought we're gonna be so cool that we put it into the 2 boys, we have 4 women, and 2 boys are sharing a room here, and we put the flamingo in their room to surprise them when they arrived. We're so lovely and kind, okay? And over here on the left, this is 4 very strong and smart local men who we all struggled to figure out how to put this into a taxi. It was awesome, and they will never forget us. But guys, what did you think about the flamingo in your room? They're working, sorry. Did you like it, or were you terrified? You loved it. That's okay. That's not what I heard the first time. In fact, I have a video that proves it, okay? So, next slide here. The man in the taxi, the people in the hotel lobby, the people on the beach watching us walk around in boots and sweaters because we didn't pack right for Dubai, walking around with the flamingo, they're never going to forget us. The taxi driver said, I'll never forget you. I'm going to tell my wife at dinner about you. The man at the shop said, you guys are so weird. In fact, we invited him to the conference, but he's a little busy right now. The hotel lobby just looked at us like, who did we let in? This flamingo is weird. This brought us laughs, this had fun. But you know what? We disrupted everybody's life. They will never forget us. In fact, the shopkeeper of the flamingo who sold it to us, He messaged us this morning and said he told 10 people about our company. One of those people is an owner of a company I've been trying to get in contact with a long time, actually. Okay? Who knows who you're going to reach through people? Okay, this isn't a marketing thing. We could be talking in marketing about that, but we're talking about education. So what? So what I'm trying to say is, how are you going to disrupt your industry? Use this as a visual representation. How are you going to put a flamingo in your business model? How are you going to shout out and say, look at us and look what I'm doing and listen to what I'm saying, not that robot, not that company? I'd like for you guys to take a second and on that piece of paper, write down something. How are you a flamingo? How are you disrupting the industry? Go ahead and take a second to do that while my face opens up my iPad. Katie, thank you for putting the flamingo in the boys' room. It was such a good job, by the way. Write this down. How are you? What is your flamingo? How are you being loud and proud out there? Earlier, I walked by in the conference, and I felt pretty good in my hat and my boots. I felt pretty confident walking by. And I apologized because I wrote that, there you are, right there. I was walking by, and this lovely woman in this beautiful sari said, I want to talk to you. And what did you say to me?
Be yourself and do not care about the rest. When she walked in, I was only thinking about that. Should I be wearing a sari in a conference? But to be very frank, when I saw her, I felt it's okay. It's okay to be yourself, and rest everything will be taken care of. So my flamingo, as she said, to disrupt everybody is just smile, dream, and achieve.
Thank you. And your name, because I didn't write it down.
This is Dr. Vinay, and thank you.
You have been a blessing to meet today at this conference. So everybody, you all have your flamingos, okay? Whether it's an outfit, whether it's your voice, whether it's your muscles and your broad shoulders, whether it's your marketing design capabilities, whether it's your business model, whether it's your customer service team, whether it's your curriculum, whether it's your students' performance in their CV. You all have one. So would anybody be bold to share what they're very aware and proud of their flamingo to be? Don't make me call on you. I will. Yes, sir. I'm in heels. I'm coming. Yes, what is your flamingo?
Okay, after 45 years in the system in Australia, co-founder of a project in Barcelona where we've ignored the government's rules on everything, and we've finally got accredited through the government.
Congratulations. I don't know if you can say that in Dubai, but congratulations. Good job. Katie, could you go to the next slide, please? Disruption is unique. That's it. I mean, it's quite simple. When was somebody disrupted and it was normal? A rude person disrupts you because it takes your surprise. A kind person disrupts you because they were too nice. You're like, whoa, what just happened there? What do they want from me? Disruption is unique. Me, my branding. I'm a brand. My name is Stacy. I want you guys to know my name. I want you all to follow my LinkedIn. Let's connect. I love coffee. Let's have coffee. Okay? But my brand is to be a little weird and loud because my company is very bold, and that's that brand. I have value to the way I talk, the way I dress, how transparent and free-flowing I am, because that's the value of my brand. That's the value. That is my flamingo. So I need to rock that. Our brand at EduPassport is modern, is cheeky. Why? Because the rest of education is a little formal, in my opinion. It's a little way too buttoned up for my style, okay? So we said, how are we gonna be different? What's our flamingo? Well, we're just not gonna be that way. We're gonna use casual language. We're gonna use these kinds of things. In fact, we're gonna have a platform that does things that are extremely different. Every website out there in education is like, your Thailand jobs are here. Your curriculum for this country is here. The database for all the schools in this country is here. We said, that's ridiculous. That's a lot of Googling and migrating. And guess what? Most of the URLs are not even up to date to Google's standards of being, what's the word? Yes, SEO optimized, reactive. They're not even up to date. They were coded back in the HTML code time, okay? This industry is so old that people working in the industry have said to my face, why should I do anything? It works for me. I earn money. That's how complicit we've become. That's how comfortable we've become in all of this. So at EduPassport, we do have, and this isn't a sales pitch or whatever, this is simply us just saying this is our flamingo and how we've been doing it. We have incorporated concepts across the industry. We said, you know what, you want something in education, great, come to us. We have a CRM, we have an ERP just for businesses. We have free options for businesses, vendors, and educators alike, all around the world. You want it, you want to access it, you want to host it, you want to do an event, you want an edu deal, you want an edu event, you want edu anything, come to us. Now, I'm going to be honest, I'm not the smartest person in the room often, but y'all are, and I'm surrounded by them right now. If you want something in education, come to us and tell us what you want. We will build something around you. We will feature you. We have a podcast where we're showcasing brilliant minds around the world. This is not about us. We're the LinkedIn, but for the industry. We're the Better Business Bureau, but for the industry. This is our flamingo. We accept everybody. We are a blue ocean business model, meaning this model does not exist around the world. And we're creating our own waves. It's exhausting. So please join us by our side, okay? We are standing out by having our service. Our flamingo is our product, is our model, is our service, is everything. And you know what? Someone called Y.S. Oberall, he spoke earlier. Yes, hi, yes, is he here? No, he's not here. Okay, this gentleman spoke earlier and he said, the lack of willingness to adopt to tech. He said that. Well, guess what, y'all? We changed it. Yes, y'all, I do say y'all all the time, I'm sorry. We changed it. People around the world in lower economies, higher economies, they're loving this because we are the one-stop shop. You don't have a high economy, high income, your budget's a little different than others? Great, come, we have solutions for you. You want to connect with people in this country to learn this? In the UAE, teacher who wanted to learn about the experience of the influencer, social media influencing coming in? Great, go to the platform, connect. This is the one place in the world, and this is our flamingo, and that's why we're different. Next page, Katie, thank you. You want it, we got it. We're not telling you this is the business model, get with the program. We're saying, tell us. Let's listen. I want to listen to you. How can we help you? That's our flamingo as well. What other business says, tell me what you want, I got it? Okay, some say that, but Starbucks, they make my coffee like that. But we truly do it, and that's our flamingo, and that works for us, okay? Katie, next page. Thank you. Okay, disruption is credible, okay? We can talk about shouting louds, big pink flamingos. We can talk about this all the time. That's not going to be business. That's not going to be how you make money and provide for your family and provide for your team. It's also about credibility. But by us having these flamingos, by us being able to get the attention of the world successfully, thank goodness, we now have credibility. We now have users all over the world. In just February alone, we had this many users, this many edu jobs, this many edu events posted, and this many deals. We have a program called Edu Deals that allow vendors in every part of the world to say, hey, I want to support education. I want that to be a part of my corporate social responsibility, CSR. And by doing so, they're going to be supporting education, and they give discounts to people who work in education and serve in education all around the world. We have coffee shops that will give you 10% off. We have software. We have ERP systems. We have XYZ. We have consultants. We have mental health coaches. We have NLP trainers. We have banner designers. We have clothing brands. Apple might join us soon. Hey, Apple, say yes. They all want to support education and support you, and you're not alone in this fight. We are next to you, and we are bringing your army with you, okay? We also are providing credibility by giving insights to data and performance on our platform. Should a business be using our platform, we want to show them numbers, not just say, hey, you're doing great, give us your money. Show your customers the insight. Be transparent with them. That brings credibility. Me up here on this stage crying about my time in China allowed you to feel connected to me. That's transparency, and that's credibility as well. If it is boring and old, maybe you need to reflect and think, what is boring and old? But if it bores you, if it doesn't excite you, if it's not exciting your customers or your investors or your target market, well, see it as an opportunity. Get creative, okay? Katie? Be bold, be authentic, be transparent. Please don't go around bringing flamingos to places. That may not bring you luck. Not everybody needs to do that. That works for us. Katie? This is me yesterday, rocking the flamingo. But what we want to challenge you to do is to find your flamingo. Number one, once you know it, stop by our booth. Let's record you, let's put you on social media, let's tag you, let's tell the world how great you are and who you are. Everybody stop by and do that. In fact, everybody stop by and say, I love EduPassport, and we'll give you free advertisement. Do it. Go do it, okay? Team, know that, okay? Next is going to be, what if you don't know your flamingo? What if you're not that creative person? That's okay. We have a lot of creativity to spare. Why don't you stop by the booth? Why don't you talk to us? And why don't you allow us and our brains, and even if we don't know, allow our network and our connections to support you, okay? This is an open relationship, conversation, and we are here to make some differences. That is our flamingo. I really am excited to learn about yours, okay? Thank you so much. Be disruptive. Make people remember your name, your sari, your outfits, whatever, and be disruptive. Please do connect with us here at the booth, and we are very looking forward to this journey with you all together. And do tell everybody, we're global. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Stacey. Now, Stacey, if you wouldn't mind, we're going to invite some people if they have some questions for you. Is that okay? Because I would love to hear more. I'm sure some of you would love to. Does anybody have any questions for Stacey about all the things she went over? And you can say no, she said, but I'm sure you do. Because I'm trying to find my flamingo now. So, is there anybody else? No? I think you've covered it all. Fantastic. Let's give her another round of applause, everybody. Thank you. That was fantastic. Okay, now let's all remember the hashtag. Do we remember the hashtag for today? Everyone's checking their notes. That's the way. Education to Conf. Okay, I'll spell it out. Hashtag EDUCATION 2. The number 2, conf, C-O-N-F, hashtag education2conf. Make sure you use that hashtag, and of course, tag us, tag the event on all of your socials. Now, we're going to get everybody out there to pull out a business card or two. Has everybody got a business card with them? And if you don't, pull out your phone and open up your LinkedIn or your Instagram, your social media, and you're going to find somebody else on your table. So this morning we met some people, and you're going to find somebody who you haven't met yet, and you're going to connect with them. Okay, once we connect on the socials, hand over the business card, connect on LinkedIn, connect on Instagram, and talk a little bit about why you're here and what you do and the things that you can offer each other. So let's go ahead and do that for a couple of minutes. Yeah, that's what we're waiting on. Where are they? Someone walk in. Oh. Okay, fantastic. Now that we have all connected, let's start to wrap it up a little. Okay, fantastic. Let's all take our seats now. Okay, fantastic. Let's take our seats, everybody. Okay, so I have a question for you all. Who made a brand new connection just then? Fantastic. Who made more than one new connection then? Who made more than 3? More than 5? Okay, so we got about 3 or 4 new connections. Fantastic. And that's what this is all about, making international, global connections. So please take a seat, everybody. And moving ahead to our next section, we have a new panel, another panel discussion lined up. It's entitled Building Bridges, Promoting Global Citizenship Through Cross-Cultural Education and Collaboration. This session promises to be a melting pot of ideas with panelists from various corners of the globe sharing their insights on creating a more inclusive, empathetic world through education. Let's welcome Rhonda L. Bowen, Global Strategic Communication Guide at Bells, the session's moderator.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, Rhonda. And now we'll invite up the panelists also. Yuri Hirayama, School Director and Educator of the Yuri Education Center. Pamela Furr, Founder and CEO, Puzzlebox Academy. Cranston Sai Hokwenda, founder, Consult Cranston. Samita Bhattacharya, founder and managing director of Frankly Speaking Tuition. Elisa Prisco, head Special Projects and New Business, World International School of Torino. Please welcome them all up onto the stage. Over to you, Rhonda.
Thank you so much. Such a great pleasure to be with you all here today. We are a wonderful mixed group of people doing very, very different things. And so we said the most important thing for us when we all discussed this last week was making sure we give a brief introduction of ourselves and then each of you having the opportunity to ask questions. So I'm joined by 5 other wonderful, inspiring people. There's such a diversity here on the stage, and there's even more diversity out there with you. And so we're looking forward to having the opportunity to share our insights first, and then to make sure you come into the conversation. That's the most important thing for us. I will call each of us up one at a time. Each of us will introduce ourselves just to go through and give some ideas about what we're here to share. And once all 6 of us have had a chance to speak, we're turning everything over to you. What's going to happen in this conversation depends on what you're interested in. We've decided to use first names only when we talk with each other, and when we talk with you, that makes life easier for all of us. And we would love it when you come to the microphone and ask a question. Since we're talking about very different things, we'd love it if you would say which person you would like to answer the question first, if it's directed to a special person, because then we make sure we get the best answers for you and see if there are others then who would like to join the conversation as well. So I'm going to start out with Samita, please.
Everybody. Hello, everyone. My name is Samita Bhattacharya, and I am an IBDP English literature and language educator, and I have been teaching for the past 15 years, and I am based in Singapore, although I'm an Indian, but I'm based in Singapore, and I have been living there for what, 26 years now? So global citizenship right there. All right, so this is the thing. In an increasingly fragmented world that we live today, global citizenship to me is a kind of an amorphous concept. I mean, what do we do in global citizenship? We perceive individuals who, as citizens in the world that we share, going beyond the concept of community, nationality, society. And the 3 aspects of today's panel discussion is something that is very passionate, that I'm very passionate about, in the sense that global citizenship, collaboration, and cross-cultural learning, they are all very connected. They are all very interdependent. That is to say, in a cross-cultural setting, learning cannot happen without collaboration. And if we do not expose our students and make them knowledgeable and respectful about other cultures, global citizenship doesn't happen. If we are marred in stereotypes, if we are constantly judging people, global citizenship will never happen. Trust me, I say this, I have first-hand experience. You're an Indian. Oh, you teach English literature and language. How come? You're an Indian. Oh, you must be in IT. So we have to get rid of these stereotypes in order to promote global citizenship. Yes, we are Indian. Yes, we belong to call centers, but trust us, we have an existence outside as well. Okay? Sooner we get rid of these stereotypical concepts and personal bias, trust me, global citizenship will knock on our doors, all right? And so to move on, in Singapore, I have been the head of faculty for quite a few international schools, and on an average classroom that I would teach would consist of members, students from Singapore, China, India, UK, US, South America, Korea, Japan, Thailand. Did you count how many? Exactly. And none of them, most of them, they are not native speakers of English. So imagine teaching English literature and language to a classroom full of these young learners, mostly unenthusiastic, sometimes enthusiastic, and so from such a rich background, ethnic background, that is to say. How do I keep them engaged? How do I tell them that use multiculturalism, use your curiosity rather than your judgment to approach something that is unknown, something that is uncertain? Inculcating this into the students, this awareness and this habit, is not possible without collaboration. Bring few students together from different backgrounds, make them work together. That will automatically start generating respect for each other. We'll build a team, we'll teach them respect, knowledge, appreciation for one another. Unless that is done, global citizenship cannot happen. That's where collaboration, in my opinion, comes, because collaboration is a wonderful tool to sort of, give a structured framework to something that is very abstract at first blush. So if we can kind of encourage our students to work in teams, to collaborate, instead of competing against each other, it helps. It teaches them the true meaning of global citizenship. So, global citizenship not only is important, but at the same time, it is probably needed in today's world where everything is fractured, everything is fragmented. And this can be achieved, as I say, I'm a big fan of collaborative teaching. IBDP very much encourages collaboration. And I personally feel that collaboration teaches you, teaches the students to be open-minded. They are better at communication because they communicate with each other in a multicultural environment. And yeah, sure. Yeah,
so
sure,
we make sure we have
sure.
time. Great, thank you. It's a wonderful introduction
I
to
do
the
get
subject.
carried away.
Yeah. It's my job to make sure we collaborate, right?
Absolutely.
Exactly. There we go. Thank you, Samita. Great. So we're going to move to the gentleman in the middle. We're so happy we have a gentleman on our team as well. Cranston, go right ahead.
My name is Cranston, and I am a 10 years, over 11 years, I think, in tertiary education experience in Western Australia. And our interpretation, for example, about what we felt was building the bridges was our involvement in building a language learning platform out of Australia. We called it the African Language Academy. We did see the space. Unfortunately, there were not too many African sort of teaching platforms out there, so we kind of filled that space. And what we found, which was we sort of stumbled upon it by accident, was how much multicultural families do not necessarily understand the local language of either their spouse, or the children do not really know both languages for both parents. And so we filled that space, and we believe that we are promoting global citizenship in that direction.
What you're doing, thank you so much. So we're now going to go to Yuri, our next panelist.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Yuri. I'm from Japan, from Tokyo. And I'm very passionate about education and sustainability. I started to teach math and Japanese at the age of 20 when I was attending University of Texas in Arlington. I started to teach at Northlake College in Texas. And I was very fascinated about teaching. And then since then, I have been teaching mathematics, sciences, languages. And then, yes, for about 20 years. And I recently realized that Japanese students do not know much about sustainability because their lifestyle is too comfortable. So I decided to major in sustainability and in CSR in my MBA. My MBA is in Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico, but I take MBA classes online. And then I became passionate about sustainability because, well, not so many Japanese students can speak English, but so they do not have enough opportunities to read sustainability-related books. So I introduced SDG 17, 17 goals related to sustainability to my students, and little by little, my Japanese students became interested in SDGs. And then I frequently hold presentations, workshops, so that they get used to presenting their ideas. They get used to mentioning their opinions. And then since we do not include so many foreign students, I started to include people from Pakistan, people from Tanzania, people from Puerto Rico and Colombia. And then I started to hold Zoom sessions, and that has been quite successful. And then additionally, I decided to establish one more school. It's called Yuri Education Center, and I just found it 4 months ago, so it's quite new, but I'm very happy to know that a lot of students are interested in learning sustainability. And then I myself learning about CSR and sustainability too. So this is my introduction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yuri. Now we're going to turn it over to Elisa, and her microphone even works. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes,
Off
it's
we
working.
Go.
Collaboration, thank you. Hello, I'm Elisa Prisco. I'm based in Italy, and for the past 11 years, I have covered head roles in international schools that deliver the international baccalaureate programs, whose motto, Education for a Better and More Peaceful World, finds its founding elements in the work Educational Techniques for Peace, written by Marie-Thérèse Mauret after the Second Post-World War. Why am I saying this? Because I would like to approach the relevance of our topic by considering the side effect of its disregard, that is, major conflicts. History has repeatedly shown us that when individuals are ruled by immoderate and undisciplined need for cultural belonging, the consequential fanatism leads to blind hatred against others, where each group is deadlocked in their rightness and fearing that acknowledging the other means denying oneself. Therefore, it's a matter of surviving or succumbing. So how does this end? How does great peace is achievable? Well, according to the world-renowned psychologist Bert Hellinger, he would say that peace is achievable when the desire of annihilation ceases and when the individual recognizes that there are no better or worse human beings. In other words, when there is the mutual recognition of validation and respect. At home, peace starts as an act of intent and willpower. At school, it further develops as a mission through intercultural understanding and respect. And this is ruled by specific policies. You know, international schools are an epitome for this because by nature they are characterized by cultural dissonance. Teachers, staff, students, families, all different and unique. Therefore, it is essential that they get educated about international mindedness, which the IB intends as a shared attitude to openness towards world cultures and their appreciation. In essence, international mindedness is the decline of egocentricity, and thus it is the commitment to collaboratively work to create a third cultural space, which this is what the metaphor of bridges stand for. There's me, there's you, and there's an us space. And only by doing so, being devoted, I would say, to that, may we become global citizens, where global, which is a word that very often scares, is not the loss of cultural and national identity. Rather, it's recognizing and embracing a sense of shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. So, Pamela, you're next. How's your microphone?
1, 2,
Good,
3.
wonderful.
All righty. I hope you all can hear me. My name is Pamela Furr. I am the CEO, CFO of Puzzlebox Academy. I'm also the janitor, the custodian, the therapist, the teacher. There is no job in my company that I would hire someone to do that I wouldn't do myself. I am also the president of a nonprofit called Bridge to Tomorrow Foundation, which is why I'm here, which is to make sure that there is an education model for caregivers across the world in order to understand the neurodivergent learner. So listening to everyone here, I had a wonderful speech presented, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, guys, I've listened to our panel, I've listened to the speakers today, and how about we get rid of race? Sometimes the most simplistic thing is the easiest. I am a human being. My students are human beings that just happen to live in different countries or different states. And if we take that approach as a community, that we are all human beings just from different locations around the world, then we are already setting the correct program for our kids.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So nice to be joining you today. And it's really great to see that there are so many people here who are interested in education. My name is Rhonda Bowen. I'm a global strategic communication guide. And I've worked with people from more than 70 countries directly, not just somewhere in a fuzzy little place in a virtual community, to actually help them understand how important it is to communicate across cultures. And I say across cultures because I don't believe in only what part of the world are we from or what does our passport say. That's our geographical culture. But I work in businesses, and therefore for me, organizational culture is just as important. So why can't financial people talk to engineers? And why do salespeople always fight with the finance people? That's a cultural thing as well. And my purpose in life is to make sure we co-create the solutions that help best professionals, people I work with called working in business, engineering, science, and technology, to make sure that those things that aren't working, that they co-create the solutions that do make them work. And one of the great things that happened here was when I was asked to come to this conference and they said, would you be on a panel discussion? And I said, yes. The most wonderful thing that happened is that I get to share a stage with these other wonderful people. And now we have the chance to make sure that you get to share the stage as well, not have to come up on the stage, but there's a nice microphone for all of you to use. And let me just tell you why we decided to do things in this order. We started with Samita because it was this idea of collaborative learning in general, and she gave us a great introduction into that. Cranston then pulled it back to one very specific part of things, which is talking about African languages, something very specific, but therefore very diverse because there are so many languages in Africa. Then we went to Yuri, coming up with one of the world's global challenges at the moment, sustainability, something I'm also privileged to be working on as well. And then a second global challenge with Elisa about trying to find peace in the world and how we all live with each other better. And then we went to Pamela, who's concentrating on both young people and adults, and in this inclusive neurodiversion responsibility that we all have to make sure that everybody is being taken care of. And for me, the fact that I only work with adults nowadays, but the important thing is that we're co-creating together the solutions that we need. So now it is your turn to help co-create this session. If you would like to ask a question, there's a nice microphone here in the front. And as I said, if you would like to tell us who your question is to be directed at first, that would be a great help for us so we know who should answer. We really appreciate any insights you would like to share or questions that you have at the moment.
Hello, Anesu again. This question will be directed to Cranston, as that's correct. It's a bit of a two-part question, and I think one of the panelists also mentioned something about cultural dissonance. So both of you can kind of get into this question. My question is that I come from South Africa, right? And with the perspective that I have from that side is that we have a global community, right? But in the workplace, there's this cultural dissonance that comes. It's in Africa, but then we have people from West Africa coming in. We have people from East Africa coming in. And when it comes to the workplace, there is a dissonance in communication. You know, when you speak about the language, right? It's not just spoken language. There is body language that is involved in that, right? So now you have someone who comes from West Africa, you meet someone in Southern Africa, but we communicate differently. Our body language communicates differently. Our hand gestures communicate differently. Even the tone of voice is different. So one can take a very innocent statement, but just because of that cultural difference, it becomes something of an attack. So my question to you is that what tools or steps have you taken within your education to kind of bridge that gap that allows this cultural dissonance to kind of get a bit closer, because it's not just language, it's all of these other factors that come in. And yes, we want to take out race, but then how do we then come in to bring that humanness, right? Like if I'm to bring an African perspective to it, we have things like totems. You know that if you're in Southern Africa, you would walk all the way up to the north of Africa, but the one thing that would unite you is that if you have a totem and you're an eagle, wherever you go, you're going to meet people who have that eagle totem. Whether they speak a different language or not, you found your communality, right? So now with the next generation or the next step in our global citizenship, what are we doing, or what are those tools that bring that common thing that you guys are using? Sorry, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Makes perfect sense. Well, through our language learning service, what we also discovered is it's not just about learning a different language, or at least getting the basics. There's a lot of cultural nuances that come along with the language. And then what's really important is for someone not just to speak the language, but to understand those nuances. And what we do in our style is we touch upon the nuances as well, and then we combine that with the language that you're learning. For example, Yoruba. I'm not from North or West Africa, and when we were building the curriculum for teaching that language, we found that they've got a large alphabet. They actually do have an alphabet. So we ourselves had to learn that first, and the nuances behind it, what it means, you know, beyond just a symbol. For example, in Chinese, one symbol could mean a lot of things, right? So we found it important to kind of tell the story around that and then build it into, and interpret it, so to speak, into the language. So when you learn on the platform, or the way we deliver the language learning, is so that we touch upon the nuances that come along with it. Because stereotyping, not the word you used, it thrives in ignorance. So in the absence of information, then stereotyping just, you know, flourishes. So as we deliver that product, the service, we also touch upon the nuances, what they mean. When someone wakes up in the morning and greets you, they don't just greet you, they greet your parents, they greet the chickens, you know, they greet the cows. On Southern Africa, for example, in that area, as an example, we don't generally go that far, but then you cannot then ignore that if on the other side of the planet, that's what they do. So we we blend that into the service so that people can understand a bit more as they learn the language. Does that answer your question?
You had also mentioned something about cultural dissonance. Maybe you'd have something you'd like to add.
Well, yes. What I would like to stress that we cannot get rid of cultural dissonance. Our ability stands in handling it, because that would be a pretense if we want to, put down to zero our differences. That wouldn't make sense at all. So as leaders, as educators, we have to be open-minded and tolerant enough to understand that this dissonance reflects who we are. It's just like Pamela said it before. School is like a family. So imagine the chaos that sometimes there is, within families, because it's not a cultural matter, but maybe by different tempers and ages and stuff like that. So in school, it's exponential, okay, because we really have people coming from different places. So the ability of principals, coordinators, and teachers, but the whole community, because when you refer to school, we need to have a broader view, like a larger family. Everyone has a responsibility. It's a collaborative work. So each of us can bring in a valuable impact. But as I said before, the ability stands in juggling with it, in managing it, because otherwise we wouldn't, bring along our diversity, which is instead something that we have to cultivate and treasure, but in the name of tolerance, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a question? Please come to the microphone. Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My small question is, we as the leaders are here in this conference to bring this global cross-cultural education to take it away to our places and our community. I just want, this question is for all the leaders over here, whom do you think you should empower with, who are going to be the forefront warriors, and what is that we all are thinking, or what is that step that we all would like to take in the forefront to go ahead and do this actual learning or actual cross-cultural education or collaboration or whatever we say. So we as a leaders are here to learn, to understand, to share, and to get things. How are we going to empower it, and who are these warriors? Are they our students? Are they our middle leaders? Are they our teachers? Or are they any other education service providers? Who are they? Anyone?
Thank you very much.
That
And
round
then,
up.
go ahead, Yuri. Why don't you start, and then we'll go to Samita. Yeah?
As I mentioned, I have already started more Zoom lessons, including Japanese students and students from Pakistan. I started from there. And then I actually let them use the same material, and then I assigned the same homework, and then I asked them to study ahead, and then we discussed together, right? And then I tell my students to listen to their opinions carefully. Like they have to be patient for almost 1.5 hours, but listening skills are very important, because most of them actually couldn't identify where Pakistan was, and then what kind of religion, for example, what kind of customs. So they need to listen to each student. And at least they should study where the country is, what language is the official language, and what kind of religion. Then by studying those and then getting those information, of course they become interested in, knowing about the country more, so they can proactively ask questions during the session. So students need to make effort, and also parents actually cannot take them to Pakistan, for example, but at least by showing the map at home, they need to introduce the culture, not only regarding advanced countries, but developing countries' information as well. That is my opinion. Thank you.
Well, I don't know whether it's unique or not, but I do have an explanation for who is going to see. In IB, teachers are facilitators. So students, of course, will take it forward. But I do have a thing to say that alongside with cultural, cross-cultural learning and cross-cultural awareness, there has to be diversity of outlook as well. You know, sometimes, you know, all the social movements that they latch on to this one trait or one identity, and, you know, it's built around that identity so that it gains attraction, gets the attention of the people. I am not, you know, undermining the need and importance to do so, but I am also saying that use multiculturalism as a lens, not as a site. I'll give you a small anecdotal experience if I can take 2 minutes of your time. So in IB, we teach literature and films, or, you know, it's one of the most popular aspects of IB. So one day I was doing a discussion between, and I was showing them a discussion between Spielberg and Scorsese. They're talking about cinematographic techniques to be used to create tension and suspense, and how to deal with violence, how to best present violence on the screen. And one of my students stood up and said, and you know, in Singapore, we are all ma'ams, okay? But Samita ma'am, you know, there is no female representation, you know, there is no African-American representation. So this obtuseness bothers me. It just took away the learning. It just completely ruined the learning for. So I can't, you know, completely disappoint the student also. So what I did was, I said, but today's discussion is on cinematographic techniques. Let's focus on that. However, what you do in your next class presentation is you collaborate with your friends, come up with the topic that you suggested, African American representation in movies. And from that, we went even further. We talked about women representation in politics. So you see, it just goes. It has a rippling effect, all right? So definitely this awareness has to be brought on by the students with teacher as a facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela?
I hate the microphone, but I want to jump in because earlier today I had someone come to my table and ask me a similar question. And they were like, how do I do it? Give me an example. So I'm going to use an example that crosses all cultures, Tourette's syndrome. Tourette's affects you, whether you're Muslim, whether you're Hindu, whether you're from the United States, whether you're Roman Catholic, whether you're Protestant, it doesn't matter. It doesn't see it. So how do you make that inclusive? So we like to use shut the front door. Now that's not what some of my students say because it is an involuntary response. So what we do is called choral responding. Instead of making that a bad thing, we go shut and locked. Not just the teacher, but the students, because you're going to have that outlier. So you're building a sense of pride, not, again, standing out. You're building unity. You're not building exclusivity. It's like, oh, shut the front door. Now we use it in my house too. Shut the front door, yep, shut and locked. But do you see how that choral responding then makes that child part of the family unit in the classroom? Where does it begin? With every single one of us in here. We could easily say it begins with the parents, but in the 1,500 families that I have helped, I can let you know that probably 60% of them do not have the strong family structure at home. That family structure, that unit, they are getting from us as educators. Sometimes that teacher is mother and father to that child in that classroom. Remember when I said whole child, if you saw my presentation, we don't know what is going on. Again, that's that ununified principle. You don't know the whole story. So that little bit of time that you have with any student, fill them with a sense of pride. We have a multicultural night at our school. Instead of doing Thanksgiving, we thank all of the families from coming from such diverse backgrounds. And we have the child come in with a sense of pride of where their heritage is from. and we have the child lead that instruction. And guys, if you remember what I said, my kids are all neurodivergent. So if there's no limitation stopping them, imagine what our neurotypical children could do with this same education. So where does it start? It starts right there. Where you put the focus is where you put your attention, your energy. It starts with every single one of us. Every time you experience someone new, remember, don't see with eyes of what color are you, Yuri? Where are you from? Oh, you're Japanese. Oh, how do I curtsy? Do I bend? Do I bend? Same thing as what you were saying about the call center. Make fun of your own self. Man, I'm a ginger through and through, fiery temper. Yes, indeed. But at the same time, I make fun of it. I make fun of it because humor is universal. Some of the best comedians that we've ever had that have walked the stage didn't see individuals. They saw humans, and they made fun of everyone. So just remember to laugh, and remember it starts with you.
Cranston, would you like to add anything to this?
Yes, I'm basically going to echo what my colleagues have said. I think the real change champions are all the involved parties. A quick example from I keep talking about it, but our academy is that in the beginning we had primarily wanted to teach the children, but then the children need to practice with whether the parents or with friends, and then the parent would have to learn so that they can then converse with the child. So the parent is equally as involved in the learning process as the child who needs to practice what they've learned. So really all the change champions are the people that are involved in the process, all stakeholders.
Great. I'm going to say one thing and then I'm going to have you come with your question. I spoke at the CXO conference earlier this morning and something came up about leadership as well. And I'd just like to add to the conversation, a leader is a person where other people say, I want to follow that person. For me, leadership is not who it is, it's not where they're from, it's not anything about how they do leadership. There's nothing about that. If there is somebody who's a leader, there will be people to follow. That can be anybody within the educational system, as far as I'm concerned. And the example I always use for this is Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi didn't stand up someday and say, here, I want to be a leader and everybody should follow me. He stood up and said what he believed in, and people believed in that too, and they followed him. And he became a leader. He wasn't naturally just standing up and saying, here I am, I'm the leader. I think if we look in the education system, we will find so many leaders in so many different places. We just have to make sure that we're having the chance to follow the lead of those people that we believe in that are doing the right things for our world today. Thank you very much. Yes, your question, please, sir.
Yeah, my name is Noel, and I'm from the U.S., and my question, so just to frame the question, in the U.S., 1,000 recruiters from U.S. corporations were surveyed, and they identified 81% of the employers said that they see cross-cultural competence as the most important skill from graduate business students from U.S. programs. And so my question is, if that's such an important thing, at least from a U.S. perspective, how is cross-cultural competence being taught to students in your respective countries? And is that a problem statement? Is it already being addressed? Is that an opportunity, an unmet need? We just want to kind of understand a little bit more about that landscape. Thank you.
Is there any one person you would like to start? Okay.
I mean, I could start. That would be the whole panel. But in our situation, what we ended up beginning to do, which is an oxymoron, ended beginning, but what we did was we started building around storytelling, so that you like I said earlier, you understand more about someone's approaches or what they actually mean if you know a bit more, right? So what we ended up doing is we're adding a storytelling side to it. One of the newer series that we're coming up with is where we interview, a bit of a podcast situation where we interview the elderly in a community. So they tell an idiom or a story or a myth or a legend, and then they break it down in a way in which an average person can understand, and then they attach meaning to it. So that's one of the ways in which we're trying to promote that cultural competency. It goes beyond just like, of course, our main main through line is the language, but at the same time, that storytelling helps with really understanding where that language is taking you, now that you can speak it, so to speak.
I can connect to what you were saying is that, especially in like in the primary years or kindergarten, early years children, this is very important to start at a very early stage to be as the storytelling. So to include like books from different cultures, and children are exposed to different stories. And then one technique that we as IB educators find very effective is making them experience the perspective. What does it mean? If you're very young, let's say like a fruit drama, they connect to the story and they try to play like a character. And then at the same time, they are asked to shift and be another character. And they have to reflect, how has my perspective changed? How do I feel differently? Do I see the right things that I saw before? Do they make sense to me at the same time? Or has something changed? And when we go up, you know, you can get to, let's say, like the MUN model, for example, where you bring up very specific and actual conflicts, and they try to experience. But the experiential learning, so how do I get into perspective, if shifting roles? And then listen to yourself, realize what has changed on the biological level, meaning what kind of different emotions run through you and how your thoughts have changed. And before, I used to think this, but now I think that. That's the key, because we do not become global citizens all at once, okay? It's just like good manners, okay? You don't get to be a decent man or a decent woman when you're a grown-up. It starts from very young age. So it's something that really has to grow with you, but it's daily practice. It's a commitment, and educators really need to believe in that. I hope this helps.
I'd like to add just 1 minute to that. And we do a lot of, given the scope of my subject matter, there is a social dimension that goes beyond the text. And we do a lot of role playing. For instance, I was just teaching Death and the King's Horseman, Ole Soyinka's. And we, of course, we don't get to teach the original. We were doing a translation of Soyinka's iconic play. And it revolves around a very interesting social custom, which is ritual suicide, something we are not exposed to at all in Singapore. So, but then when we started role-playing, you know, much of our judgment, our, you know, misconceptions, they gradually vanished. You know, we got much more clarity that, you know, sometimes when we latch on to, you know, highbrow jargon, you know, we lose it. You know, there is no clarity of meaning. But here, when we were doing the role play, we understood that it is wrong for us to judge a particular tribe, a particular race from our perspective. In fact, let us gain the knowledge, but let us leave the judgment outside. And once we keep that judgment outside, we automatically earn that, you know, the license to be global citizens. Thank you.
Anything?
Might be different, but let me introduce Japanese CSR, how Japanese people are. We, as Japanese, tend to follow suit. So there is a saying, "Derukui wa utareru," the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. So we seek for conformity. We try to be united. And then when I was in high school, I was told to wait. Like, even though I tried raising my hands, but teachers told me to wait. They listen first. And then I was not able to be active in class. So we as Japanese are very shy and very modest. So in order to accept foreign people, it is kind of difficult still. So that is why we as teachers need to change their mind a little bit to be more global, to let them become aware of the importance of globalization. So that is why I feel so much responsibility not to change the Japanese culture, but a little bit changing into adjusting to the globalization. So the existence of teachers is very important. Thank you.
I have such a terrible feeling because I see this wonderful person standing at the microphone, and I see this wonderful thing that says 1 minute and 10 seconds. That will not do justice to what it is you would like to ask, and I would like to give all of our panelists a chance. Please come and talk to us after the session. We'll definitely get your question organized. Thank you so much.
To say something because it's something to think about for the future. We're talking about large language models and their training. There's a lot of biases, there's a lot of problems with global citizenship and cross-cultural collaboration. People from all over the world are using ChatGPT and all these chatbots, and when they ask a question, it's always Western answers. What are you guys doing to think about these biases, and then what are the policies in the future look into how to solve these issues? Thank you.
It's a nice thing that you've mentioned it, but now that is the end of our time. We don't have any more time left. We want to be respectful of your time here in the audience as well. We very much appreciate the opportunity to have spoken to you all today. We'll all be here after the session if you would like to get in touch with any of us. I'd like to thank each of you individually for such wonderful contributions to our talk today, and look forward to working with you and collaborating on making more and better global citizens in our world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. Now, we'll make sure to connect later on so that your question can be answered. Absolutely. Oh, photo.
Oh, I forgot.
Front and center, everybody. Front and center. Fantastic. Let's give them another round of applause for that wonderful session. Now we're setting the stage for schools to become more than places of academic learning. We are imagining them as community hubs of support, mental well-being, and collaborative strength. For this, we have experts with us sharing stories, strategies, and insights that will pave the way for a brighter educational journey for our children. Now, next up we have our fireside chat, and it is entitled Collaborative Approaches Engaging Families, Communities, and Mental Health Professionals in School Support Systems. So for this chat, I would like to welcome up Professor Catherine von Truer, CEO of the Kahn Miller Institute, Tim McNevin, Principal of Galilee School, George Lee, CEO of the Minds Synergy, and Dr. Laura Ficara, Co-President, owner and founder of Cherry Blossom Publishing. Come on up, everybody. Let's give them a round of applause as they enter the stage. Fantastic, so please take your microphones. Okay, lovely. So Laura will be moderating. We have enough chairs there for everybody. Fantastic. Over to you then, Laura.
So much, everyone, for being here, and I feel very humbled with being amongst the great leaders and educators of the world. It has been a humbling experience, but I just want to start off with the esteemed professor, Catherine von Truer.
Thank you. Is that on? It is? Yeah, beautiful. So just by way of introduction, my name's Catherine von Truer. I'm CEO and Provost of the Kahn Miller Institute. All we do is mental health. So we have a faculty of psychology and counselling. And we provide, of course, the education, including short courses, micro-credentials. We also provide and conduct quite a lot of research that a lot of universities would be envious of. And we also provide services. So our students during the training get to have placement experiences in our clinics, but they are also placed in schools, hence why I'm here today. So we run with a triple helix model where our research and our services and our education all intertwine and connect with each other and ensure that what we're teaching is relevant and contemporary and evidence-based as well. So we're also one of the largest psychology training centres in Australia. So I'll leave it there.
Next, we have esteemed Principal Tim McNevin.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm the principal of a school in Canberra in Australia, known as Galilee School. Galilee School is a classification of school in Australia that's known as a special assistance school. And I stress special assistance, not specialist. So specialist schools in Australia support those young people who have a high-end and diagnosed disability. A special assistance school, however, recognises explicitly that for some young people, their social and emotional needs is the unmet factor in them finding success at school. And so as a school, we design and deliver a model of education that responds to that challenge. And so we put equal emphasis on the academic curriculum and the learning program for each young person, but we also emphasise the social and emotional learning and the challenges that can present for young people in engaging with education. And to do that, we have a model that sees a staff-to-student ratio maintained of about 1 to 5, and our staff consists of teachers, youth workers, and learning support staff who sit alongside our young people, meet them where they are at, understand their challenges to learning, and help them to redefine who they might be as a learner to help them engage once again in learning. And so we describe our learners as yet to thrive in mainstream education. Many haven't attended school for years. If they do attend, they attend only occasionally. And if they do attend occasionally, they're probably only staying for a couple of hours every day. And so success has been elusive for these young people. And so putting them back on a pathway of success is an absolute privilege, and I'm delighted to be joining you here this afternoon.
And finally, the visionary leader and CEO, Mr. George Lee.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is George. I come from Singapore, so Lee is my last name. It's not Korean, it's Chinese. I speak Chinese as well, so I speak with an accent, and that's who I am. We are a multicultural, multilingual, multi-identity small little country with people coming from all over the world. I run a school back in Singapore, but with operations in Philippines, Malaysia, and China. So we teach people how to break through the mind limitation, managing stress, empowering them with techniques, pretty much into NLP, hypnotherapy, timeline therapy, dealing with their traumas. We train coaches, we train trainers. That is what we do as a business, as a profession. But concurrently, I'm also an adjunct lecturer in one of our local tertiary education. So I am an active lecturer. Back in Singapore, they don't call us by our last name or our surname. They just literally call you Cher, which is short for teacher. So every lecturer, every Cher in the school is Cher. Doesn't matter whether he's a man or a woman. So that's where I come in as a on-the-ground practitioner, looking at our kids growing up and managing and facing the stress that they face, that they receive, seemingly from someone who's supposed to love them, but ironically, it could be very well the parents who's stressing them out in our school system. So I hope to share my observation and my expertise coming from the Asian and the Midwestern side of the world Yeah, pretty much that's it. Of course, before becoming an educator, I was actually a professional career soldier. I spent 24 years in the Singapore Army, learning and training leaders, developing characters. So that's how I developed my love for the younger generation. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And another military background, I see. I happen to know a few in the States as well. Where I'm from, New York, I am an educator. I have been teaching, I'm going to date myself, since the mid-90s, and I was very fortunate that my first experience was in a school where the principal really was a visionary and transformational leader. He had been a special education teacher before becoming the special education director of the school, before being principal. And what we did, I'm going to say we because I was one of the piloted classrooms for inclusion back in the mid to late 90s. We had visitors all over the world, and I'll tell you more about it, but about myself, I also have a research background and have some journal articles I've published in peer-reviewed articles. I also own a publishing company where we do marketing, and we actually hold retreats where we help people reach their goals of writing a book, and with online support after the retreat ends. And we will start creating these classes online as well. But we have a wonderful array of trips planned in the future, and including one in Taormina, one in New York, one in South Florida. Anyway, I would like to start off with a question for all of you from the panel. And the question is, what is the problem we are solving in our region? What specific personal stories and experience do you have to share?
So what is the problem we're trying to solve? Why have mental health working together in schools? And I just shared some of these stats in an earlier conversation today in Health 2.0. But in Australia, there was a government report that was submitted in December 2023. And in that they said 1 in 7 youth was experiencing a mental health concern at any one time. But also, they mentioned that suicide was the leading cause of death among Australians aged between 15 to 24, making up 36% of all deaths. So it's quite a profound statistic, isn't it? Is it good enough? No. Do we need to do something about this? Yes, we do, and we need action urgently. And what we discovered in the earlier presentation was that this experience is actually ubiquitous. You know, no matter what country you come from, these stats won't seem to be unusual at all. Recently in The Lancet, they reported that 71% of global anxiety disorder could be avoided if youth received the relevant assessments and care that they needed. And I think the golden part of this is that school systems provide us with a platform where we can intervene, where we can connect with families, when we can pick up those little changes in a child and hopefully prevent and early intervene. As I mentioned earlier, at any one time in Victoria, we have around 30 provisional psychologists that are based in schools. Complementing that, the government have an initiative where they want a mental health professional, they're multidisciplinary, to also be based in schools. But you know what? It's not enough. So often we have a lot of the psychologists in schools taking their time doing a lot of assessments that are needed, you know, also learning needs for people and accommodating for that. And our students end up doing quite a lot of counselling. So we need the school system to leverage our influence and impact on mental health and recognise that while we might change one person, we also need to help change the family and the system and the school system that sits around them to effect that change. So over the last few years, we've also been involved in quite a few projects that I don't mind telling you about. Some of those have been the implementation of what we call as professional supervision. So as a psychologist working in Australia, part of keeping up our registration is that we have to have a mandated amount of peer supervision and also supervision and continuous professional development to continue to be accredited or registered. And what that does is it continuously improves our practice, it keeps us safe, and it also is a time to check in about our own mental health and prevent burnout as well. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? So, but we do have to do this. So what we've actually had done is we've had early childcare workers, we've had teachers, and we've even had school principals reach out and say, actually, I would like a bit of this. And so we've been providing, say, school leaders and principals amongst the Catholic Education Office, we've been providing them with professional supervision. We've been intervening in schools in the Northern Territory. We worked with remote and rural teachers up there who are in early stages of their career. And for over 30 years, we've had a program called The Big Tent, which has been providing supervision to early childcare workers. Now, 30 years is a profound amount of time for a training program to continue. It continues without being government funded. So we provide these programs as part of our charity and through donations. And there's a long wait list to be part of that. So what we do, I believe, is that we fill a little bit of a gap of mental health learning. People can come to those sessions, whether it's group supervision or individual supervision, talk about difficult challenges that they have in the classroom, and just get other people's perspective on it. Just to give you an example, in the early childcare setting, we had one of the people we've been working with who'd been part of the Big Tent program said she turned up to a kindergarten where they had a child who'd been expelled from 3 other kindergartens. How do you get to 3 years old and be expelled from 3 kindergartens? And indeed, this child's first day at that kindergarten, he threw a chair through a window and a staff member walked out. So through the supervision, the staff were able to talk about the difficulties with the child. They took a strengths-based approach. So they observed the child for a while, drew the family genogram, where are the pressures going on in the family, coming back to the centre and putting the child in the centre of the issue. The child seemed to really like the local lizard that they kept at the kindergarten, and that was observed for a while, and then the kindergarten field officer who we'd been working with said, he seems to really like this lizard. Let's see, why don't we make him the lizard monitor in the school? So then in the kindergarten, and he barricaded himself in the lizard, and one at a time he let the students come in and observe the lizard. And then eventually he took down the barriers and started to integrate and started to socialise with some of the other children. In the meantime, the mother, who's also part of the system, it was suggested to her, perhaps get a little furry rabbit or something that he can be responsible for and take care of. So she got him a rabbit. 6 months on, the kindergarten field officer was back in that kindergarten, and the mother was there on lunch duty, the first time she'd ever done lunch duty. She had her hair cut. Since her son was born, this was the first time she'd had her hair cut. So, because she'd been so preoccupied with the issues to do with her son. So while that's just one example, that kindergarten field officer says that had it not been for the Big Tent and these sort of intervention programs, she would have left a long time ago. And in the time between doing the Big Tent program and seeing us, she'd seen 1,000 families. So through our intervention programs at this sort of level, we're not wanting to feed a man a fish, we're wanting to teach them how to fish and to manage these situations and challenging situations, which often just need that little bit of support, monthly to sort of put the story together and to make a difference and a change. So they're just some examples. I'll stop and hand over, but they're just some examples of the sort of things that we do at the Kay Miller Institute. So thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Go ahead, Mr. Tim McNevin.
I think a good segue to the previous response is my response. The problem that we are trying to solve, so to speak, is this notion of disengagement from learning. And this is not a new phenomenon, as many of you know. Our school this year celebrates its 25th anniversary, and this will be my 8th year in the school. And this notion of disengagement was at the essence of why our school was established in the first place. I'm not one to criticise the mainstream education system. For the vast majority of learners, it does a great job. And many of us in this room, if not all of us in this room, are probably products of mainstream education models. They do work, but they do not work for everybody. And so we like to talk about a language of an education ecosystem, and our school is one school in the ACT, or Canberra, education ecosystem. And our narrative is about putting the learner at the centre of the conversation and asking what's best for them. And if the answer to that question is Galilee School, then great. And if the answer is yes for them is Galilee School, it's because they haven't found an answer in the other mainstream or alternate education systems available to them. But many do. So the problem is this notion of disengagement. And alongside disengagement, I think, is also a notion of personal narrative. It's how does that young person regard themselves? What is their opinion of themselves? What do they believe they are capable of? Or perhaps, what have they learned that they are not capable of? And what are the messages they receive from their environments, either through education or at home, that reinforces that narrative? So many of our learners experience very complex mental health conditions. Many have come from a trauma background. Much of that is intergenerational. Many are dealing with substance use disorders, and a number of them have comorbidity issues associated with those challenges. And those barriers are real. And those barriers manifest themselves in ways that many of us can only imagine. But for example, a young person who's affected by trauma or adverse childhood experiences perhaps will struggle with ideas of trust. They will have real issues with anybody who's in a position that they perceive to have power or authority. Notions of empathy are very challenging. As I said, their self-perception is difficult, and their fight or flight responses are very acute. And it's those challenges that that young person has that sees them collide with the expectation of mainstream education in many situations and circumstances. And so our challenge is about helping them reinterpret that perception of who they are and to overcome some of those challenges that they experience. Our model of education at Galilee School, as I said, is a staff-to-student ratio of 1 to 5. But we're a small school, deliberately so. We have 2 campuses, and that's also done deliberately because we're not looking to create and design a complex environment where so many other school settings are. We're building our model of education on relationship, and that takes time. But as a small school with a staff-to-student ratio that we do, we're an expensive model of education. The vast majority of our expenditure is on staff salaries. And so in order for us to meet the complex needs of the young people at our school, we must collaborate with professionals in other areas of community where expertise we don't have is held. And so mental health professionals, allied health professionals, physical health professionals are the people that we journey with together. But that notion of relationship and trust cannot be overstated. And so our role as a school is not only to build that trust and relationship with the young person in the school, but to also provide a safe environment where those allied health professionals, mental health professionals, and physical health professionals can come to, into the learner's space, into the young person's space, in a way that honours and respects the young person, in a way that acknowledges the need for safety, and in a way that supports them to build that trust and relationship with those health professionals in a way that they found very, very difficult in the past. And so we do that by building relationship between ourselves as a school and those organisations first. They need to understand us. They need to understand our cohort of young people. And we need to be sure that they are coming from the right place, with the right capacity and the right skills and the right level of understanding to be able to connect with our young people. Because for so many of our young people, their experience of those health professionals in the past, and this is not a criticism, has been substandard, suboptimal, hasn't delivered results for them. They've told their story so many times as they've journeyed through the juvenile justice system, for example. And so our job in collaborating with the community is to do so in a way that we honour and respect our young people and allow them to get the help and support, encouragement that they need to overcome those barriers to education and redefine themselves as a learner.
Thank you so much for your insight. And finally, Mr. George Lee.
Yes. So I would like to add on to what Tim have actually shared about mainstream and alternate education. But before I start my observation, I would just like to pop a question to the floor. How many of us here are actually educators, meaning you are a teacher in an institution, in a school, where you actually teach someone? Just a show of hands. Great. So keep your hands up, keep your hands up. Now, how many of us are involved on a journey of evaluating the students that you teach at the end of your educational journey, telling them that, oh, you know what, you've got an A, you've got a B, and I'm sorry, you've got a D, you failed the subject. How many of us are victim or culprit of doing that? So I see some hands. Like teachers, you're supposed to teach the students, right? That's our job. And then at the end of the teaching journey, now teachers, you're supposed to evaluate. You're supposed to assess them or assassinate them by giving them a D, an F, and telling them that, you know what, you didn't make the cut. You are a lousy student. Now, is the question, are you a lousy student or am I a lousy teacher? How many of us felt that way? Like I'm supposed to fail the student that I am supposed to teach at the end of 6 months and telling them that I failed as a teacher. Now, I teach both the mainstream education and also the alternate because I run an NLP school, right? So interested students who are keen on learning NLP, they will ask me, so George, are there any exams in your course? And when I told them that, no, there's no exam in this course, they are shocked. Like, what is a course or what is an education without an exam? Does that question ring something familiar in your head right now? What is education if there's no exam? Who support that statement? Like, I'm a strong believer of education without exam. Study, yes. Exam, no. Hands up. But how many of us teachers in schools, we are gauged and evaluated ourselves by the grades that our students get, not by their liking or their preference of how you teach the class, but by the alphabet that they get at the end of your teaching journey. So it kind of like set me thinking, what is the education system offering us? Is it a journey for us to learn, or is it a destination, be it or end it kind of result, like congratulations, you got an A, you promote yourself to the next level, or I'll see you again next year in the same level. So that kind of like set me really thinking hard. What if our mainstream education can do without exams and let the students' life be their real exam result? And what if education is not a destination, but a process. So what's the end of education? There's no end. The grade that students get doesn't really affect their life. It's what they do with the education that they receive on this journey that makes them come back for more. So education, from my perspective, it is not a destination. It is a journey. It's the effort that counts, but not the result. And if they like the effort, they'll come back for more. So the true spirit of educating someone is to make that person come back for more education. Education is addictive. So that's where I love addiction. I'm an addict myself. I love sharing, talking, teaching people how to learn more. And the process of learning is, well, sadly to say, is to unlearn a lot of wrong things that you have learned in the past and then relearn the correct thing. And as we are learning, at this very second, as we are speaking, you guys are learning something because we are all sharing our experience. Guess what? There are more things evolving out there that needs us to be learned again and again. So the pace of learning cannot be, it can't match up to how the world is evolving right now. And it's a very scary world out there. And I guess that part of the mental stress of the students that we are teaching not being able to get the grades, not the grade that they want, but the grade that the society wants out of them to be matchable to what they are actually doing justice to education. So yeah, I hope that observation of mine do put us into a thinking position, like what are we actually doing as lecturers, as teachers, as parents, as coaches, as someone who's trying to teach a young life out there to really learn something new. Is it a journey, or is it the result that counts?
Thank you so much, and I echo all of your sentiments on the topic. I want to discuss in the United States the issue that I see from when I first piloted inclusion, which the model we used was a very costly model, but it was effective. I had a special education teacher. I was the general education teacher at that time, and a special education teaching assistant who could run circles around any teacher I've ever met to date. And the results were amazing. The enthusiasm from the students, I have never witnessed again. We did a lot of project-based learning, we did a lot of integrating, we did a lot of themes. Then I came back into the system in New York City after many years of not being in their system, and couldn't believe the change that I saw, and it was all, unfortunately, about the money. Because that model, although it was proven to be effective, I have a thesis on that, actually, it's not practical. It's too costly, and with all the cuts, they're not able to sustain it. So now you have an industry of kids that are really takes a lot of patience and innovation and energy to help learn and guide. Without the financial support of a system that was created for the Industrial Revolution, not for today's world. We have the same system that was created to create factory workers and not critical thinkers. And just because you're labeled with something does not determine your future success. There are plenty of, Quentin Tarantino was one that comes to mind. He had a lot of different learning disabilities and emotional issues due to his learning disabilities and how he felt about himself that you talked about. And it did not stop him from being one of the best directors for his time, one of the most renowned. So really reframing how we look at mental education, reassessing, like George mentioned, reassessing how we assess the students and creating a model that is sustainable and not just a fad. So I'm looking at the time, and I'm not sure if, I know we started really late, if we're allowed to do our hopes, because I know we talked about a lot of them. And I would like to take it back to you, Catherine, if you don't mind.
Continue to work collaboratively and in a multidisciplinary way to increase mental health literacy, to build civil and supportive environments, whether they're the school environment or wherever we are, and to encourage people to be courageous, to have those difficult conversations, you know, with children, with parents, in order to be able to help and share ideas and have success and reduce stigma and to make it okay for someone to have a mental health disorder. That would be my hope for the future.
I share your hope and would add, there's a model of education that some of you might be familiar with, which is known as a full-service school. A full-service school sees education, allied health, mental health and physical health co-located in the one setting, which ensures timely intervention in the lives of the young people, access to support for their families, and wraparound services that deal with the challenges that a young person has right now so that they can overcome that challenge when they need to and can re-engage in education when they can, and not at a time in the future after a referral pathway may have taken some months and months to be addressed. And locally, our plan is to establish and open a third campus of our school where that model of education is present.
I just have one hope for education as an industry and for all of us here in this room as educators, is that we enjoy the process of education or educating someone without having this conflict of interest of trying to fit the young lives, the people that we are teaching, into this very oxymoron bell curve that we are given, where every class has the top 5% and the bottom 5%, and the rest of it is like the 90% are the majority. And it is kind of sad because if I'm given the authority and the liberty to grade every one of my students, all of them are actually A students in their own world. So when we ask this question to our student, how do you like the class? I hope everyone and anyone that actually sits in my class will say that I enjoy the process. That's it. The process is what it matters. That's what they're paying for. It's not about the grades. It's not about the result. It's not about the alphabets that they get at the end of the journey. So my hope for education worldwide is where everyone enjoys the process of teaching and learning simply as a process itself. And they are coming back more and more for the process, just like a holiday. How many of us come into Dubai enjoying the process instead of looking at the destination? Now, what's the end destination of this trip? It's all of us going back home from wherever you came from. So if we always begin with the end in mind, that's it. The end is the end of the world. But that's not the real spirit of education. It's about spending every single minute, every single hour, enjoying the relationship, the interaction, and also learning something that you truly are interested in. So that's my hope. That's my hope where grades are no longer a determining factor or a label to someone's future, but simply by the attitude that this learner puts in the class and say that, Mr. So-and-so or teacher, I actually enjoy learning from you. Can I come back tomorrow for more classes? And we don't even have to talk about exams, because the real exams is when they go out there and they live their life happy as they should be. That's my hope. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful responses to that. I'll ditto all of them and then do a personal one. So my hope for the future is that physical illness and mental illness have the equal footing. And whereas no one would think to go for a foot surgery to an orthopedic surgeon without an MRI. There have been great advances in mental health with PET scans, where I know Dr. Daniel Amen started in Texas, has this wonderful system where he has people take their PET scan, determine exactly what their condition is. He could tell if they'll develop Alzheimer's or dementia. It tells you everything you need to know. And then he prescribes the medication and then repeats it after a certain amount of time on the medication to see the change, and if now it's a normal brain, as we want to say, but without the traumatic issues that the brain is going through during times of despair or anxiety. And just instead, we have pharmaceutical companies that run our country's medical system and play Russian roulette on children, on adults, on everyone with mental health problems. And that, I feel, is my hope that that changes, and that the correct protocol is taken as any other field in medicine. Thank you so much. Again, thank you, everyone. And I don't know if we have time for questions or not. Nope. I'm sorry, but you could find us, and we would love to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our wonderful speakers. Let's make sure that we do connect with them and ask those questions if we do have them. And while they take a photo, let's everybody stand up. Let's have a stretch. Who feels like they need to move? Who feels like that kid in the classroom that's sitting down, rolling around, out of their seats? All right, shake it out, everybody. That's the way. Fantastic. Let's give them another round of applause. Excellent. So take a seat, everybody. Our next panel will unpack the evolving job landscape, spotlight essential future skills, and discuss how to prep the leaders of tomorrow. It is entitled, The Future of Work, Predicting the Shift in Skill Requirements and Implications for the Next Generation. So I'd like to welcome up to the stage our moderator, Manisha Sangekar, General Manager for the Khan Miller Institute. Welcome, Manisha. Come on up. So she'll be moderating this next session. And then I'd also like to welcome up Mary Saliba, President, NGO, World Lebanese Cultural Union, Denmark. Diana Robertson, Founder and CEO, Skills Me Academy. Dr. Stephen Harris, Co-Founder and Chief Learning Officer, Learn Life. And Ramesan Dorisamy, Founder, Entrepreneur Success Foundry. Oh, and one more panelist. Melkart Rohana, Chief Engagement Officer and best-selling author, MRT Consultants. Let's give them all a round of applause. Okay, does everybody there have a microphone? We'll bring out another one. Everybody has one? You all have? Yeah, okay, we need just one more microphone. Okay, so over to you, Manisha. No need to switch it. If you start talking, it should go on. Just start speaking.
Can everyone hear me? Great. Well, we had to be a little bit adaptive and agile today as we talk about it today, because one of our teammates, our panelists, couldn't be here. He had to leave. He's got other commitments. So apologies, Malkart's no longer with us, but we'll get started. So we'll start with setting up and introducing our panel, and I might throw it to you, Ramesan.
Hello? Okay, right. My name is Ramesh Dorisamy. I'm the founder of Entrepreneur Success Foundry, which is a training firm. We train entrepreneurs to succeed in a way they haven't imagined yet. I've been in business for 30 years. Over that time, I built, or rather I founded about 16 different businesses, and I was able to do that because I start a business, build value, and then sell it on and move on to do something else. In that time, I've also gone through an earthquake and survived that. Today, I run a training program about unexpected crisis management. I'm a speaker on international stages. We do training in different parts of the world as well. That's a little bit about me.
To you, Dr. Stephen.
And again, you can microphones on. It's great to be here. I should mention, first of all, I was born in a country that wasn't mentioned in any of those things that happened this morning. For some reason, New Zealand got left off again, and quite often there are maps of the world with New Zealand left off. But I was born in New Zealand. I've been educated myself in 3 countries, New Zealand, England, and Australia. I've been a school principal for 20 years. I've been in the classroom or in schools for 46 years. And I now work in Barcelona and Sydney, same job, half the year remotely, half the year in person. Learn Life is an activity that was started as an entrepreneurial activity where we are seeking to create a version of school experience which is unlike anything that's traditional. And it's been a great opportunity. And if you want to talk about Learn Life at all with me, I'd love to share that with you. We also train people from across 8 or 9 countries at the moment in how do you actually approach the role of teaching differently. If you want to get me really passionate, I'm also a children's book author in Rwanda. I've actually been to Rwanda over 30 times, and one of the things I noticed was that there was a lack of any children's literature that reflected their own culture. So I started writing the Rwanda village tales in English and Kinyarwanda. So if you are interested at all in that, I'd love to talk. That was what will get me passionate.
Great, thank you, Dr. Stephen. Over to you, Diana.
Thank you very much, Manisha. Hello, everyone. My name is Diana Robertson, and I'm the founder and CEO of SkillsMe Academy, UK's top virtual school for developing soft skills. Think of it as a virtual school you can go to in your adulthood and learn some soft skills if you missed out earlier on. I am also a TEDx speaker, communication skills trainer and coach, and we worked with various organizations like the UK government, Deliveroo, over 30 universities in the UK and the US, and many more. Originally, I'm half Russian, half Arab, but we are based in the UK. Thank you.
Thank you. And lucky but not the last, Mary.
Thank you, Manisha. So my name is Mary Saliba. I am born and raised in Denmark, but I have roots in Lebanon. And I identify myself as very curious, and I love to connect with people and also make a change in the world. And therefore, I'm kind of a human octopus. I'm in very different fields. So one of the fields is that I am a teacher in Thai boxing and kickboxing in Copenhagen Youth School. Secondly, I study my master in business administration and corporate law in Copenhagen Business School, where I'm in my last semester right now writing my thesis in competition law and industrial economy in the energy-intensive industry. And third, number 3, is that I am the president of World Lebanese Cultural Union in Denmark, which is an INGO, and it has been established in the late 1950s and has chapters in 17 different countries. We established the NGO again in Denmark last year, where before that I was the president of the youth chapter for 6 years as well. And then, last but not least, I used to be the head of partnerships in a coding academy as well. So, yeah, as I said very shortly, I'm very curious and I love to explore a lot of different areas.
Thank you. And my name is Manisha Sangekar. I'm the General Manager at the Ken Miller Institute. We've come all the way from Melbourne, Australia, but I have really enjoyed the day today, full of learnings, experiences, and sharing insights. My background is multidisciplinary. I have worked in HR, in marketing, in IT, risk and governance, and name it. But what everything brings it together is the people. So people is the business that I'm in. I have, in the last few years, really worked on strategic workforce planning, which is all about predicting the future skills, predicting what's coming, what's happening in our environment, and working through that to get to the point B, to get to the point that we can actually close that gap. So without further ado, I'm going to get started. Just before we get started, I want to set the scene a little bit. What is happening in our world today? There are a number of macro trends. There is external labor market. There's labor market shortages. The unemployment rates are low. And what this means, it's actually really hard to hire. There's not enough people that we can find for the skills that we need today. The other things that is happening is the major digital transformation. A lot of the talks today have touched on AI, talked about ChatGPT, talked about major technological advancements. That's not new. It's been happening for the last 10 or 15 years. But the pandemic set us off. The rate of change increased exponentially. In the recent PwC report that got released in only January this year, 60% of CEOs across the 2,000 that was surveyed said their organization as it stands today will not be there in the next 10 years. That's 60%. There are major inefficiencies in businesses today. The traditional models, legacy job structures, rigid hierarchies are not going to let us progress. So what do we need to do? My approach is the three-pronged approach: the dynamic organization, dynamic leadership, and the skills of individuals themselves. And I love the approach called the T-shaped skills, which is not just diving deep into your area of expert, but also the breadth, so you actually stay relevant. So today with our panel, we're actually going to deep dive into some of these topics. And our first theme for today is skills. Is it the future currency at work? I might start with you, Diana. The skill gap today. What skills should be taught more to bridge that gap?
Sure, thank you, Manisha. Now I can only talk about my sector and what I have experienced so far. And soft skills happen to be some of the biggest, this missing link and the result of that gap. Now, we work with universities in the UK and in the US, and they prepare students to go and find a job, right? And then we also have employers looking for people to join them. And what's happening is that recently LinkedIn did the report on learning and development, and they identified that the employers are looking, like the three top skills the employers were looking at when hiring people and hiring graduates were leadership skills, creative problem solving, and communication skills. Guess which are the three skills that the graduate were least good at? Now, now, my opinion about this is that our traditional systems are just not preparing the people for their future lives. And for example, now, what happens as a result of that is that sometimes you get really smart kids, really talented, but they fail to find the right jobs. And they fail to pass a single job interview or pass the assessment center, which are the places designed by employers to check whether they have those soft skills or not. So as a result, what often happens, as my students tell me, is that very often it's not the smartest that gets the job, it's the loudest. Now, I'm not here talking about the fear, whether that's fair or not. It's just it's an advantage they have. They have good soft skills. Some people naturally have them. But what saddens me most is that what about those other kids? What about them? Are they not suited to be the leaders of tomorrow? No, not at all. There could be some really, really smart people in there. But the problem is they just can't show that even at the very first stage when they go and find the work. And this issue is really personal to me as well, because when I was younger, I was actually one of such kids. I was the type of student who would never raise her hand in the class, even though I was one of the top 10% in the university in terms of grades. But it didn't matter, because I was afraid that, I was afraid to speak in front of public. I was afraid to speak up. And this introversion and shyness stayed with me throughout my life. I couldn't get good jobs from the start as well. Also, I had terrible leadership skills. Anytime they put me on any type of group project, I would be doing so badly. I would hate those. I would prefer always to work alone. And as a result of that, the image of myself that I got is that, well, this is just not for me. I'm not a leader of tomorrow. I can't speak well. I can't lead. It's just something that's never going to happen. Now, thankfully, in a way, that I couldn't get my dream jobs at all. You'll see why, thankfully, because I realized that the core thing that I missed was the soft skills. So I dived deep into learning them. So I joined various training courses. I also joined volunteering programs where I took leadership roles so that I can build those skills. And in 6 months, I learned to be a decent public speaker. And in 12 months, I learned how to be a decent leader and manage teams. And but I was very lucky. Like, A, I had the means to do that, and B, I joined the right places. But when I speak to students today, when they come to me, they think that, well, they have no idea what to do. They're in deep pain and frustration. But also what saddens me most is that they don't think they can change. But why would they think that they can change? Throughout the 16 years or so in education, typically what you see is that you've got some outgoing people, you've got some shy kids, and one does not become the other. It just stays that way because our system does not train those skills. So I would say that, just back to your question, where is the skill gap? And I think soft skills is the #1 thing to look at when we're talking about the skills gap, and we need to do something about this as well. But maybe my colleagues have some other thoughts. What other skills are missing?
I think you're making some extremely valuable comments there. For me, the greatest anomaly at the moment still is that I haven't met any university around the world that is prepared to assess a teacher's capacity before they start teaching as anything other than a solo operator, and yet we want them to become the people that teach collaboration. And I would say that in my experience, both within schools and also in business, is that regrettably, teachers are amongst the worst collaborators in the world, and it's not their fault. They've never been trained in how to do that, and yet they're expected to teach it. So I think the gaps are fundamental, and they're systemic, and we have to put pressure on universities to say, if you want our teachers to be able to collaborate and work together in a community context, well, then you have to change the way in which they're trained.
Great, thank you, Dr. Stephen. I might throw this question to you, Dr. Stephen. how might we foster a shift in education systems to align with the skill-based economy?
A really valuable question, because there is this gap. I mean, I would agree with everything you've just said, and it's getting worse. I mean, I know that. And I can speak from 3 different contexts. I mean, I'll give an Australian answer, then a Spanish, then a Rwandan answer from my 3 different sort of areas of interest. I mean, in Australia, there's an obsession with examinations, unfortunately. And that's driven from the media, and you know that every year they're going to try and get sales for newspapers by highlighting the best schools, the best kids and everything else. That's so dangerous, because it's giving this false perception that you have to pass exams to get to university. Now, about 6 years ago, I heard that Sydney's most sort of historic university, the University of Sydney, only 39% of the entrants were coming in from exam-based contexts. The rest were actually coming in as international students or changing universities or from homeschooling. So it was the minority, and yet you'd actually have the sense that every person needs to get a high exam result to get into university. It wasn't the case, and yet that's fed negatively by media, which gets sort of almost obsessed every year on a cycle of who's got the strong results. And the same thing happens in the UK and other countries. I can see it. In Spain, it's that's the problem there. They do need to shift to a skills-based economy. I know that, because that's what the employers want. That's what we've been talking about. In Spain has the worst statistics for all of Europe in terms of kids dropping out of school. 1 in 5 kids do not finish school by the age of 15, and they're not dropping out suddenly at 14 years, 9 months. They're dropping out from 12-year-olds going up through there. And Spain's got 45 million people or more, and in that context, that's a lot of people who are actually dropping out of school. The reason why they're dropping out, the school does not focus on the skills-based learning. It's focusing on a traditional system where kids get disengaged. And I guess that's the passion behind the Learn Life program in Barcelona, is that we've thrown everything out. We're not just working with the kids who are disengaged. We've got lots of expat kids and others, but ultimately everything that's been spoken about today in the previous panels, it comes down to relationship. If you haven't got the relationship initially, you're never going to build the skills of communicating, of the skills of articulating. And there are there's a lot of research, Professor John Hattie being one of them, which talks about making learning visible. We don't do that in the schools. The kids don't articulate their learning. They're not encouraged to speak up. Then if I look at the for me, probably the most incongruous dissonant system, the Rwandan system, so many African countries were given a colonial education system, and I've seen kids do 8 hours of perfect handwriting every day. That's not only is it not going to get them a job, it's not teaching them the skills that they need to create their job, which is what's going to be critical in their context, because in the regions where I work, it's 85% of people are unemployed after school or after university, and they go back to subsistence farming. And it's not because they're not intelligent, it's because they've never been taught the skills that we're talking about. So how do we shift to that FOSS? That's the biggest one for me, is to say, how on earth do we actually show whole countries which have been given this model of colonial education to say, that was a mistake, an historical mistake. You have to change what you're doing, get rid of the education, get rid of the assessment and examination frustration going through, so that we don't finish up with absurd situations where I've seen 20-year-olds sitting in a primary classroom because they can't get they can't get 50 out of 100 in a test, which is almost irrelevant to them in the first place.
Wonderful. So that just means that we do need to shift. Things are not working. We need to change our education. We need to change the organization setup, and we need to make way with how the world is evolving. I touched earlier on technology, and leveraging technology is skill for the future. In the labyrinth of the future workplace, technology stands as a touchstone for progress and productivity. The question is, how do we move forward, mastering technological tools not just as a necessity, but as a fundamental skill for the future? Ramesh-san, I might throw this to you. Beyond the technical know-how, what soft skills are crucial for effective technology leverage?
In the outset, let me say that it's time that the so-called soft skills are given its due. For a long time, they played second fiddle to the so-called hard skills. But things like empathy, emotional intelligence, communication capabilities, leadership, and so on should form the fundamental of any leveraging of any technology. But I'd like to talk about two soft skills, which I feel is very crucial to leveraging technology. First, adaptability. If you learn technology, you need to be able to adapt the technology you have learned to suit your organization and its needs. And the other thing is that technology is changing. What I learned about AI, for example, last month, they tell me it's no longer valid. Something else has come along. So we need to be adaptable and be able to absorb new things that's happening out there. That's the first thing. Second, communication. As a team in any organization, if you have learned a technology, not everybody is of the same level in terms of understanding technology. You get somebody like me, I don't know what's the difference between Apple, Mac, and Microsoft. Then you're in trouble. So communication ability is where you have understood technology, you have adapted it to suit your organization, and then you need to be able to simplify and communicate it effectively to the rest of your team. Only then, as a team, your organization will be able to effectively leverage the technology.
Was very insightful. Mary, the next one is for you. How can educational institutions balance the integration of technology with the development of essential human skills such as creativity, collaboration, and emotional intelligence?
Manisha. So I would just start off with saying that I agree completely with what Ramajan also just mentioned. And to build further on that perception, it is very much worth it to mention the method, ambidexterity, which is a method and terminology that I've learned in university in the course of strategy, innovation, and digital transformation. And it means to exploit and explore simultaneously. And to kind of give you a bit of an easier picture to understand, it is to use sometimes the left hand, sometimes the right hand, and sometimes both hands simultaneously. So I want to ask all of you here in the crowd today, who is right-handed? Okay, amazing. And who is left-handed? Okay, there are a few. I'm happy to see that. Who are both-handed? Great. And also to elaborate further on that methodology, it is very, very crucial in the time and age that we live in right now to perceive things in a more flexible way and to integrate the method of ambidexterity in everything that we do. Because what we do one thing is what we do everything. So when we speak about the technological advancements and shaping future leaders in the workplaces in the future, it is so important to leverage and to talk about both the technical skills and technical advancement, but also the soft skills and the human touch, which is building collaboration and emotional intelligence, and also, as Ramajan, he mentioned, empathy, and some of my other panelists and colleagues also mentioned other of the soft skills. Because by balancing those, we also solve one of the big problems that will come in the next 5, 10, 15 years, which is the misunderstanding of the different generations. Because we have the older generation that likes to work with efficiency and structure and in a pattern that they're used to, where the new generation, they want to build challenges and they want to like challenge themselves in different sectors and different things, and they're very ambitious and very curious as well, but they lack a lot of knowledge and experience as well. And that's where the act of ambidexterity can be so beneficial to integrate in this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Mary, you touched on the human touch. Dr. Stephen, can I ask you a question about what does it mean to be human in the world of artificial intelligence, an ever-evolving and transforming workplace world?
As a question that covers so many areas, and it actually touches on to a lot of the soft skills that people have been talking about. I've enjoyed hearing people place the concept of leadership, right at the forefront of our conversation today, and the lack of leadership training at every level going through, so that in terms of what does it mean to be human in a world of artificial intelligence and ever-evolving workplaces that are changing, we can't possibly keep up with the technological change the way that we used to going through. I can remember back in 2005, I had the privilege of, I had a scholarship to go to 6 countries across the world to look at what they were doing in online learning, and what I found in virtually all countries except for 2 was hopeless. They had no idea what they were trying to do. This is in 2005. But I went to Iceland, and the Ministry for Education there had a motto in Icelandic, which I could never pronounce, but translated it was, do then think. It was the reverse of what virtually every other country was doing, which was think then do. And I looked at that. What they were doing was placing the reality of being a human in their context, to know that if they wanted to take a smaller population and actually train them for the world, not just for Iceland, they needed to be thinking differently. Now, if we fast forward to what's been happening in the last 12, 24 months with artificial intelligence, everything I read is, it's not the list of jobs which are going to disappear. It's what's far more important is who's going to know how to be human in a world of artificial intelligence, because it's the soft skills that will be the jobs. How does a human use the AI to advance things? And I think the whole issue of leadership comes into this as well, because we actually need people at every level to be intuitive, to be empathetic, and to be a servant leader. They're all part of the same thing. That again, if we don't focus on those areas, I'll go back to the training issue. I can't know of any teacher training programs that actually focus on empathy or emotional skills for a year, let alone for 3 years going through. How do we expect the workforce in schools to be teaching these things, to be human, if they're told your worth is based on examination results? If we're not prepared to throw everything out, and I guess again that's where I'm enjoying what I'm doing now in the last few years, because I guess having moved out of government, non-government, everything in the system form, to a place where we can say, well, let's throw out all of those questions. What does it mean to be human? Well, for the first week, 2 weeks, month, however long, you've got to be able to relate to the kids. If you actually try and push immediately into you have to learn this, you've disengaged that child. And every child is different going through. And I can remember one of my first weeks at Learn Life in Barcelona, when I wasn't very good at Spanish, let alone Catalan. There was this boy who'd been expelled from about 5 schools, was in our program, and he just looked shell-shocked at the end of the week. And I said to him, as we worked out our language and could communicate, what was the issue? And he just said, I've never been in a place where teenagers don't fight with adults. And so that he was just, the whole issue of relating was a completely new one for him. So I think for me, when we look at what does it mean to be human, we don't want to have a 10-minute well-being check-in at the start of the day. It has to be every lesson, every day of the year going through. We've heard about the mental health statistics. It's got to be fundamental the fundamental shift has to be the experience of learning has to be one where every child is not only at the centre, but learning is deeply personal to that child. And we've got the ability now with AI to create on-the-shoulder coaches and whatever else 24/7. I can see an amazing opportunity coming ahead if only we can get there.
With the clock ticking, I might have to wrap up here, but we might not even have time for questions, so more than welcome to find us outside of the session. But I do want to end up by actually saying one thing with all of this is we cannot take away from the ethical bias or ethical considerations of the technology. We do have to remember that these machines, these models are making decisions that are consequential to us. They're making decisions about whether we get the job, whether our mortgage is approved, whether we're going to get the next promotion. So to be aware that they have been designed with biases, and to be aware that how we apply the corrective action, which is very similar to the affirmative action that we apply in today's world to address the issue of equity, I think it's really important to ensure that we actually address that issue as well. And the good news is that they are mathematical models and they're easy to work with, and we can actually do that pretty easily once we are aware of it. So with that, I would like to close the panel, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now, please have your photo panel. Now, whilst they're having their photo, I would like to ask you all, how many of you remember a teacher who made you feel seen, heard, and valued? Yeah, a few people. Fantastic. Can you recall a classroom that felt like a safe haven, where not only your academic growth, but your emotional well-being was nurtured? These aren't just nostalgic memories. They're foundational experiences that shape our approach to learning and interacting with the world around us. This is why our next session, we delve into the very important topic, creating a positive classroom climate, the role of SEL, social and emotional learning, in early childhood settings. So I'd like to welcome up to the stage Zoe Madewell, the CEO and founder of Musicology Lab, Dr. Anjali Prakash, the founder and chairperson of Learning Links Foundation.
So Dr. Anjali is not there. I am there. Rupa Bhattacharya.
Rupa who?
Bhattacharya.
Rupa Bhattacharya is taking Anjali's place. Let's give her a round of applause. And you can tell us a little bit about what you do. And also Dr. Vinaya Holler, the CEO and co-founder of Bringle Metaverse UK and India. Over to you for our fireside chat, ladies.
Don't think so? Yeah. Good evening, everyone. We are now towards the end. You can see we are such a small group, but nevertheless, the most important topic, I feel, and something that is so crucial for all educators, and something that starts, like the topic itself says, early childhood, something that needs to be taken care by all educators right at the start. So we're going to be, today, we have two experts here, and we're going to be interacting with both of them. So just to set the context, SEL, social emotional learning, emerged as a cornerstone in education, aiming not only to foster academic success, but also to prioritize emotional intelligence, interpersonal skills, and overall well-being. For students to succeed in their studies, it's so important that this, what we call as social emotional learning, also is taken care in the early childhood settings. So we have here Dr. Vinaya and Zoe. So over to you, Zoe. You can introduce yourself and you can take us through what you want to share.
Thank you so much. Everybody can hear me. Welcome. We are to the end, but we saved the best for last, ladies and gentlemen. Quick show of hands. Yes. How many of you can read music? How many of you can read music? I'd say maybe 5 of you raised your hand. How many of you can read books? I want you to remember the hands that went up for music and ask you this question. Music is the universal language of the world. We are rhythmic from the first beat of our heart. And the fact that every single one of you did not raise your hand is why I'm on the stage today. Musicology Lab is going to change the way you were educated, and we are going to be sure that the next generation, when I ask how many of you can learn to read music, this whole group of the brilliant minds of our world will raise their hands because we are failing our children. I am Zoe Madewell, the founder and the CEO of Musicology Lab, and my new innovative learning system asks you this question. If music and sound start from the rhythmic beat of our heart, why are we taking music out of schools? Sound is the foundation of all language. Most of you are all bilingual, trilingual. I know Europeans, probably 5 languages, and I'm the American girl up here. Music is the language that I'm fluent in, and my dream is to inspire the next generation of musical linguists. I am a visionary with a big dream. I'm going to unveil today a global product that I'm launching at this Education 2.0 conference in this small room. I am thrilled and honored that you are here, that you get to hear about it. We're talking about the social and emotional learning of children. I couldn't sit down. I have to stand up. I'm too passionate about how are we speaking on a panel and raising children in schools without music, coming out of COVID, when music gives children a safe place to put their feelings in their fingers. You want to raise a healthy, whole, happy child? Music is proven. Music is proven to give children, calm their anxiety, build confidence. Musicology's remarkable impact. I have invented a learning system I am thrilled to about to show you, staying to the time limit. What if I told you that I could teach a child, a preschooler, how to play Beethoven with 2 hands and sing songs in 5 languages, like French, Mandarin, Arabic? Would you be curious to see the next slide? Yeah. Would you be curious to see the next slide? Yeah. All right, here we go. I am so thrilled. Revolutionizing music education with a unique ecosystem. Rhythm helps you learn language faster. That's a fact. So I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm going to see if you're rhythmic right here. I'm going to say something, you say it after me. But I want you to clap. Can you help me? She's really fun. We had a lot of fun. Can you stand up and help me? This panel, we're going to get them up. You need to clap. So I'm going to say it, and you're going to help them out. I'm going to say, see it, and then you clap and say, see it. See it.
See it.
Oh, but you have to clap 2 times. See it. See it.
See it.
Now you all help them. See it.
See it.
Say it.
Say it.
Play it.
Play it.
Now you're going to say it. Now here's what you're going to remember. You might forget everything that I say, but you're going to remember my slogan, because I proved the science of Musicology Lab, the See It, Say It, Play It learning system. We incorporate the second language into music learning. So one more time, see it. I can't hear you. Say it. Play it. You all pass. You're all geniuses. You will be musical linguists of the next generation, this revolutionary learning kit. I want you to take a look at what is coming 2024. I am here with my beautiful partner, Shafat. This beautiful slide was brought to you with the Brand Beat Global team. I started off with a symphony of an idea. And when he met me in Dubai, he said, Zoe, your idea is so good. We're going to turn this into an opera. We're going to make it so beautiful so you can present it to the world. Here we have a beautiful mama panda and the keyboard. And the keyboard, coming 2024, with your collaboration and your help, we'll teach children to read notes, say what the note sounds like, a self-teaching keyboard, and sing songs in 5 languages. I've already made history. I'm in 5 preschools in Dubai in under a year. Give me a hand for that. I went to do a demo to teach in one school. I didn't know she owned 2. In one class, I wish I had more time. She said I wanted in 5 schools. With your help, your collaboration, that's why I'm here. We can revolutionize the world for future generations. Social and emotional learning of children. Let's help them be creative. Let's help them emotional. Music is the center of our core being. Meet Stone. I made history again. Last week, this little 5-year-old boy took my fun piano group class for a year. And last week, he entered a international music competition worldwide with 600 entries, and this little boy won first place in his category. And he learned through the Musicology Lab See It, Say It, Play It learning system. But this boy is who I'm really proud of, talking about social and emotional learning. This little boy is nonverbal with autism. He will never be able to read music in the way that I read music. This little boy learned to read music through story pictures. Autism, at 3 years old, he couldn't speak. He still cannot speak, but music has become his voice. He is now playing 2 hands together and has his own YouTube channel. And his mom gives all credit to the Musicology Lab learning system and says that music is his voice. Looking at this slide, I'm on a global stage and I'm making myself vulnerable by showing the poverty that I grew up in. I didn't grow up with the grand piano that I have now. I'm the oldest of 10 children and there was no money for music lessons. Music gave me a safe place to put my feelings in my fingers. And now I am here, not with the business, but with a mission to help children who are struggling with their social and emotional learning, to help them find a safe place to put their feelings in their fingers. Musicology is unveiling the future of education through technology in an approach that is proven, that is waiting for your collaboration and your investment and your time and your passion. If music teachers and language teachers come together, we can revolutionize the way music and language are taught for future generations, raising musical linguists. Say that word. A little bit louder. You don't hear it a lot, but you're going to hear it a lot more by the end of next year, because I believe that God put me on this stage. And I'm going to say the word God, because what I love about Dubai is whatever religion you are, you understand that you are here for a higher purpose. And I won't hand this to you without giving all glory to God, to say that this is a mission, and every one of you doesn't take a whole bunch to make a big difference. I'm glad that this group is small, because each one of you get to hear what's happening on this stage, and you get to talk to me, talk to Shafat after, and find out how we can bring this program to you. There's wait lists for special needs schools in Dubai that already want the program, but this keyboard is a dream. it's not going to be just a dream by the end of this week, because I believe God will keep opening the doors so that together we can change the world, raising the next generation of future musical linguists, because we will see it, say it, play it. Let's go.
Thank you, Zoe. Again, we both were actually, since morning, thinking about it, that do we really have to sit on this dais when we come? So if you don't mind, with your permission, I'll also stand and speak, because this makes me more comfortable than sitting here and talking. And thanks to Zoe, because we're very happy that we both were of the same mindset. And just taking it ahead from there, where she started this journey and talking more about music, we are all sitting since morning, right? I'm not going to make you all get up, but just a small request to everybody. As a rhythm really, really plays very important role in developing a child's mind. Not only a child's mind, but if I want to emotionally connect everybody. As we say now, we are here to speak about social emotional learning. Now, what is this social emotional learning, which we are going to talk about is in another few minutes. I would just request even Zoe and everybody else, when I say one, just clap towards your right. Can we all do that? You can just be seated wherever you are, but when I say one, it's clapping towards the right. When I say two, it's snapping towards your left. So whenever it is one, it's one clap, and whenever it is a snap, it's one snap with both your hands. So clap. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you, everybody. At least I was able to connect and have you all here with me on the same page. If permitted, can I have the slide, please? Can you just put on the slides, please? Is it possible? I've already passed it to them. Okay. Zoe will help me out if they put it, I don't know. Anyways, talking about social emotional learning. We all have done this during our 90s. And to talk about myself, I'm Dr. Vinaya from India. And I'm here as an educator with 27 long years of journey in education. There were many since morning whom I could connect very closely. Mary, who said that she started teaching when she just came out of a high school, college. Same year, I started my journey when I finished my 12th. And since then, this journey never stopped. And I still want to continue till the last breath, because that is what I can give back to the society. One more panelist here in the morning said, are you able to sleep? While you're sleeping, do you ask yourself, actually my friend said that, do you ask yourself, what's the difference that you have made in the world? And I'm here with everyone's support just to make that small difference. And that difference is nothing but just connecting lives, bringing everybody together. Now, how do we bring them together? I felt the only place where I can bring people together and give something back to the society is nothing but through my small children, through the young minds, because they are yet to be nurtured. They are as pure as God. And the only thing I can do with them, and if I want to see something good in my future, then I need to change and I need to make some noise over there. In the chaotic world, where we have so much of curriculum to be taken on, as a leader, we don't get time. We do not give time to our teachers and others because we have a set curriculum to be delivered. We have a set things to be delivered. As in school for 5 hours, I need to do this. This curriculum has to be finished. The syllabus has to be completed. This content has to be taught. The portfolio has to be presented. In the rat race of all of this portfolio and things like that, are we really connected? And are we really seeing what are we teaching? Is it been really taken ahead? How many of us are really connected with those students whom we have taught? I remember in our 90s, in India, we used to call Gurur Deva, Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu. For us, teacher is equivalent to God. Is it today? And if not, why? And if yes, then in what percentage? And in what rate? This thing has become more, and education has become more commercialized, or sad to see that it's moving towards a different world. We spoke about AI, we spoke about ChatGPT. When we stand in the class before us, our students would have Googled up or asked AI and ChatGPT everything what we are going to teach them in the class. Then how are we going to be different? The question always is there, hanging in our mind, that are we going to be replaced by these machines? Are we going to not exist in certain number of, after some years? As one of our co-panelists said just few minutes back, that is just that we need to have a human touch. And this human touch is nothing but social emotional learning. And how are we going to practice this social emotional learning while we make sure that there is a proper enhanced engagement? An engagement between a student, an engagement between a student teacher, an engagement between a student and a parent as well. In the world of technology, we all sit to have a dinner. How many of you have dinner or at least one meal together in your family? Can I have the hands up, please? And while you have your one meal together in your family, do you have these gadgets along with you, or is there a rule by your, like we say, the lady in the house rules the house. So we say, or I always say, when you're on the dinner table, the technology has to go out. So do we sit on the same table with the technology and the food together? There's something called as mindful practicing, mindful eating, mindful speaking, mindful smiling, mindful living. Are we doing that? That is what is social emotional. For that 10 minutes, if I can have my gadgets aside and eat the food along with the family, the same practice, we do it in our schools. So as in our residential school, we do practice that when the child walks inside the dining hall, the child is not allowed to carry any electronic gadget. That kind of engagement is necessary because this only can bring certain motivation and at the same time also build their spirits high. While we tell them that you are only involved in the technology, we ourselves are deep dived in technology and forget the human touch. I want each one of us to ask yourself today, before you sleep in the night, I'm sure everyone would have traveled for 24 hours, 16 hours, 18 hours, 10 hours, 5 hours, 4 hours. How many of them had connected back with your family? By not only telling that you have reached, but actually connected by asking them that how was your day? And how many of us do that on a daily basis? So we, as an educator, have to start this practice with our students. While SEL has played a major role in cultivating us, in bringing us up and nurturing us. And that is what is missing for our young children. And that's what we are intending to give them. Believe me, if you spend, as an educator, if you every day spend 1 or 2 minutes of your class with your children, you can build this resilience power in them. You can make sure that they do not have any conflicts because you are connecting to them. We have a circle time. I'm sure many schools are doing that. But are the circle times only supposed to be as much as it is supposed to be there in a curriculum? Or it's just a lesson plan, or it is just another content of a page of content which is supposed to be shown? How do we connect with the children? How do we make sure that we give them a proper information about implementing SELs in every classrooms with a proper cultured, or I will say a specific programs? Make sure that this is involved in every class. As she said, music can reach out to heart. I believe yes. And in the same way, if you just spare 2 minutes of your lesson plan, or if every leader makes sure that when they go back, they make sure that every teacher in their class or in their school spends at least 1 or 2 minutes before you start the class or before you end up the class, while you go or while you enter the class or after you enter the class, make your teachers, make your educators, teach them some basic things. Encourage them empathy, kindness, understanding, and creating a supportive environment, which is very, very important. And this can be done. As I said, I had asked one question over here to a panel. And I believe that my teachers and my students are the real warriors. Anything I want to see the change in the society or the change in the next world, we all spoke about being global for their class, make them the leader for their parents. Another important aspect of SEL, student empowerment. I'm sure many IB curriculum and their own curriculums in different countries have a space for the student engagement. Create a self-awareness among the students which is missing. We spoke about a few minutes back about something that the students lack in, that is the soft skills. If we are not going to make them aware about what is important and how is it going to be, we're going to help them out to create the self-awareness about themselves. So empower them out to create the self-awareness about themselves. So empower them to be that. Tell them how to have small conflict resolutions in their own way. Create small labs in your school to build resilience, to give away or to shed away their anger. Give them that listening ears. And third but not last, very importantly, I believe that the person who can change, or the first person who can actually make that difference in any child's life, here, it is we as parents. Make your parents involved. Make sure that there is enough of family engagement. As a leader, you can have sometimes coffee with your child. Coffee lover, I'm also a big fan of coffee. But I do that, I fell into being a big fan of coffee because I wanted to talk to parents. Now, if I call a parent to my office, he or she will think, oh my God, my child has done something. And that night, that child has a nightmare that my parent is called by a principal or a director in her office. So I named it in a different way, and I said, let's have coffee together. So every day morning, 9 o'clock, I have coffee with one of my parents, whom I randomly pick by picking up a chit in the class. Now, how do I pick up this chit? I do tell that any and every parent of my school, both the schools, are not allowed to sleep just like that. They have to read at least 5 sentences or have to speak 5 things with their child and talk to them, and then only sleep. While I take rounds during my break time, I speak to my children that what did they learn from their parent yesterday night. And those children who say that my parent didn't have time, or she didn't talk to me, or my papa didn't talk to me, or mama didn't talk to me. Those are the parents with whom I have coffee next day. So they know that they have to do it. So that's one of the best way to keep connecting. Give them that support, give them that help, and tell them that this is needed. Because in the world of technology, let's empower them and let's not get them lost in this world of technology. We need them. This human touch is needed. So as we say, when I say it, we need to be interconnected with the world. We need to make sure that we are preparing them while SEL prepares the student with all the lot of challenges. There is a huge curriculum which we have built under SEL. So anybody who wants to just know a bit more about it, please do be in reach in this next 3 days. I'm sure I want to make this difference and want to help out each and every child out there. And let's have a visibility. That is, once you do this, your school, your student, your parents, and you all automatically get that visibility in the global level. Because your children will stand out and your children will speak out for you. And then, with this mission of spreading all these, I'll say, a small happiness from the journey as a teacher to a coordinator, to a principal, to a director, and through an entrepreneur today, standing in this global platform, I would just sign off saying 3 small words that remember always to smile and never give away your smile no matter what happens, because we all face a lot of problems. But how are these problems seen? It's only seen here, right? So just keep smiling and all your problems are going to run away out from you. And what I give to every person around whom I meet, and that, especially to my children, and that is dream. So I always say, keep smiling, keep dreaming, and keep achieving. Thank you. We do have 2 minutes if there is anyone who wants to have some questions based on SEL and how those are important in the school life. The forum is open for you. I don't want to take much time. You can actually ask.
Yes. Yeah, it's working.
First of all, great presentation. I mean, Zoe anyways is my partner, so Zoe, great job on presenting musicology. And you have heard for the first time, so brilliant job, great perspective. I still think that students and teachers need to integrate AI into the schooling system. Essentially, it's not that a student has researched something starting from YouTube or has done ChatGPT or has looked into some other AI modules. The job of the teacher is to actually teach the children how to research better, how to write the better prompt, how to be more creative. And I think there's definitely a lag between teachers keeping the pace with technology and then blaming it back on the students and trying to be a blocker in the education system not to embrace technology, particularly in the developing countries where there are limited, even the Wi-Fi doesn't come properly or there's load shedding, you know. So I think there has to be a bigger revolution from the global educational diaspora to have more integration of technology into the schooling system, which A, would make it efficient, and B, cost effective. Just a comment.
Completely agree, sir. And that's the reason why, as I said, when the circle time, one of the weekday, we have that, as you said, the teachers teach the children how to use the right prompt for the AI and ChatGPT so that they are not misled or misguided by the machine answers which come. So we give them some certain prompts which are said, like for example, in a grade 10, while they have to write some essay, we give them a right prompt of an essay that what they can write so that their essays can be enhanced. And that can be used and those words can be used. So one of the circle time is how to use ChatGPT and AI. So we can actually do that.
And also incorporating technology into music for very young children. Think about this. AA batteries, you can now put in a little keyboard into an underdeveloped country and teach piano on a dirt field. Technology has made us be able to transform music education. Many children would never be able to afford a piano. Technology and music coming together can change the world. No child should be deprived of giving themselves the gift of music. Little fingers can do big things, but in order to do big things, we need great hands and great minds. All these great hands and great minds, we're going to talk afterwards. What a great, innovative conference. Thank you, Doctor. Thank Education 2.0 for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. A big thanks to everyone for giving your listening ears to us today here. Again, we would just say goodbye with a small words. One photo together. And never forget to smile, dream, and achieve.
See it. Say it, play it.
Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. Now, it is the moment to honor and applaud the trailblazers, those exceptional individuals who have truly reshaped our industry. So, without further ado, let's welcome our distinguished guests to hand out these awards. Ahmed Khan, Head of Marketing and Strategy Advisor at Next Generation Corporate Services. Let's give him a round of applause. Would you like to say a few words, Ahmed?
I don't mind. Should be on. Hi, good evening, everybody. Yeah, sounds working. Thank you for being patient. I think it's wonderful up here in these conferences. Hats off to the organizers for pulling it off in such an amazing grace. And looking forward to presenting these awards. Education, I don't think what you guys are doing is not education 2.0, it's revolution education. I mean, it's the stuff that we're hearing today is amazing. So, I guess let's move on.
Fantastic. So, on with the awards. So, our first award for Outstanding Leadership Award is Mizaha Al-Marzouki. And she is the owner and director of Al-Faris International School. Mrs. Al-Marzouki has been the owner and director of the school since 2004. She holds a Bachelor in Education, a Bachelor of Arts in Education from King Saud University and a Master's in Education from Rochville University in the United States. She is actively involved in service activities, including diabetes and cancer awareness, environmental campaigns, and ongoing initiatives through Al-Faris International IV CAS program to support Jordanian refugee families. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Education 2.0. I'm honored and proud to be here. And it's one of the first international schools in Saudi Arabia. And I'm actually presenting my mom. I'm her daughter. She can't make it today. So if you want to connect after the awards, please let me know. Thank you.
Fantastic. Now for another Outstanding Leadership Award. Alan Tupikoff. Alan Tupikoff is the National Director of AIPM and President of ANZ ISM. He brings extensive expertise in energy and construction sectors, both locally and internationally. Recognized as a fellow AIPM, he has pioneered sustainable initiatives and leadership methodologies. Alan's notable achievements include developing innovative training programs and publishing works on sustainability principles, solidifying his commitment to a sustainable future. Let's put our hands together for Alan. Alero Fagbulu, also for the Outstanding Leadership Award. Alero is the founder, director, and CEO of Free Readers, a transformative supplementary school empowering young children and their parents. With over a decade of expertise in educational leadership, she champions critical thinking and concept mastery to boost academic confidence. Fantastic. Now, our Outstanding Organization Award. Oh, my bad. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here in the presence of so many brilliant minds. I've learned so much already this afternoon, and I can't wait for what's coming over the next couple of days. I want to thank Education 2.0 Conference for this award, specifically mentioning Shobit, who was very patient and dedicated to his cause. I'm also thanking my family. My husband has come all the way with me from the UK, sitting over there, and thank you. And also, I want to thank my amazing team and the wonderful children that we are privileged to serve. I'm standing here today on this stage representing several underrepresented communities. I'm a woman, I'm Black, and I'm African, and I'm standing on the shoulders of those that have gone before me. So to all of those, I also say thank you. At Free Readers, we believe that with the correct level of care, every child can achieve, and especially with the first-hand experience we've seen after COVID, we've seen the impact on children's mental health, on their resilience, on their social skills, and just the general ability to learn. We are committed every day to making an impact on every single child that we come into contact with. And this award only serves to strengthen my resolve that we will continue to deserve it every day. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Now for our Outstanding Organization Award, Anjali Prakash, the founder and chairperson of Learning Links Foundation. A key figure in tech-integrated education projects, she holds influential roles including board member of NIT Delhi, mentor of change for NITI, just to name a few. Let's put our hands together for Anjali Prakash. Outstanding Leadership Awards. Christine King, Dr. Christine King, an award-winning learning and change specialist, boasts over 25 years of experience across diverse sectors and global regions. She is also the visionary director of Learn to Learn, a renowned consultancy driving systematic change through innovative learning strategies and leads. Congratulations, Christine. Also in the Outstanding Leadership Award, Cranston. Oh, my friend, you may speak. Please go ahead.
That's okay. I'm humbled to get this award. I'm really thankful to get this award at a global education conference. And I'd like to dedicate it to my mother, who's always believed in me and supported me. And she's even home now looking after my twin boys. But I'm lucky enough to have my daughter here who is going to be a future educator, which I'm pretty excited about. If I think back on my career, and in the 90s, I actually did a technical degree. I did a degree in agriculture and environmental management. I always knew that I wanted to work in aid and food security and poverty alleviation. And I went and worked in Africa for 6 months, and I realized that a technical degree didn't equip me to deal with complex problems in the environment and agriculture sector and working with people and health and education. So I went back to university and did education and psychology and community development. And it was those skills that made me, or enabled me, to create this amazing systemic change. So I know in the past 10 years we've had this big emphasis in our schooling systems around, you know, education in science, education in technology, engineering, maths. We've also thrown in the A for arts. And those things are really important, but what about education about education? What about education about learning? What about learning about learning? What about learning about the aha moments and the compassion and deeper level learning? Why are we not teaching our kids this stuff? Because for me, that's where the most systemic change has happened. And we're all educators in the room, and we're all working and learning, and we are the people that, and the kids coming up now, if they learn about education and learn about learning, they're the ones that are going to be facilitating the learning that is going to solve the big complex problems that we are facing. Thank you.
Congratulations, Christine. Outstanding Leadership Award, Cranston Hawkwinder. With an unwavering passion for the transformative power of education, Cranston is an accomplished founder and business development consultant with a rich history in education. His expertise spans tertiary education and corporate training, making him a versatile and sought-after expert.
Well, what can I say that hasn't already been said? Part of the dedication would go to all the educators that are in the room, all the educators across the world that are watching on YouTube. Education is a very important fundamental aspect of societal development, and the massive undertaking of benefiting society is not an easy one to accomplish. So I also would like to thank my family for keeping me awake at 4 a.m. when I needed to complete a task, and they understood it. And Salome, I'm now ready to move back to the bedroom. I am done with the office. Thank you.
Congratulations. And for our next recipient, Farzad Mohammadi. Dr. Farzad is the founding principal and CEO of the International British Online School. Throughout his career, Dr. Farzad has worked in prestigious educational institutions across the United Kingdom and the Middle East, holding various leadership roles. Let's put our hands together.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I'm representing an online school in the UK. We are an all-through school, fully accredited by the Department for Education in the UK. I've also got extensive knowledge of Middle East because I was here as a Chief Inspector of British Schools. So I'd like to network with everybody here and hope to catch up with everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Thank you.
George Lee. George is the CEO of the Mind Synergy and a renowned mindset and performance specialist. With over 24 years of service in the Singapore Army, retiring as a lieutenant colonel, he transitioned into leadership training. Let's put our hands together for George Lee. Hansen Lee. Hansen Lee Tek Hui is a visionary leader with a dual role as a lecturer at Ngee Ann Polytechnic and the co-founder of Heuristics Hub, an educational enrichment company. With over a decade of experience in the education sector, he has consistently demonstrated innovative leadership and a commitment to empowering students. Let's put our hands together for Hansen Lee. Joelle Makuchi Kiklikyan. Joelle, Assistant Professor at the Higher Colleges of Technology in the UAE and Senior Medical Writer for Clinart MENA. She has made notable contributions to neurodivergent disease research, receiving awards for her presentations. Let's put our hands together for Joelle.
I am honored really to receive the Outstanding Leadership Award, but on top of that, I am grateful mostly to Shobit and Pragi and all the Education 2.0 organizing team for the great opportunity to participate to the Education 2.0 conference. So far, this gathering has proven to be an enriching experience, offering outstanding opportunities for networking and exchanging expertise with esteemed colleagues such as yourselves. And finally, I want to thank my beloved husband and all my family back home in Lebanon for their support. But special thanks will go to my dad. His unwavering support and encouragement throughout my journey led me to this stage today here. Thank you.
Jonas Christoffersen. Jonas Christoffersen, founder of Tech42 Learning in Denmark, innovates IT education by emphasizing practical application at Zealand Business College. His work led to the creation of a learning IT academy, significantly impacting 21st century education. Let's hear it for Jonas. Catherine von Truer. Catherine is the CEO and provost of the Kahn Miller Institute with a background as a course chair at Deakin University. Her efforts have been recognized with several awards such as the Australian Psychological Society Distinguished Contribution to Psychology Education Award in 2018. Let's hear it for Catherine.
This conference has been a wonderful immersive experience, just listening to people's innovative programs that they have, and it's been wonderful to hear about them. I mean, what is it that we're doing here? You know, we're practicing the scholarship of teaching and learning. We're wanting to improve what we do. So I'm just so pleased for this award, but I'm also pleased to be connected with so many other like-minded people. So thank you.
Laura Ficara. With an undeniable passion for teaching and learning, Dr. Laura Ficara is the co-president of Cherry Blossom Publishing. She has been a distinguished educator, curriculum writer, researcher, published author, and educational leader for over 20 years.
Thank you so much for staying. I know it's been a really long day and we're over time. And thank you, Education 2.0, for honoring me in such a way. I feel humbled by everyone in the room. Just renowned innovators yourself with many accomplishments. I'd love to collaborate. I want to dedicate my award to my daughter and my mother, who flew in from South America, my Italian mom, and I am so grateful that she's able to be part of this experience with us. Thank you so much again, everyone, and I'd love to meet you.
Mohammed Akram bin Shay Munaim, CEO of Mega Jati Academy, is recognized for his excellence in engineering and leadership, earning awards like Malaysian Top SME CEO 2022 and Building Engineer of the Year by CABE UK.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Education 2.0, for giving me this opportunity to stand here on the stage today in Dubai, receiving this prestigious award. Thank you so much. And I want to thank everybody under this journey. For about 5 years, we have been developing this progression, particularly for construction personnel. We are from Malaysia, Megayati Academy Sdn Bhd, and we are so proud to be here today in this event. Thank you so much again, and hopefully to see you again next year. Thank you.
Mahima Garg. Mahima, founder and CEO of Certometer and co-founder of Vidu, has over 18 years in the tech and e-learning sectors. With ventures like top rankers under her belt, she's been celebrated for transforming online education.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I'm really honored, and I would like to thank organizers, sponsors, my family, my team, my co-founders, and especially my customers who help me to improve each day. I would like to, tell a small story how it started. I started my career with, IT. I'm an IT professional. And when I started the journey in a corporate, I realized the problem. There is a gap, what corporates need and what we are missing in our education. I thought I'm sorted. I'll go outside the corporate and fix everything. When I, came out of corporate, I realized being an educator, I can't solve everything. There is a lot more to do. I can be an educator, but I cannot fix all the technological problem. How do I perform? How do I educate people? On which platform? Then we started developing a platform which helped millions of users to come online and teach. Then with another startup, we started helping educators to come online. So more than 1,000 different educators in a different domain, we helped them to come online and teach with their own brands. By God's grace, both the companies got acquired. So now at Certometer, we are helping IT professionals to learn better. So most of the time, if you see, when we learn online, we feel bored. We can scroll social media or Netflix for hours and hours. The moment it comes to learning, within few minutes we feel bored and we find, okay, we flip the window. So that's where we are helping. We have a very interesting platform where people feel they're very engaging, and our quality content, we keep developing a lot of content on our platform where they finish their IT education, they come online, they reskill, they upskill, and we help them to finish their courses so that they grow in their ladder. So anyone looking, for any help in technology, building their platform, developing any course, or learning anything into IT education, or any other courses if you want to develop, you can reach me. I'm available for next 2 days, and whatever I have learned in my journey, I would be happy to share with you all. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Najate Benhra. Najate, please come on up and accept your award, and you're going to tell us a bit about yourself, your career.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this award recognition. I'm really glad to be here today. So I thought I provided my information about myself, but I will do it right now. I have a long journey in academia. I was a research scientist and developmental biologist, neurobiologist, till last year and a half, 1 year and a half, and I decided to move to run my own business. Some people say it's a brave move. For me, it was really, really important to make this move, to be able to continue to do what I was doing in science, which was understanding interactions between cells, but now between humans, to understand how cells communicate, to adopt their own function and identity, but now in humans. And I wanted also to have a short-term impact also, because in science it takes more time. And I'm really, really happy to be able to now do that as a consultant, as a professional coach, as a mentor for so many individuals and for companies as well, because I work as a coach for team building with international companies. So this is about myself. I would be really happy to interact with every one of you during these 2 coming days, today as well, and learn more about yourself. And I would love also to talk about this method that I've been trained for. It's a French method. Maybe you notice the French accent that I have. I'm from France, but I'm an international citizen. So I would be very happy to talk to you about this method that unravels every single human being modus operandi, which is unique. It's really about our uniqueness and how, in our unique way, we are able to transform our world and be in our excellence. Looking forward to be able to share more about that with every single one of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Education 2.0 organization. I want to also thank Yash Davi, Yash, who I've been interacting with, Arindam as well, and everyone who I've been able to talk with regarding the organization. Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Congratulations, Najate. Ramisan Doraisamy. As an entrepreneur, business mentor, investor, and award-winning international professional speaker, Ramisan is well-versed in starting and managing a business. He has founded many businesses in the food and beverage and hospitality industries, consulting, training and development industries also, quickly scaling up the growth of these businesses. He is also the founder of the Entrepreneur Success Foundry, providing much-needed practical training for entrepreneurs.
For this award, and I thank the organizers for that. At Entrepreneur Success Foundry, we are passionate about training entrepreneurs to succeed beyond their own belief. Over the next couple of days, I hope to speak to as many of you as possible and exchange ideas. Thank you.
Samita Bhattacharya. Samita, founder and managing director of Frankly Speaking Tuition, is a celebrated educator with 15 plus years in IB and IGCSE. Previously faculty head at top Singapore schools and a 2-time recipient of commendations from the Government of India. Let's put our hands together for Samita. Shailendra Dakkad. Shailendra, a young entrepreneur and co-founder of Code Young, an EdTech startup, is an IT Delhi alumnus. Under his leadership, Code Young has enrolled over 20,000 kids in their private tutoring programs across North America, the UK, and the UAE.
I'm really honored to receive this award on such a stage. Whatever time I've spent here, I'm really liking the conference. I'm meeting so many people from different backgrounds. It has not been long, like coming here, I'm realizing it has not been long that we have started the company. We started just 4 years back. The intention was somewhere from the personal experience that when we started rethink about the education, that how it should be, and especially the early education, because the interventions you make in early education actually goes a very long way. When kids are young, you can actually shape their personalities, shape their attitudes, make sure that they see the difficulties in the right manner, and have a growth mindset from the start. And we have been able to do that. I'm very grateful for my team, my co-founder, Rupika, and all the team that's working hard on Coding since last 4 years, and the kind of global impact we are being able to make. We are expanding globally, even in UAE, so feel free to connect over the next 2 days, whoever wants to know more about your work. Thank you for the award. Thank you.
Stephen Harris. Dr. Stephen Harris, an innovative educator, serves as the co-founder and chief learning officer at LearnLife, Barcelona, revolutionizing education through personalized, purpose-based learning across varied contexts.
It's getting late. I won't speak for long because you've heard me already this afternoon. If you're interested in hearing more about LearnLife in Barcelona, I'd love to chat about that because we're trying to do something that pulls all the threads of change together in one program. And if you want to talk about Rwanda, invite me for a dinner.
Thank you. Suresh Konduru. Suresh, CEO and lead trainer at Premier Argyle Consulting. He's a seasoned professional with over 25 years of experience across IT and non-IT industries. As one of the top certified Scrum trainers globally, he specializes in agile transformation coaching and Scrum training, pioneering innovative methods like training Scrum from the back of the room.
Very, very glad to be here. Quite excited since last several weeks to be here. Thanks to Education 2.0, the conference team. I know what kind of work goes back in the background, several months of hard work, and it's been immaculate arrangements and all logistics and everything has been so seamless. Thanks to the team. And what do we do? A couple of minutes. So we help individuals, organizations, and teams to do something called Agile or Scrum. In case you haven't heard those keywords, I'm here to chat a little bit more about that. You know, you're building an app, you're building a bridge, you're building anything in your company at home. The team behind is probably using something called as Scrum, which can be leveraged in both software and non-software industries. So anyone would like to learn more, have a chat, I'm very, very glad. No, we're not going to charge for that, just a free conversation that we can have at this forum. We are Premier Agile, a global consulting and training organization. Thank you so much, and looking forward to the rest of the conference as well. Great learnings. Oh, by the way, some keywords that really resonated with me since morning: servant leadership, the uncertainty that the leader is navigating through this change. I mean, I feel that we are not alone. We are there along with a group of great leaders out here. Very, very glad to see all of you here and looking forward. Thank you.
Tim Alberes. Tim Alberes is a professor of inclusive education at the University of Paderborn since January 2014. He is esteemed for his contributions to inclusive education, recognized by the National Inclusive Education Award in 2019.
Thank you very much for this award, which I'm really, really happy to receive today. I'm also really happy to be in Dubai. Actually, I was walking about 30 kilometers yesterday on all the beaches, and therefore I got sunburned really badly. I underestimated the sun here. But to say some words of thank, I would like to thank my team at Paderborn University, who help me every day. And I would really like to say thank you to my wife. She's an early educator herself, but she cannot be here today, although she wanted to come. But she has to watch for two little boys who had to, taken out of their families before they were 1 year old due to several reasons, and now they are living with us at home. So greetings to Nordhorn, Germany. Thanks a lot for this great award, and have fun at the conference.
Nurvik Saha, the Director of the International School of Hospitality Management. Under Kamal Kusum Educational Foundation Trust is one of the fastest growing and most promising hospitality management institutes in Kolkata, India. The programs are based on the philosophy that a commitment to excellent and nest education and training are essential for those who are seeking the most sought-after positions in the highly competitive hospitality industry.
A very good evening to everyone out here. I would like to congratulate everyone that everyone have got beautiful awards out here. I would like to also congratulate the team for organizing such a beautiful event. And regarding our company, it's ISHM International School of Hospitality Management. We are basically an education college, basically dealing with the hospitality courses. And nothing better to receive the award out here in a hospitality giant, which is Dubai. And thank you, everyone, and congratulations again. Thank you.
Now for an Education 2.0 Conference Visionaries Award, Carlton McGee. Carlton is currently the Administrative Director of OS Programming for Eagle Academy. He has received the Blazing Trails of Excellence Unsung Hero Award for his work with youth and families from disenfranchised communities. Let's put our hands together for Carlton. Heinrich Heinrichs. Heinrich is the CEO and Managing Director, AfriCrops, and Senior International Development Professional with more than 25 years of experience identifying, implementing, and managing projects in entrepreneurship, organic production, life skills education, science education, vocational training, and nutrition.
Thank you very much for this award. I'm humbled and grateful. I find it amazing to have such a global crowd here from all over the world. And I think this was not possible 20 years ago. And just try to imagine what will happen in 20 years. Probably some cultural issues that we discussed today will not be an issue anymore. That is what I wish very much. Thank you very much.
And also another Visionaries Award, James P. Cummings, founder and president of Kijana Educational Empowerment Initiative, is an esteemed educator and social entrepreneur with nearly 25 years of classroom experience across the United States and Kenya.
Thank you very much, Education 2.0. This is the third time I've been to this conference here in Dubai, and I love it. As Heinrich was saying, the globalism, the internationalism here is amazing, and I don't think there's too many places around the world right now where there's so many people from different places sitting together in the same room. So it's an amazing conference. I want to dedicate this to my wife, Abby Shiroya, who oversaw the entire construction of the school that we built. She's worked tirelessly 24 hours a day to build this school in the last 5 years. And in terms of one of our flamingos that was mentioned, or my flamingos, and that is we want to reconnect Africa and the strength and vigor and impressiveness and human capacity of African youth to the global community. 1,000 years ago or so, the East African Trade Network was the center of global commerce. And I believe right now here in Dubai, this is a reflection of the restoration of that. But East Africa still has to be reconnected, and there's incredible talent there, and we're investing in the youth there, and I hope to reconnect that and build that over time. So thank you so much, Education 2.0.
KB Rojala. KB, Managing Director at a leading German financial brokerage since 2007 and acclaimed author of The Static Basic Laws of Asset Architecture, is known for integrating extensive finance expertise with innovative asset advance, earning him the Financial Innovation Award in 2023.
Good afternoon together. Hello. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Yesterday I came from cold Germany to hot Dubai today, so I would like to leave you some warm words. First of all, I want to thank the organization team. It was great to speak with you. Special thanks to my family, which supports me, my wife and my 3 children. And we developed a platform for financial education. I wrote 2 international books for this topic, and everybody who would like to cooperate in financial education, let's talk about it and make the change. Thank you very much.
Kyriakos Koveliotis. Professor Kyriakos serves as the Provost and Chief Academic Officer at the Berlin School of Business and Innovation. He has authored 12 books, founded the Global Degree Foundation, and recently received a fellowship from the Royal Society of Arts.
Hi, I'm very honored to be here. Thank you very much. I think as educators, we are lucky and we have found what we love. What we need to transfer to our students and motivate them is ethics and the methodology, because in some years they will forget everything they know. So for me, as I usually say in our congregations, we give them a passport that never expires. Thank you very much.
Rose Susan Barty. Dr. Barty is the department chair and professor at the University of Central Florida and the first African American tenure and promotion to professor at the University of Mississippi. She has been honored with Mississippi's Excellence in Diversity Award and leads Academic Pathways Incorporated.
Thank you so much, Education 2.0 Conference. What a wonderful honor it is to be able to receive this visionary award. When I think about the concept of vision, or visionary, I think about the idea of being able to see us where and beyond that we are. And because that's so important in what we do as educators. For me, it's even more personal because as a leader, we have that responsibility to do just that, to see where we are and then to be able to see where we can go. And so I thank you for the opportunity for recognizing that part of me in the presentation of this award. And on behalf of the work that I've done and those who've been served by it, I say thank you. And on a personal note, I also like to honor this award, or gift this award to my father, my deceased father, who some many years ago fought in the Vietnam War here in the continent of Asia. And it is at this time that I'm here on stage, 6 years past his death, that I get to accept this award. So in his late honor and the living honor of my mother, Dorothy Barty, and my brother, Howard Barty, and sister-in-law, Kimberly, and my 2 nephews, Howard III and Davis Barty, I say thank you very much for this opportunity. God bless each and every one of you.
And now an Outstanding Leadership Award. Zoe Madewell, CEO and founder of Musicology Lab. Zoe has dedicated her life to music education, intertwining it with language learning in early childhood. Through her initiative, Musicology Lab, she utilizes musical instruments as tools to engage children in exploring languages, enhancing their cognitive development. This innovative method not only enriches musical appreciation among young learners, but also bridges cultural and linguistic diversities.
Is this on? Thank you so much. What an honor. All the way from Texas. I have to first start off by saying thank you to my amazing husband, Brian K. Harrington. I wouldn't be here on this stage if it wasn't for your amazing support. I would make you a steak dinner when we get home, but it would burn and you wouldn't eat it. Special thanks to Alok and Dhruv for their amazing support to rebuild my marketing as my business closed during the pandemic. You have been amazing to help me grow my school and to grow this brand. Thank you for believing and being so incredible the last several years. To my students, Irving Fine Arts Academy, my 600 students, thank you for being so amazing to where I could learn and grow and serve you, and especially, finally, to all of the students that I've touched over the last 30 years, the thousands, especially the neurodivergent students, the children who learn differently. Thank you for being my teacher. I'm humbled and blessed to serve you, and you teach me through your patience much more than I can ever teach you. Thank you, Education 2.0.
And for our Outstanding Leadership Award, Dharmak Meghi. Dharmak currently serves as the Examinations UCAS and Post-16 Careers Lead at Avanti House Secondary School. Dharmak has played a pivotal role in the substantial growth of the sixth form. His commitment to excellence, compliance with regulations from DE, JCQ, Ofqual and Ofsted, and his relentless efforts to make a positive impact on the education sector have earned him recognition and honor in the field.
Thank you. First of all, just want to say thank you to Education 2.0. This is actually my second time. Sorry to correct you, but it's for the Outstanding Visionary Award for Education 2.0. This award, while it has my name, truly not for me. And I say this because my vision for education, it wasn't really there. The vision was facilitated, guided, and mentored by 2 people. Well, I say 2 people, but it's really Ma and Hitan Boaji back home in Shiv Shakti Ma Melody Society, or Temple even. Without them, I wouldn't be standing here. My work in education, at a very young age, I think I've experienced a lot. I've chaired panels, I lead governance, I've met in directors boards, I represent local authorities. I've done so much, but Without them, I wouldn't have done anything like this. And so thank you, Ma. And there's a saying in Gujarati, which I would like to say, is that, Ma, mara paase kai sabda banati. I truly have no words for where I stand in education. And I know there's people back home who are looking at this, and there are youngsters back home in Alperton, London, Harrow, that will look at this. Everything is really possible. Your faith in Ma and God can really take you far. Thank you.
Congratulations, Damak, on your Visionary Award. Fantastic. And that concludes our awards for today. And that also concludes our day one of our conference. We'll just make sure that we have done all of the awards for today. I've said them all. I've said them all. And just one more award for today. And that is the Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award. Manisha Sangekar. Since 1961, the Carl Miller Institute has earned a reputation as a pioneer of community mental health, personal development, and professional education in this country. Carl Miller is now one of the largest trainers of postgraduate psychologists and counselors in Australia. It offers an excellent range of clinic services and postgraduate programs in psychology and counseling, as well as short courses and professional development for the broader community.
2.0. I'm really honored to receive this award on behalf of Ken Miller Institute. I'm really proud to be associated with an organization that touched so many lives. In this world of turmoil and mental health issues that we've spoken about all day today, I think the difference that we make to the lives of the people, to Australians every day, is phenomenal. And I'm really, really humbled by the work that we do every day. We are now have an ambition to actually globalize our brand and expand our horizons, which is why we are here, and we actually would love to network and partner with fellow minds, fellow organizations, so we can have our footprint more globally.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Now, please, all of our award recipients, please come up onto the stage for a photo. And let's give them another round of applause as they make their way up onto the stage. Ahmed, would you like to say any further words for our award recipients?
Sure. For the recipients and especially for the recipients, you guys are doing great in your places. The awards actually is just a recognition of the outstanding work that you've done. And more so, the world is looking at you for to be done more for education and for the future generations. So congratulations once again. And can we have another round of applause?
Of course. Okay, let's have our photo. If we make two lines, some smaller humans in the front. Let's give them another round of applause. Fantastic.
can we also have a round of applause for our wonderful MC? It's not an easy job, but done amazingly.
Thank you. Now, everybody, let's get those phones out, and we have our QR code right up here on the screen. Now, you will be able to access all of those photos that were taken today. So if you were up on the stage or there were some other candid photos taken around the place, please get your phones out and use that QR code. Okay, now as our day one draws to a close, we extend our sincere gratitude to our gold sponsors, Puzzle Box Academy and Edu Passport, and our bronze sponsors, Top Mathematics Education Centre, Kijana Educational Empowerment Initiative, for making this event possible. Now, don't forget, everybody, if we post anything on social media, please use the hashtag Education2Conf, hashtag Education2Conf, and follow us on LinkedIn, Instagram, and all of these social media avenues. We hope that you have had a wonderful day today, and we will see you back here tomorrow, same time, same place, for some more wonderful speakers and just some fun and informative information. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow.